Hello, hello. Hey, Screaming Cheese. Well, I hope you have a pleasant and easy rest of your shift. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll hopefully catch you on a day when you're not working later. So Alpen's server is having some hosting issues at the moment, which is really annoying because Alpen had specifically reworked a bunch of missions for the F1 release to kind of help people get adjusted to it. And as a result, the other active Cold War server, Enigma's, is full. I did see an open slot, and I tried to join it. We'll see if it lets me in, though. My DCS is kind of slightly frozen at the moment. Just found out the Mirage F1's not compatible with the FC3 clickable cockpit mod, so I removed it. Had the Su-25. Yeah. So the way that mod works, that is going to be an issue every single time a new module releases, I think. When it initially released, there was the same issue with the other FC3 aircraft, so like the ones that hadn't been made clickable yet, and also some full fidelity modules, which is one of the reasons I don't use that mod, is because it conflicts with other stuff quite badly. I mean, usually it's fine once the guy updates it, but when it hasn't been updated yet, it can cause some issues. Where is the front line? I'll switch scenes in a minute here. Just let me figure out where to spawn in. Looks like the mission actually just swapped over. Frontline, Shairat. We'll try Wuja, but Shairat might be the go. So we're already on Syria. Now, Enigma was going to put... He was going to make sure it was Caucasus for the F1 release. I don't know what ended up happening to that. Maybe Red really are just that cracked that they pushed that fast. But yeah, it's clearly not... Oh, there's no F1 slots at Shairat. Okay, never mind. So we got one at René Muad, and we'll be spawning with Tricker because he's at the same airbase. Happy days. It doesn't actually. It's less so that it has a lot of power and more that it's a very clean airframe. So it's kind of like the F-5. I don't know if you notice the F-5 struggles to slow down as well when it gets light. Same sort of thing. It's weak thrust, but very, very aerodynamically clean. By contrast, the Soviet fighters of the era were not area ruled because they didn't care. Like, the Soviets knew about area ruling, they just didn't give a shit. Tupolev did it. The Su-15 prototype was area ruled, but they realized it made such a small difference, they were just like, fuck it, more fuel. So, with the Soviet fighters, when they get slow, not because of area ruling, because that's only a transonic issue, but when they get slow, because they're these great big fat tubes, and typically with quite draggy wing layouts, like the 21, for instance, produces a shitload of induced drag at high angles of attack. They slow down really well, but the F-5 doesn't really do that. Likewise, the F-1. I've noticed that with the Tomcat too. It does not lose speed at all. Just cannot do it. Oh god, hang on, let me unfuck my tracker. I wonder... No, it didn't save my custom head position, I don't think. So for absolutely no reason at all, I already had control binds set up for this, and I already know how to use it. So we're not going to be doing a whole lot of learning, we're just going to be hopping in and doing some combat. Just as soon as I unfuck my view and get my camera nice and comfy where I like it, about there should do, I think. Hello. Okay, let's get DCS up and running, unpause me track IR, recenter it again. Yeah, that looks alright. I think that's a little different to where I had it sitting, but it's close enough. Let's get this thing armed up and ready to go. Looks like they got all the liveries unlocked right from the start, which is nice. Let's stick with the Iraqi livery for now. I'm probably going to use the French ones mostly, but we'll stick with, we'll stick with the Iraqi one for now since we're in Syria. What have we got for, okay, we got no JUL. He's good because they're fucking ridiculous. 9Js or Magics. Magics are kind of short range, so I think we'll take the 9Js. And then a single center line, 530 EM. There's no need for tanks on this thing. Like, it really doesn't need them. I think you got like 11 minutes in burner on the deck. Like, it's ridiculous. Carries like twice the fuel of the MiG-21 almost. We're gonna carry... yeah, that'll do for countermeasures. Fuel's good. Yeah, the thruster weight on this isn't that good. It's about 0.66, I think, at roughly half fuel. Or it might be more than half fuel. I forget what the guy's criteria was. It was like empty weight plus 3,000 kilos or something. 3,000 kilos, pretty sure. So yeah, at or close to half fuel, it should be about 0.66, which is better than the F-5's 0.57, but it's worse than the 21's 0.7. 7.6, I think the 21 is in normal burner, and in emergency burner that goes up to like 1.1. Now, of course, remember, having a thruster-weight ratio over 1 does not mean you can accelerate like this, because you're fighting drag at the same time, so you've got to have a bit more to overcome that. And also, the engine's typically not producing its highest thrust when it's slow. So you want that ram air to get the aircraft actually, you know, producing power. And so the MiG-21 might have 1.1 thruster weight as it's doing this near Mach 1 on the deck, but as soon as you try and go into that vertical climb and you're really slow, it's not producing that much power. So it's a little thing that trips a lot of people up. They're like, oh, this jet has 1-to-1 thruster-weight ratio or better. Why can't it climb vertically off the runway? Like, well, because it needs some speed to actually get that thrust. You know, jet engines aren't magic. The more you make the engine work for air, the more it's going to struggle to produce that. I do need to try and jog my memory a bit. I think it's just battery, pumps. It's essentially, if you fly the Mirage 2000, you already know how to start this thing. It's basically the same. In fact, this panel is literally the same as the Mirage 2000. It's just in front of the throttle instead of behind your right elbow. So we'll go ahead and hit this, hold it for a few seconds. There's the increase in RPM. Once we're over 300, we'll move the throttle out of idle. You got to move it quite far off the idle detent. If you just kind of move it out of the notch and rest it at ground idle, sorry, it won't catch. You got to really give it some welly. There we go. Okay, I'm going to get my lights on, because this cockpit is dark as fuck. Also going to come over here, we're going to turn the cabin conditioning on, it's on auto, that can stay there. This one, I think, is depressurized, could be wrong. That's for our navigation system. We don't need to worry about that yet. Okay, well that button doesn't do anything at the moment. That should be good enough. Normal 4-bar. It still does this, okay. So it shouldn't be on in standby. Like the radar should not be radiating or on in standby, but yeah, it's... There's some other issues too, which I have been told were not fixed yet. We'll just leave our lights off. Deepski quit again. I don't know what his problem is. I'll have to figure it out. I think he did this once before, but I don't remember how I fixed it. So, I'm going to show you guys one of the issues with the module real quick. I don't know why it does this, by the way. I'm pulling my stick all the way back. That's what she said. That's what he said, actually. I mean, what we don't judge, you know. So, pull the stick all the way back. I just let it bounce back to its center spring. Again. Watch it. Watch the bottom left, and then watch the right, or like watch the actual physical stick model. Watch what it does. Now, remember, this is a Constellation Alpha on a Warbird base with light springs. This thing rockets so hard, I have to hold the base down, or it'll smash my monitor. See that? Like, the wobbling is because my stick's already in the center detent. It's bouncing. I should probably tell you guys when I release it. So, holding, release. Now it moves. See that? There is, like, a fucking roughly 200 millisecond delay filter on the pitch axis. I do not know why. That is not the flight control system, which, by the way, is mostly turned off at the moment, because I haven't started it yet or reset the circuits. This is not the flight control system. This is happening between your inputs and the module. I found this pretty late. As far as I know, it was reported, but I don't know why it does this. And it does affect the way the aircraft flies a bit. It makes it feel a bit weird in pitch. I don't know if they intentionally put this damper on to try and unfuck something with the flight model. Like maybe the aircraft was too twitchy or something and they're like, fuck it, just put a filter on the controls, we'll deal with it later. Or if this is just a bug, I don't know. But it exists. It's only in pitch, so pull full right, release. That's fine. It's only in pitch. And the C101 doesn't do this, so it's not an Aegis thing. It's a Mirage F1 thing. Other issues, the bind for the radar modes, and the Red Kite covered this one in his video, but the bind for the radar range. Any of these switches that have multiple positions, or rotaries that have multiple positions, don't work for the keybinds at the moment. They go from minimum value to maximum value, nothing in between. So hopefully that gets fixed soon. There's also a bunch of binds you don't actually need, like the trigger unfold, the gun safety, all of that. Like, there's binds for that, and I initially thought you'd need them, so I bound them up. You don't need them. So you don't need to worry about those. Last time I played KSP, there were no rotorcraft, without just misusing the default parts, so I'm going absolutely ham. Oof. I don't think I've ever built a working helicopter in KSP. I should try that sometime. I need to get back into that game. There's so many games I need to get back into, god damn it. I don't remember, is this seat automatically armed? It's got a remove before flight tag on it, so I guess not. I don't want to pull on that, but... Oh, you know what? Aha! Oh, that is... Okay. That's interesting. Got to detag the seat. Alright. So, we got all that running. Well, we come over here. Arthur's on. Stick's connected. Those are on, but it's still giving me... Those are the servo motors. Left one's pitch, and then this is, I think is it pitch, or is it pitch and yaw? I think it might be pitch and yaw. And then one of them's roll. I forget which is which. Anyway, those need to be reset, because they're still displaying as off. So we come over here, and we press the servo button, those lights go out. Then we come over here, we got this, yeah. That's your warning lamps. Turn all of that on. Go ahead and get that set up. If it will... Hello? Why is that still flagged? I think we might have a new bug. Unless it's... I don't think it's supposed to do this. And it was working fine last time I used it, so... Might have a new one that crept in. Oh no, there we go. Never mind me, I'm done. I just didn't wait long enough. We're gonna drop the flaps out. Autopilot test doesn't seem to do anything on the ground. I wonder if I hold that. No, it still doesn't do anything. So Nozzle Steering, we'll pop that in, because we're going to need high gain once we start moving. That's all good, we don't need to fuck with any of that. The IFF's not modeled, but just for the sake of my fucking immersions, we're going to come down here. And... 1, 3... Can I get a mic check? 3, 3, 0, 3... There we go. I can hear you. Sandbox code! Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, that's all set up. I think that should be more or less everything we need at the moment. Come over here, and I forget if you can actually lower the canopy part way like you can in the Mirage 2000 with this module. Unlike the Mirage 2000, obviously, it doesn't have the cool flippy canopy physics, but I think there is a... Yeah, that's how. I just misclicked. Anyway, we're going to leave it closed because we'll take off shortly. So loadout, 2 9Js and then a single 530 EM. We're going to need to get rid of the brake. CTH isn't on yet. Why is the CTH not on yet? It's a switch down here, I think. That one. Yes. We had a very lively discussion in Enigma's Discord last night about whether this is a HUD or not. I stand by my assertion it is in fact a HUD. It is to keep your heads up. It displays multiple types of information on a single combiner glass. I don't care that it's fucking electromechanical and analog, it's a HUD. It's not a gun sight because it has a single pipper. Like, it has one gun sight function. Every other function is flight information. It is a fucking HUD. Fuck you, Egg. Fuck you, Honza. I'm right. It's a HUD. And actually, in French, it is called collimateur tête haute. Heads up collimator, which is like one word off heads up fucking display. So, you know, kiss my ass. Combiner glass is an interceptor. It intercepts the fucking photons. You're right. How's F1 life? It's pretty reasonable. Pretty reasonable. Incidentally, just to cover my own ass here, I was making predictions about this thing a couple weeks before I ever got my hands on it, just so I don't get wagsed, I did not, I didn't say anything that wasn't public knowledge. And I had to intentionally play stupid on a few things, just to make sure people didn't pick up, like, what was actually going on. Where's the end of the runway at this airbase? Fucking Syrian airbases have such weird layouts. That's the runway there, isn't it? Yeah, whatever. We're down the other end. Actually, wait, no. That's the fucking runway. What the fuck? We'll go down the far end anyway. It's more than just a optical sight system, though, Dave. So I think the gun sight on this is just purely a gyro sight with 2 fixed ranges when it's, you know, not in radar mode. But you also have a compass, which in combat modes turns into a range readout. You've got this. I'm not sure if that's... that might be altitude, actually. I think that is altitude. And then you've got your pitch ladder. You've got the artificial horizon. You've got this little... the orange dot turns into your flight path vector in landing, like in approach mode. It actually turns into a target marker when you're in combat. You got somebody locked, that will jump to your radar lock to show where they are on the HUD. It is very much a HUD. It's electromechanical instead of, you know, it's not even digital on a lot of aircraft. It's not displayed on a CRT, but it is a HUD. And then you've got your little markers down here, which will show you what weapons you got loaded or selected. So you'll get weapon selection lights, you'll get weapon ready lights, weapon in zone lights, like weapon inside arm in sort of break off lights. Like, you get so much information on this thing. It is a HUD. I will stand by that forever. It is literally a fucking heads-up display. And obviously Dassault agreed, because it is called the collimateur tête haute. CRT's a propeller. It propels the photons. It propels the photons, which are then intercepted by the HUD. By the combiner glass. Mr. Warning Light, by the way, it's kind of hidden. Oh yeah, sec. I forget what you have to do to turn that one out to... Oh no, I remember. You gotta fucking... reset the alternators. So, a lot of people were kind of on the hopium that we would be able to carry 4 IR missiles on the wings with this. Turns out that was an experimental modification the Spanish never actually put in service, so 2 only. Which I kind of, I mean, obviously I knew, but I kind of suspected for the sake of not giving it away, having looked at plenty of photos of Spanish F-1CEs, I couldn't find any that only had, or that had the 4 missiles. They all only had 2, except for I think 2 airframes in the 90s scheme, the grey scheme. Well, you know what I mean, like the Sidewinders and Magics. So I already know how this thing flies. It's quite spirited. It's very twitchy. Like, really twitchy. I was surprised that sustained turn rate isn't actually that good. It turns out that if this flight model's accurate, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, then the War Thunder guys posting about 16 or 18 degrees a second sustained turn capability were on some strong fucking hopium, because this thing will do about 12, 13, depending. Like, it's exactly what I was telling people, and that's why I was worried I was going to get wagged for suspected leaking, even though I'd been saying this for weeks before I got my hands on it. It's about halfway between a MiG-21 and F-5. Like, it has all the bad handling habits of the MiG-21 combined with all the lack of thrust of the F-5. Really, the main thing with this is it has a better radar than either of them. It's still shit, but it's better. And also, it has, you know, the 530, so it has nominally BVR capability at high altitude. Acceleration seems slow. It's not real fast, no. It's faster than the Soviet sort of identification guide handbook tells, which is the only source I've actually seen for acceleration numbers, because, you know, good luck getting the actual performance manual. So it's faster than that, significantly, but it's still pretty slow. Especially loaded. When it's clean, it's not too bad, but when it's loaded, it's not. Going some turns with the Mirage. After one turn, they couldn't regain energy. Not fast. Yeah, exactly. It has all the same pitfalls as the F-5 and the 21 put together. I've been telling people this for fucking weeks. Like, curb your fucking expectations, because it's going to be good. Like, it's a fun plane to fly. I really like it. But it's not gonna have amazing performance. I've been telling people for weeks, and, you know, some of them listened, some of them were getting into the hopium about, oh, it's, you know, this thing's gonna wipe the floor, oh, the poor MiG-21's not gonna have a chance, it needs to be locked behind points on Enigma server, it's gonna, when the MiG-23 comes, maybe then, finally, the Mirage might have a challenge. Like, the MiG-23 is gonna fucking shit on this thing, dude. This thing's not gonna have a chance against the 23. Unless it gets to emerge, and even then it's questionable. Because this thing turns about as well as the 21, sustained. Well, a bit better. Between the 21 and the F-5, sustained. The MiG-23 outturns the fucking 21 sustained. Even the shitty MiG-23 variants. So, I would not get too carried away there. Very fast up high and mediocre speed on the deck? Yeah, it's not that fast on the deck. Which, to be perfectly honest with you, I didn't expect it to be that fast on the deck. I know some people were thinking it would be like Vigan levels of speed. I don't know where they got that idea. Like I said, like a lot of people have been on the hopium, and I don't know where they're getting these ideas from, because they're just detached from reality, shall we say. Before we actually taxi onto the runway, let me just check what fucking radio channel I'm on. Oh, no fucking wonder. By the way, SPO at home, the French version. Mode switch doesn't do anything yet, I guess. Okay, let me figure out. My radio's on the left here, isn't it? Yeah, 127.5. Wait. Interesting. SRS doesn't see this radio. Oh, because I haven't updated SRS yet. Haha. Haha. Oops. That might have been a smart idea, huh? Of course it's not going to recognize the module, because I didn't fucking update it. Okay, well, never mind. We can use the... I am so smart. We'll just manually set it in the SRS overlay. Whoopsie daisies. 26 point... Why the fuck is it set to that frequency? 26.0. Okay, that one's got 5 people on it. Let's go to 132. Oh my god, there's 8 on that one. Fuck that, we'll go back to 126. There we go. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 15. Shit, this is in miles.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 15 nautical miles.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 8. So used to kilometers on road. And he wasn't listening. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 8 miles.
Circus 1-4, Overlord.
Kind of blocking the taxiway here, to be honest. Just catch up on chat a bit. Some fucking smooth brain on Hoggett said a couple days ago this would be better than the MiG-21 in every way. Oh yeah, I saw that. Hoggett's been... It's Hoggett, dude. They're not very smart over there. How do you define the F1 a strike fighter? This, an interceptor, oddly enough. The CE was an interceptor. Well, the C series in general. Then you had the CR reconnaissance modification. The A series were strike fighters. So the F1A, Z, stuff like that. They had air-to-ground radars, like ranging radars. They were strike fighters. But the F1C series were interceptors in French parlance. So the way the French did interception was a bit different to the way the Soviets and the Americans did. For the Soviets and the Americans, interceptor implied a very large aircraft that integrated closely with a very sophisticated air-to-ground, ground base. Sorry, not awake yet. Very sophisticated ground-based GCI system. Sage for the Americans, Vozdukh for the Soviets. For the French, that was not the case. The French interceptors were more like your typical sort of fighters. They had rudimentary data link capabilities, I believe, but they were nothing like what the Soviets and the Americans used. So the Mirage 2000C is also technically an air defense interceptor. The C is for chasseur, pursuit, or like, you know, pursuit fighter, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, that's what the CE is. It's an interceptor. But it can still dogfight, because there's no reason an interceptor can't maneuver, right? That's part of the whole myth, that it has to have this and this attribute to be an interceptor, which makes no sense. Before I forget. Hey Dub, good to see you, man. We are in the brand spanking new Mirage F1. Just make sure I'm not going to crash into anyone. Is my landing light out? Nope. Good, because we don't need it. The Mirages until the, well, even the 2000, but Mirages are underpowered in general because Snecma couldn't figure out how to get more power out of their engines, really. Which is not surprising, considering their engines were based on the fucking Messerschmitt 262's engine. I need to turn the high gain off before I do my takeoff run next time. Nozzle steering on this is extremely, extremely sensitive. It's like the F-5 or the F-16. The aircraft is also extremely sensitive in pitch. In general. I do like the AOA indexer and the accelerometer being right next to the HUD. I would prefer that the countermeasures control box be somewhere else, though. Sounds, I think, are the weakest aspect of this module. Like the afterburner, for instance, is very trebly, like there's no bass to it. You would feel it more than you would hear it in the real aircraft, so I'm not sure why it's like that. It's kind of like that externally as well. It's hard to tell the sound of a compressor stall from the sound of just the aircraft being in buffet. So there's a few things that could be improved with sounds. Set it to 15 miles and narrow scan. The radar's not very good, so I'm not really going to get too carried away using it. I probably also just need practice with it, but I found that the independent search capabilities of this radar are essentially zero. It's really not good. The way it works for elevation setting is very strange, very arcane. Two, unless you count the 530s, yeah.
15, 1000, flag northeast, Sabre.
Compass is tiny. 104. Oh, I forgot to set the other compass down there. Shit. I forgot to set up the... Oh, that's a range scale, sorry. I'm dumb, because I'm in combat mode, right? I forgot to set up my nav systems in general. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope. I'm gonna get my ass kicked here. That's why you actually prepare your aircraft for combat.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw. 103. 8. 7000. Flying southwest. Fast. Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Overlord. Raw. 103. 8. 7000. Flying southwest. Fast. Tiger 2.
Pardon me. 7000.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 109. 6000. Tiger 2.
Overlord. Banana 2-1. Bogido.
Banana 2-1. Overlord. Bra. 142. 20. 900. Beam southwest. Begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra. 075. 12. 4000. Drag southeast. Saber.
F-5 ripped himself. Oh, man. I forgot to uncage my fucking HSI. That's what's going on there. The caution we're getting is because I just deployed the combat flaps, so that will constantly go off with the combat flaps out as they're out of position. Same with the warning on the annunciator panel down there. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope. Did they fix the fucking declare option?
Circus 1-4. Threat.
No.
Bra. 067. 8. 5000. Hot. Saber. Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra. 066. 8. 5000. Hot. Saber.
Fuck.
Overlord. Banana 2-1. Bogido.
Lost him.
Banana 2-1. Overlord. Bra. 187. 32. 1200.
I struggle with situational awareness with this radar.
Circus 1-4. Merged. 085.
I kind of don't like the way it works. I much prefer the way the 21 and the F-5 radar switch to, I think it's a C-scope when you lock somebody. Makes it easier. Like, this thing does have the intercept queue on the HUD, which is quite cool. It's just, I find that harder to read under stress. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope. Doesn't have an IFF interrogator, but you can figure out using Overlord or AWACS calls what the thing in front of you is. Whoever that was is supersonic. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
Circus 1-4. Overlord. Bra. 094. 4. 7000. Hot. Saber.
Overlord. Banana 2-1.
Let's just head north.
Banana 2-1. Overlord.
Disengage and we'll come back.
22. 800. Drag west. Begin.
Yeah, it does have one, but it's really awkward. Like, the controls for this thing are abysmally awkward. The ergonomics are horrible. But I probably should be using that.
Threat. Bra. 041. 8. 3000. Hot. Begin. Circus 1-4. Merged. 038. 3000. Begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope.
Banana 2-1. Threat.
see what this is.
900. Hot. Fast. Tiger 2.
Lost
Circus
him.
14. Overlord. Raw.
It's probably a friendly.
077. 17. 3000. Flag northwest. Fast. Tiger 2. Banana 2-1. Merged. 154. 900. Tiger 2.
I am very tumbleweed right now. So what we're going to do, because we don't have IFF, well, not a transponder, is we can just lock people and use the little fucking lockbox queue to figure out what they are by getting close to them. Radar's really struggling to pick this guy up. If we go to short pulse, it might help, but I doubt it. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Okie doke. This is what I meant about the radar. It's kind of clunky and
Overlord. Raw. 188. 22. 8000. Hot.
way behind us.
3-ship Tiger 2.
3-ship? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to get some altitude. By the way, my radar's still in fucking standby. This is what I mean. Like, it shouldn't be able to function in standby. We're going to get some altitude here. And we're going to, fucking see if I can unfuck my HSI. Because the whiskey compass is not really sufficient for when I'm in combat. And at the same time, my HUD is in range scale mode when I'm in combat, so... So we should be heading more or less directly east at the moment. Like, 100-ish. Yeah, there we go. I just had to move that. $220. Hey, Breeze. So yeah, like a lot of people thought this thing was going to be making long-range look-down, shoot-down shots, especially once it gets to 530F. Like, nah, bro. Nah. That ain't happening. This radar is really not that good. I'm going to go to differential altitude, and I want to go minus... was it 9-ish? Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Raw. 225. 16. 7000. Beam southeast. 3-ship Tiger 2.
Okay. This aircraft, by the way, is like the Tom... well, it's even worse than the Tomcat in this regard. The horizon line does not account for angle of attack. So, like, the marker isn't a flight path vector, it's the aircraft datum line, the water line. So you have to actually mentally add or subtract your angle of attack from the fucking horizon line.
Threat. Raw. 243. 8. 7000. Beam north. Saber. 2-ship Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw. 175. 8. 5000. Hot. Fast. 3-ship Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw. 220. 8. 8000. Flag north. Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Merged. 155. 5000. Tiger 2. Circus 1-4. Merged. 154. 5000. Tiger 2.
I gotta bind something to the close combat mode. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Sockets 1-4.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Forgot to turn the countermeasures on too,
Overlord.
I think.
Raw. 323. 3. 6000. Drag west. 2-ship Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Sockets 1-4.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 2658, 9000, beam south, fast, 2-ship Tiger 2.
Shit, I saw orange for a second there. My radar's having a bit of a struggle. Nope. Yeah, I told people this radar was gonna suck. The way you control it's so janky. It's like everything bad about the fucking Soviet radars, but worse. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Gloriously awful.
Bra, 245, 12, 9000, flag northeast, Saber, Warthog. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 240, 8000, flag northeast, Warthog. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 1888, 6000, flag north, fast, begin. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 227, 8000, flag north, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Merged, 183, 7000, begin. Break, Circus 1-4, merged.
Bro, I don't fucking care.
Saber. Break, Circus 1-4, merged, 235, 7000, Tiger 2.
Oh, shit.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 154, 2, 7000, flag north, Tiger 2, begin.
I can't make it out. F-5.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 181, 8, 7000, hot, fast, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 184,
Miss,
7000,
ran out of
Tiger
energy.
2.
Oh, that's a fucking F1, shit! Okay, I'm glad I missed. Okay, well, we learned something. F1s look a lot like F5s from a distance. This is gonna be a fucking disaster on this server.
Overlord, Sword 1-2, request bogey dope.
Sword 1-2, Overlord, Bra, 131, 24, 8,000.
I mean, once you get close, it's obvious, but from that distance, it's a bit sketch. What's this? Like zero situational awareness. You don't get the intercept markers when you're in this mode for the radar, so it's hard to steer onto people. You can see the RWR down there doing its absolute best to be even more of a useless noise generator than the SPO. I'm sure it'll, you know, with time I'll be able to figure out what it's telling me, but not at the moment.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord, copy, warning 10 nautical miles. Overlord, Nuke
I'm getting low on fuel as well.
Overlord, Sword 1-2, request bogey dope.
Oh, it's Zach.
Sword 1-2, Overlord. Bra, 143, 16, 6000, drag southwest, fast, Tiger 2.
144.
Nuke 1-3, bogey dove.
Oh shit.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord. Bra, 197, 29, 7000, flag northeast, Tiger 2.
Lost him. That's the sun. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey dope. We're gonna have to RTB pretty soon. Somebody just shot.
1-4, Overlord. Bra, 104, 3, 8000, direct southeast, Tiger 2.
Shit, I lost sight of him.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 107, 8, 13,000, flag northwest, Tiger 2.
Fuck me.
Overlord. Sword 1-2, request bogey dove.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 175, 8, 4000, hot, begin. Nuke 1-3, threat, Bra, 178, 10, 6000, flag northeast, Tiger 2.
I'm gonna go home. I've overstayed my welcome and I have no situational awareness. We're gonna get the fuck out of here. Rearm and come back.
Overlord. Sword 1-2, request bogey dove.
Sword 1-2, Overlord, Bra, 254, 4, 12,000, beam northwest, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 118, 8, 16,000, hot, Tiger 2.
It's interesting seeing that the F5s are up fairly high compared to normal. Interesting.
Overlord. Nuke 1-3, bogey dove.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord, Bra, 086, 4, 4000, drag east, Tiger 2. Nuke 1-3, threat, Bra, 185, 10, 3000, beam northwest, fast, Tiger 2.
Hope that was friendly. Merge with everything anyway. Blue doesn't have a clue right now with their Overlord and no GCI. I mean, that's their typical state, to be honest, but... Problem is, on my end, I'm having trouble actually seeing things. So I just woke up, my eyes are still a bit... Ooh. Still not fully adjusted to the new lenses. So my eyes keep trying to focus on the frames instead of what I'm actually looking at, because, you know, new glasses. How does the RWR work on this thing? Badly. Like an SPO10. It's very similar. Except, it doesn't seem to give you signal strength based on visual strobing, but audio strobing, which is even more useless, because I can't tell which direction it's coming from. Because I've got radar emitters all around me.
Overlord. Sword 1-2, set tripwire, 10 kilometers.
Nick Gray is Cold War pilled? Really? Based?
Sword 1-2, Overlord, copy.
That is some good
22
news.
nautical miles.
Yeah, this is the F1. I need to find my airbase, because I am a bit low on the fuel. Which means I'm heading the wrong direction. I need to be
Sword
going
1-2, threat, Bra,
west.
289, 10, 7000.
Spawn to my
south,
Cold War video?
Tiger 2.
Oh, nice. What do you say?
Sword 1-2, threat, Bra,
What are your thoughts on the
278,
module?
10, 6000.
I like it. It's gloriously janky. It's not the amazing superplane that a lot of Hoggett thought it would be, because, you know, they were deluding themselves from the start. I always said that they were going to be disappointed by its actual performance. However, as a module, it's pretty fun. Magic one, I think. It was on the wrong frequency, but whatever.
Break, break, break. Sword 1-2. Merged. 300. 5000. Tiger 2. Break, break, break.
It has
Sword
some
1-2.
issues
Merged.
which will hopefully be corrected with further development.
7000. Tiger 2.
It could use some better optimization, I'll say that. But yeah, like, it's fun to fly. It's got some incredibly janky systems that are a lot of fun to use. It's very, tumbled my gyro. My backup ADI's fucking tumbled. Little details. Little details. I like it. Put the radar back to standby. This is a bug. It shouldn't be radiating in standby mode, but whatever. Not a big deal. 530 IR should be limited all aspect, although I think at the moment it's acting as a rear aspect. I don't think it's actually working the way it should be. Okay, I kind of know where I am. Should be some friendly air bases that way, but my home airbase should be just over this ridgeline. And somebody just got fucked back there. It's annoying, the F1 can't be seen by AI AWACS, really? Really? That's a weird bug. It's yelling at me about the combat flaps. Thanks for all the follows today, by the way, guys. I'm gonna have trouble keeping up with my alerts because my phone is at an even more awkward angle than usual to read, but appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Oh, yeah, it's probably because Overlord hasn't been updated yet. Like, Overlord won't know what to call them, I guess, if that makes sense.
Quality, hey guys.
Hey Cracks, cheers for the resub. Good to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. I nearly 530'd another F1 because it looked like an F5 from a distance. It's gonna be interesting using this thing. Does it have any form of autopilot? Sure does. Similar to the Mirage 2000, but you have to hold the autopilot disconnect lever for some reason, and when you actually enable it. And it's not quite as good as the... like, it doesn't do the Mirage 2000 thing where you can fly it off the trim hat. I'm trying to remember how to disconnect it with the... that. There we go. We're very low on fuel, but we should also be pretty close to the airbase. There it is. We're gonna throttle back a bit, dump the air brakes out. We'll start putting the power back on a little. Notice, by the way, when your countermeasures counter goes below 0, it starts winding back from 100. That's quite a neat feature. I really like this, like the little details in it. Okay, we got one stage of flap out already, because combat flaps, we're going to dump the full flaps and the gear. Here's what. It's a retard overrun. It's for the, it's like a delay. I think that's a delay after you release a trigger for the HUD camera. But we can use it as a number of times I nearly shoot down a friendly. I can't speak for anyone else, but my situational awareness in this is, like, absolutely zero, so I'm pretty much a free kill at the moment. I guess it kind of balances out.
Overload 811. Move it up.
She doesn't want to bleed speed. I don't want to come too far back on the power though, because the engine spool up is so bad.
Overlord, Sword 1-2, request bogey dope.
Sword 1-2, Overlord, Bra, 1044, 8000, beam south, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Nuke 1-3, set tripwire 10 miles.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord, copy, warning 10 nautical miles.
Overlord, Sword
Not sure if my
1-2,
chute
set
deployed.
tripwire 10 miles.
Break, Sword 1-2, merged, 112, 9000, Tiger 2.
Not that we really needed it.
Sword 1-2, Overlord, copy, warning 10 nautical miles. Sword 1-2, threat, Bra, 151, 9, 5000, drag south, Tiger 2. Sword 1-2,
Let me just
threat, Bra,
to check.
126, 10,
Did it
8000,
deploy? No, it didn't.
hot,
Interesting. I don't know why it didn't. Because it should be bound. Let me just double check. Oh, no, I know why.
3, bogey dope.
Not select roll.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord, Bra, 131, 14, 6000.
I know why. Because I didn't
drag
import my
southeast,
keyboard
fast,
commands.
Tiger 2. Sword 1-2, threat, Bra, 136, 10, 8000.
No, external views are off, but if you hit Control F11, it'll go to the free camera and it's position locked. So when you're kind of rolling out on the runway, you can hit Control F11 and check your chute.
4000, Tiger 2.
I don't usually do it, it's just because I
Sword 1-2,
didn't think it
threat,
deployed there,
Bra,
and it didn't.
141, 10,
Because
8000,
I
hot,
forgot
Tiger 2.
to rebind my chute
Nuke 1-3,
release,
threat,
because it's on
Bra,
keyboard.
124, 10, 5000, beam northeast, Tiger 2.
I might bind it on
Sword
my,
1-2, merged, 151, 8000, Tiger 2.
might bind it on here as well.
Sword 1-2, merged, 152, 7000, 2-ship Tiger 2. Nuke 1-3, threat, Bra, 122, 10, 4000, hot, fast, Tiger 2. Sword 1-2, merged, 148, 8000, Tiger 2.
Let's take a full load of
Nuke 1-3,
flares.
merged, 113, 6000, Tiger 2. Nuke 1-3, merged, 099, 6000, Tiger 2. Nuke 1-3, threat, Bra, 138, 10, 7000.
It should recognize it.
Nuke 1-3, threat, Bra, 143, 10.
Like,
6000,
you'll have to set up all the
Tiger 2.
different control mappings yourself. It won't do it automatically for an X50, X56 or X55 or whatever. You'll have to go through and set everything up manually, but it should detect it. If it doesn't detect it, there might be an issue with the
Nuke 1-3,
stick.
Overlord, Bra, 342,
Isn't the Su-57 one of the things they built once for an airshow and let rot? No. Su-57's the, their new, like, stealth fighter. It's a 5th gen. It's low observable. I wouldn't say it's full stealth, though, because they intentionally compromised on a few things. Just because they have different requirements in the US, especially now, because they're not going to be able to build them without parts, but... No, you're thinking of the Su-47, the Berkut, which was a technology demonstrator and kind of a flying testbed. It's just sitting at Zhukovsky. I think it hasn't flown for years. Said, dear sir, many thanks for the excellent analysis, professional and concise. Kind regards.
8,000. Hot. Fast.
Jank's good, yeah. Jank is more fun. Magic one's rear aspect only. In-game, it acts as a limited all aspect. Unless they edited it. But it's, like, people were testing the missiles on the MiG-21 by lure editing, that the 21 could carry them, and the Magic one is modeled as limited all aspect.
006, 3, 5,000, drag northeast, Tiger 2.
Pull the ejection safety pin? Yeah, I did. Play Pong on this thing? You just about have to actually lock somebody. Haven't even took off till now. Enjoy your flight from alert. Cheers, Ilush. Enjoy your flight. Let's see. Is it hard to slow down a bit? Yeah.
Overload Spartan 1-1, set true Poya 10.
Spartan 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 10
You have to set it manually, Bandit. You can't, like, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to set it manually. I know it's a pain in the ass and it takes a while, but trust me, after you play DCS for long enough, you will wish other sims did that and let you set everything manually for each individual aircraft. It's so much better than having it automatic or like one control bind for everything in the game. Like, it's a pain, but it's so much better. Does the clutter? No, the clutter's just a baked-in texture, I think. I haven't noticed any change in the clutter. It seems like it's cycling between a couple textures. I think the radar visuals are probably one of the weakest aspects of the module. The sounds, the radar visuals, the optimization, I think. The flight model's okay. I found a few ways to break it, but it's generally not bad. That weird control lag thing, so again, for those who weren't here at the start of the stream, I'm pulling my stick right back. I'm going to release it now. See that? Stick fully back, release now. It has this weird delay filter. I'm literally going from max, like from max back to max forward here as quickly as I can without breaking anything. And look, it's barely moving. It's got some fucked up delay filter happening between the stick and the module. It's not one of the aircraft's own control systems. I've checked that. I turned everything off and cut the circuit breakers. It is between the stick and the module. The C101 doesn't have this, so it's not like Air just don't know how to set this up. I just don't know why they've done this on the F1. It might not even be deliberate. So that's one thing I found with flying it, is it controls kind of weirdly. But otherwise, it feels alright. The flight model doesn't feel outlandish in most respects. It looks alright. It could look better, but I'm not going to complain. It's good enough. The sounds are weak. The radar visuals are kind of weak still. This reminds me of a War Thunder radar. I mean that in the kindest possible way. It reminds me of a War Thunder radar. Just like the lines are too solid and clearly defined, if that makes sense. The noise doesn't really directly follow the sweep.
068, 15, 9,000, beam northwest, begin.
There's a video of a Serrano 4 in operation in an F1, and it is much noisier. It's very, very analog looking. This doesn't really do it justice. Hopefully they can improve that in the future. We should be fully refueled and rearmed now, so we'll get taxiing and then roll out. And I think it looks like other people are using the other end of the runway, so we'll go left this time and take off from down there. Well, allegedly, Jay Nelson, we were doing some reading. Oh, you got to manually reset your countermeasures. We were doing some reading on,
Overlord, Bra, 144, 25, 10,000, drag southeast, Tiger 2.
It's a reset? There we go. We're doing some reading on Enigma's Discord, and, apparently the initial release of the MTI for the Serrano 4 was shit. It didn't work. It was like the alleged pulse Doppler for the F8E, that Magnavox insisted would be a thing, and it wasn't. So apparently the first time they attempted MTI on the radar, it just didn't work. The pilots reported it was completely unusable. Like there was 0 instances of it ever actually finding a target at low altitude. So this has a second upgrade, Date P it's called, which I'm not going to even try and remember what it's an abbreviation for. It's a French abbreviation. But essentially it's MTI-2, Look Down Boogaloo, and supposedly that kind of sort of worked, but not very well. It's already a grey cockpit mod out for this, yeah. It's interesting because some of the older screenshots for the module show the cockpit reflecting light much better, but they made it really dark, like really late in development, so... They'll probably change it back themselves at some point, because it is too dark. Like, this is one of the issues with DCS, the way the global illumination's set up. You may notice the MiG-19 cockpit appears kind of bright, almost. It's because Oberstratos deliberately set it brighter with global illumination so that it wouldn't be like this, because the MiG-19 has, you know, a black instrument panel and everything. So, you can intentionally cheese the GI value a little higher, just so it's not quite so gloomy. But yeah, I think this one needs some adjustment.
Sword 1-2, Overlord, Bra, 146, 21, 10,000, drag southeast, fast, 2-ship Tiger 2. Spartan 1-1, threat, Bra, 101, 10, 8,000, beam southwest, fast, 3-ship Tiger 2.
Oh. No, that's not what I wanted to do.
Spartan 1-1, threat, Bra, 108, 10, 6,000, flank southwest, Tiger 2.
Given all those things for release, what you give it out of 10? Oh, like, maybe 7 or 8. There's a lot of little things that really, I don't know how they didn't fix them before it released, like the binds for the radar range and the radar modes jumping between max and min values. I don't know why that hasn't been fixed yet. I really don't understand it. That's why we look before we pull onto the runway. Ooh. Hope it's got a strong suspension.
Spartan 1-1, threat, Bra, 129, 10, 6,000, beam north, Tiger 2.
Banger of a landing. Absolutely.
Threat, Bra, 150, 10, 6,000, hot, fast, 3-ship Tiger 2. Spartan 1-1, threat, Bra, 193, 10, 9,000, hot, Tiger 2. Spartan 1-1, merged, 178, 6,000.
Surprised it doesn't have IFF. I'm not. IFF transponders were relatively uncommon in this period. Even the US was only slowly starting to integrate them. Remember, this is like an early to mid-70s aircraft, and this is an export version of it. So, don't be too surprised about the IFF thing, to be honest. Yeah, it has a transponder. Pretty much everything has a transponder, it just doesn't have an interrogator.
Sword 1-2, merged, 036, 9,000, Tiger 2.
Gotta remember I'm in 15-mile mode, so... I kept thinking I was in 7 for some reason. Dude, I nearly team killed earlier with a 530. My single shot so far in this thing, in PvP, was nearly a team kill. Because I couldn't visually tell him apart from an F-5 until I got real close. Like, I can only imagine the people who already can't tell MiG-21s from F-5s are going to be team killing like there's no tomorrow in this thing. It's going to be ridiculous.
Biscuit 1-1, there you do.
Biscuit 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 166, 42, 3000, beam west, Warthog.
Yeah, it's kind of funny actually, because over Vietnam, the Navy were the first ones to widely roll out interrogators with the gain time system. The Air Force only caught up later with Combat Tree. But over Iraq, during Operation Desert Storm and then Northern and Southern Watch, the Air Force was ahead, because they had the F-15 now with its, you know, much better system. And the Navy were the ones who were heavily restricted in what shots they could take, because especially the Tomcat had such an outdated system. You know, they were pretty much relegated to guarding the AWACS and doing lasing for bombs. Just because the risk was so high that they'd shoot at something friendly or a civilian or something, because their system was so outdated.
Banana 2-1, threat, Raw, 126, 18, 1600, beam northeast, fast, begin. Sword 1-2, merged, 117, 3000, Tiger 2.
Yeah, exactly. And every time that contact drops or you go to STT and then back, you have to fucking re-flag it every single time. Yeah. My, that Su-15 mission I set up, because I was sitting in the back seat a lot of the time while I was working on it, just so I could let Iceman fly the waypoints while I kind of worked the radar. I learned a few things about how the Tomcat works. It's quite interesting.
Threat, Raw, 110, 18, 1600, flag northwest, Tiger 2.
I have no idea what this is.
Banana 2-1, merged, 089, 3900, begin.
The intercept queue seems a little
Banana
unreliable.
2-1,
That'll be a friendly.
109, 1900, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 137, 9, 6000, flank north, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, Raw, 132, 8, 7000, beam northeast, Tiger 2.
If this is above me, that's not going to be him. Hang on.
Circus 1-4, merged, 111, 7000, Tiger 2.
It's an F-5.
Banana 2-1, threat, Raw, 202, 12, 2200, hot, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 203,
Boom.
7000, Tiger 2. Sword 1-2, merged, 297, 7000, Tiger 2.
That's Zach, I think. That other
Sword
F1.
1-2, threat, Raw, 268, 10, 5000, flag northeast, begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 295, 9, 6000, flag northeast. Begin.
God, you go through the countermeasures
Circus
fast.
1-4, threat, raw, 299, 6000, flag east. Begin.
Sam.
Magic.
He's way below me as well.
Request, bogeyed out.
Banana 2-1, threat, raw, 211, 18, 2100, hot. Begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Raw, 137, 10, 5000, flag north, fast, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 353, 4, 15,000, drag northeast, begin. Banana 2-1, merged, 207, 4700, begin.
Two 7-4.
Sword 1-2,
Really?
merged, 081, 5000, Tiger 2.
Overload Spartan 1-1, set trooper 10.
Circus 1-4, threat, raw, 286, 8, 4000, flag northeast, fast, begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4,
Spartan
bogey dope.
1-1, Overlord, copy.
Good time for a
110
voice
nautical
crack.
miles. Sword 1-2, threat, raw, 228, 10, 6000, hot, fast, Tiger 2. Break, 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 Circus 1-4, merged, 320, 5000, begin. Circus 1X, Overlord. I
Overlord,
could not
Circus
fully recognize
1-4,
your call
bogey dope.
sign. Circus 1-4, Overlord, raw, 092, 4, 5000, drag east, fast, begin. Sword 1-2, merged, 260,
Can't grab
6000,
him.
Tiger 2.
I can see him, but I can't grab him.
Banana 2-1, threat, raw, 315, 18, 1900, flag southeast, fast, begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Might as well come out of
Circus
burner.
1-4,
Not gonna catch him.
Overlord, raw, 116, 7, 9000, drag southeast, fast, begin.
Somebody there.
Banana 2-1, merged, 357, 2900, begin.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, raw, 161, 8, 16,000, drag southwest, fast, begin.
Overlord, Nuke 1-3, bogeyed out.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord, raw, 224, 25, 4000, hot, Warthog.
That is. She's a handful. Oh, we just got boomed. Probably friendly. Two ship.
Overload Spartan 1-1, bogeyed out.
Might be friendly, not sure.
Spartan 1-1, Overlord.
Race that so I get my intercept
232,
here.
19, 3000, hot, Warthog.
164. 15 miles. 7,000 northeast. Right there.
Overload Sword 1-2, request
I
bogeyed out.
reckon. No, he's low.
Sword 1-2, Overlord.
DCS,
Raw,
please.
129, 8, 4000, beam southwest, Tiger 2. Nuke 1-3, threat. Bra, 233,
Probably another F1.
10, 3000, flank southeast, Warthog.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
1-1, threat. Bra, 234, 10, 3000, hot, Warthog. Circus 1-4, Overlord. Bra, 168, 10, 4000, drag southeast, Tiger 2. Nuke 1-3, merged, 234, 4000, Warthog. Circus 1-4,
It's an F1, I think.
threat. Bra, 160, 8, 5000, beam northeast, Tiger 2.
It's an F1. They look so much like F5s until you get close to them.
215, 4000, Warthog.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Bra, 117, 4, 5000, beam southwest, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 123, 5000, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Nuke 1-3, bogey dope.
Whoop! We just took a hit.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord. Bra, 073, 3, 6000, drag east, Warthog.
That was another F1, I think. Because that was a radar warning.
Threat. Bra, 249.
I guess it could have been an F5 uncaging on. Oh, no, it's a SAM, I think.
Fast. Begin.
Jesus. When you take damage, wing pylons mysteriously appear. It
Circus
seems.
1-4,
That's a
merged,
bug. Oi,
270,
oi, oi.
5000, begin.
Get me out of here.
Overlord, Spartan 1-1, bogey dope.
Spartan 1-1.
Get me out of here.
Bra, 060, 11, 6000, beam southeast, Warthog.
We're on manual reversion for all the controls and everything. My air brake, for whatever reason, has deployed itself.
Circus 1-4, threat. Bra, 224, 8, 9000, hot, Tiger 2.
I'm getting some weird controls going on here. I mean, we are in manual reversion for all of the, or like electromechanical reversion, words are hard, for all the controls. Like all the fucking channels have gone out. We'll try a reset, but it's probably not going to work. So I've got to make sure I don't hit that fucking mountain in front of me. We'll wait until we're past the mountain. Servo reset button's in a really awkward place. It's not going to work because the actual system's damaged.
Overlord, Nuke 1-3, bogey dope.
There's your progressive failures. It's an Aegis module.
1-3, Overlord. Bra, 133, 15, 10,000,
One thing gets hit,
flank north.
and more systems will progressively fail. That's our FP, I'm not sure. I'm gonna come out of burner, just because I don't know if I got a fuel leak or not.
Spartan 1-1, threat. Bra, 145, 10, 9000, hot.
Get rid of that, because we aren't gonna be using it.
Nuke 1-3, threat. Bra, 110, 10, 9000, flank north. Begin.
Try and find my way back to, I don't know, René Mouad. So we want to hit the coast, but
Spartan 1-1, merged. 141, 9000.
we're gonna have a ways to go. Okay, so my spoilers still work. It's a Spanish jet export. So that countermeasure panel was just yoinked off the Americans. The original fittings are all in French, and then there's some additional placards that Spaniards put in. So like the engine relight parameters placard on the left there under the parachute lever is in Spanish. A bunch of the placards on the other parts of the cockpit are in Spanish as well. But then the original systems are all French. We have developed a nasty right roll here. We're probably not going to be able to lower the gear. The emergency system might work, but I don't know if I'm brave enough to try it. Which warning do you have? All of them. Fucking all of them, just about. I'm surprised the oil one hasn't come on. We've got both hide systems. Both hide systems, all of the fucking control damper channels.
Goblin 2-1, Overlord, copy, warning 15 nautical miles.
All of that. It ain't looking real hot. It's flyable, but barely. Like, I'll bring up the control input window so you can see what I'm doing here. Just to keep it kind of level. We're also slipping quite badly.
Spartan 1-1, Overlord, Ra.
I think we've popped out near Beirut, which is going to be bad for our health.
Tiger 2, Warthog.
How's its legs? Better than the 21. They're not bad. So in full burner on the deck, you get about 11 minutes of afterburner, just with internal fuel. And it gets massive external bags. Like, there's no reason on Enigmas or Alpine server where you're not flying that far to the front line. There's no reason to ever carry external tanks on this. It doesn't need them. Okay. René Muad should be over there, so we're pretty close to home at least.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord, Ra. 136.
Electrical pump failure? Oh joy.
Hot. Saber.
I don't know if we got rid of the 530. Whoops. Oh, fuck me. I don't want to try and belly land with that thing sitting under me. I'd rather get rid of the fucking... Oh, there we go. That got rid of the sidewinders.
Nuke 1-3, threat.
Just so we don't have any explosives sitting on the aircraft when we try and auger her in. We do actually have a fuel leak. And it's draining fuel in a weird sequence too. It's coming from the left tanks. Looking at the fuel system diagram, I think that this thing has a totalizer instead of a true gauge, but I could be wrong. So we're gonna expect that we're probably very low on fuel, even though it says we got plenty of it there. Oh, in fact, the fuel totalizer never reset properly, so yeah, we're, uh-oh.
Threat. Ra. 120.
See airfield.
10. 6,000. Beam northeast.
I don't think we're going to have an air brake. We probably, or it might be locked out, I'm not sure. Don't know if we're going to have flaps. Gear, I would not even bother with at this point, because one leg might not come down. But we want to keep a little bit of excess speed up, just to keep the engine windmilling, because that's probably the only reason we have hydraulics of any sort, or like mechanical controls of any sort.
Nuke 1-3, threat, Bra, 078, 10, 5,000, hot, fast, 2-ship Tiger 2.
Oh, this feels so sketchy.
10, 14,000, beam northeast, Tiger 2. Nuke 1-3, merged, 121, 6,000, Vigan. Nuke 1-3, threat, Bra, 102, 10, 11,000, hot, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Sword 1-2, request negative.
Sword 1-2, Overlord, Bra, 197, 32, 6,000,
Nuke 1-3,
flank north,
negative.
Vigan. Nuke 1-3, Overlord, Bra, 342, 1, 11,000, hot, Saber.
That was an experience. I like this. I like this a lot.
Goblin 2-1,
Oh man.
Overlord, Bra, 151, 91, 6,000.
Oh man.
Vigan.
That was something. I'm going to have to do this to get the external camera, because like I said, it's a fixed camera. We'll do this, and we'll go over here. And we'll control F11. That's a little too high. A little too close, a little too high. Let's put it like here, and let's zoom in 1 click. Still too high. Let's zoom in 2 clicks. Control F11, still too high. 1, 2, 3. Control F11. One more. Or 2 more, actually. F11. 76 meters. Is that? No, let's keep going down. Let's get a little closer and let's keep going down. So this is how you manipulate this external camera, by the way. A little high still. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. Move it a little closer. Control F11. 30 meters.
Overlord, Nuke 1-3, bogeyed out.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord.
Okay.
Bra, 0-3.
There we go. That's as close as we're gonna get, but
Northeast, Tiger 2.
yeah, that's us.
Nuke 1-3, threat. Bra, 078, 10, 3000. Hot. Tiger
It'd be
2.
interesting seeing what hit me. I'm pretty sure that might have been a team kill. But yeah, the aircraft is not happy with me. Oh, uh-oh, we got a bug.
Overlord, Goblin 2-1.
We got a bug. RWR still runs without electrical power.
Goblin 2-1.
Why do they hate external cam? Because they don't want people using it to look behind themselves. Or like see where missiles are and stuff.
Nuke 1-3, merged. 096, 4000, Tiger 2.
I wonder how many team kills are going on at the moment.
Bra, 138.
Oh, there's a team kill.
1000, flank north.
There's been a team kill there. Or a suicide.
Threat. Bra, 240.
There's a couple.
5000.
There's a couple.
Hot. Fast. Vegan.
How's Zach doing?
Overlord, Nuke 1-3,
Oh!
bogeyed
Oh! Screenshot this! Someone screenshot this! Look, look, look.
Nuke 1-3,
Fuck.
Overlord.
There we go.
Bra,
Zach.
252.
2?
5000. Hot.
7.
Tiger 2.
Make sure someone screenshots that.
Threat.
Next time his
Bra,
ego gets
147,
carried away,
10,
we'll hit him with that.
5000. Drag east. Tiger 2.
Tricker's doing well. Tricker's doing really well.
Merge.
9 for 9.
081. 6000. Tiger 2. Sword 1-2. Merge.
Alright,
082.
we're gonna have to grab a new
6000.
plane, because
Tiger
this
2.
one is slightly fucked.
Nuke 1-3. Merged. 248.
We'll just get the 9Js again. And a single 530. And hopefully this time I actually find someone I can fucking shoot at that isn't a teammate.
Copy. Rearming complete.
There's a... yeah, it's red stacked now, but there were a bunch of blues on earlier. When I joined, it was actually about equal, which is surprising. Especially on Syria, and with the F1 out. So that's probably going to take a while to align. Some of the lights don't actually light up when you test them. Don't know if they're supposed to, like, not do that. Usually, when you push them in, they do test. Thor, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So, overall first impressions, there are some bugs. Some fairly decent sized bugs too. But it is an enjoyable aircraft. It's a clunky, janky aircraft in the best kind of way. Which is what I was hoping it would be. I hoped it would be interesting and a bit more of a handful than the F-5, and boy is she more of a handful than the fucking F-5. Here it comes. Here it comes. We have baited the hook. Worth the 64 bucks? I mean, I'm biased because Cold War plane with janky systems, but yeah, I think it would be. Especially because you got to remember you're getting more than one aircraft for this. You're getting the CE. I don't know if the others are released yet or if they're adding them later. I think they're released because I saw them in the bindings, but you're getting the CE, the EE, which is the CE but with a few newer systems and refueling. The BE, which is a two-seater, but it's a combat-capable two-seater with a radar, unlike Soviet trainers, where you didn't have a radar. And then the M, which is the modernized version with a screen, if you're into that type of thing. So yeah, I'd say it's pretty good. They're in the bindings, but don't think they're released yet? Yeah, fair enough. So come with cup holders. I mean, you could put your cup in here. This could work as a cup holder, maybe. The M should get Exocets? Nuh-uh. Nope. The Spanish never got their Mirages integrated with Exocets. Only the Iraqi F1EQ carried them. Nobody else did. I don't even think the French F1s did. They used the Super Tonard for that. Oh, wait, okay, well, so you have to... Interesting, whatever. We're going to be taking off anyway. Did I put the high gain on or off there? We're flying on red at the moment, because we're on Syria, on Enigma server, so... On Syria, on this server, it's red, and on Caucasus, it's blue. Which is going to make the team kills even funnier, because people are going to get confused. Ah, we got blue bombers. That could be a slightly less difficult target for us, I think. So we might go for them. I got to remember to set my radio up as well. After this flight, like after this sortie, I'm probably going to take a short break to eat, because I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm hungry. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8. Yeah, Wikipedia says a lot of things, and it's usually wrong. I would not rely on Wikipedia as a source, and if you are going to use Wikipedia for aircraft or, like, military stuff, look up the actual originating country's Wikipedia. Russian Wikipedia is actually decent for Soviet stuff. Like, it's actually quite good for Soviet aviation, whereas English is garbage. So, French wiki might be more reliable. Spanish wiki would be very reliable for whether they fitted it for the Spanish Mirages, which is what we're getting. But I would not, absolutely would not trust English wiki for anything. Someone coming this way, I think. Yes, there is someone coming this way. And I also need to remember to uncage that. There we go.
Goblin 2-1, threat, Bra, 135, 15, 3000, drag south, Tiger 2.
Runway's clear.
Goblin 2-1, merged, 190, 5000, Tiger 2. Shooter 1-1, merged, 175, 3000, Tiger 2.
Getting a little smoother with my takeoffs. It is very sensitive in pitch. So you just need the tiniest bit of back pressure on the stick to get it to lift. It's not like the 21 where you're holding like 2/3 back the whole way down the runway. This thing, you just give it the gentlest bit of back stick around 100, 120 knots and she comes up. If I don't have time to learn yet another module right now, wait for a sale. It's on sale. It's actually on sale now. I think it's like 10% off or something. But also, it's not much to learn. It's a pretty simple aircraft, honestly. It's like the MiG-21. It's easy to learn. It won't take you long to learn it, but it takes a long time to get good at it. It's going to have a very high skill ceiling. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Strata Fortress. Oh, 30 or 20? Yeah, something like that.
Overlord, Bra, 162, 44, 8000, beam west, Tiger 2.
That's not what I asked for. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Strato Fortress.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 112, 100, 25,000, beam north, 4-ship Strato Fortress.
Overlord, Sword 1-2, request Bogey Dope.
Hey, Tricker! Just as a raid, man. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you've been enjoying the F1. I saw you were doing quite well in it.
156, 34, 6,000.
Welcome, everybody.
Drag east, Tiger 2.
I've almost shot down a friendly with a 530. And I've, I think, been team killed with a 530 at this point. Well, I got back to base, so technically it wasn't a team kill, but it's, it's been interesting. She is a handful, in the best kind of way. Don't think it's going to replace my MiG-21, but it's going to come close. Yeah, this is going to be my main thing on Blue Team when I fly for them. Like, I like the F-5, and I think the F-5 is actually going to be a more effective fighter than this on this kind of server. But, yeah, like, this is a lot more fun, a lot more spirited. You know me, I like planes that'll fuck me up. And this thing absolutely fucks me up. We're just going to lean on the burner for a bit, get to altitudes, 25,000. So, we've still got a ways to climb. Climb performance doesn't feel bad. Like, it has shitty thrust to weight, but it climbs pretty well. Found out something good about the F1 on Tricker's stream. The F5 is better. I told people it would be. I fucking have been telling people for weeks the F5 will be better than this thing, like, better as a fighter. Because it's much simpler to fly, it has the 9P5, which is a god-tier all-aspect missile in this setting. Like, it's so much simpler and easy to use, it's got much better flying habits, like, it's... I've been telling people for weeks, this is going to be a fun plane, but it's going to be a really hard plane to get used to. And it's definitely not going to dominate the MiG-21. Like, there's been a lot of hopium on Hoggett in particular that this is going to wipe the floor with the 21 and maybe even the 23 when that comes. Like, nah, bro. Nah. This is about equal with the 21 except for the better radar and the BVR capability. But in most other respects, it's equal to it. I put it this way. Fighting against reasonably experienced players in 21s, I could not gain the upper hand. But fighting against the same players when they were in the F1, I could, you know, usually beat them.
Overlord, copy. Warning 10 nautical miles.
The F3 is... F3. MiG-23. Words are hard. The MiG-23 is going to be a nasty shock to people when it comes out, because it will kick the crap out of this in most respects.
Sword 1-2, threat, raw, 185.
The F1's kind of in the same weird place the Mirage 2000 is, where it's, like, it's in this place where it's better than a lot of its supposed contemporaries, but it also gets shit on by things that were, you know, well, not even its contemporaries, I guess. Like, how do I put this? It's like the Mirage 2000 in that it's quite a good plane, but it almost immediately when it was in service there was something better.
Sword 1-2, threat,
Newest MiG that can be played, or Sukhoi, the Su-27.
Two-ship Tiger 2.
Well, technically the J-11.
Sword 1-2, merged, 220, 12,000, begin.
The newest full fidelity one is the MiG-21 BIS at the moment, but the MiG-23 is coming, and the MiG-29 is going to be made full fidelity as well, so... Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Stratofortress. It's like all the planes, yeah. I enjoy pretty much everything in DCS, even the modern shit. Just don't tell anyone I said that. Did anyone catch a range on that? Because I wasn't listening. That was such a good game. Such a good game.
108, 6,000, Tiger 2. Sword 1-2, Magic, Raw, 104, 2.
The 9P is longer ranged by a considerable amount. The Magics are much better in agility. So for knife fights, Magics, for range, 9P. Overall, I'd say the best missile at the moment in the server is, other than the P5, because that's just ridiculous, is the 9J. It only turns a little worse than an R60, but it has pretty decent range at the same time. Like, this is just a good all-rounder. The 9J is going to be real nasty if/when the F5 gets given it. Oh shit, someone's trying to possibly intercept me in a Vigan. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Stratofortress. How goes the F1? I'm getting my shit wrecked. As I expected.
36, 24,000, B north, 12-ship Stratofortress.
There they are. Oh, this radar is bad. Oh, it's junk. It can't even lock a fucking B-52 at this range. I love it. I fucking love it. Oh, yes. There we go, finally. That orange dot is our target. The intercept queue is telling me I need to steer left. Come up and steer left. So this intercept queue is putting me on a fucking stern conversion on this guy, which is awesome.
Sword 1-2, merged, 090, 5,000, Tiger 2.
We'll just stick with the queue. Thanks for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Sorry if I fall behind with the alerts a bit today, guys. It's a lot to take in with a new plane like this. Actually, what? No, my intercept queue is leading me astray, never mind. It probably is trying to set me up for like a forward quarter attack or something. We'll just go straight in. Fuck it. We'll go straight in. We'll do it live. The F-14 is a lot better than the F-4 is going to be, my dude. We're getting an F-4E. We're getting it with the cope slats to be fair, so it's going to be easier to fly than a proper real man's fucking hard-wing F4. But the F4E is going to have such a junk radar, it's not even funny. If it's modeled properly. Like, it's not going to have any look-down, shoot-down capability. It's going to be hard to use at low altitude. So your Sparrows are going to be dead weights down low. Without a really good Rio and potentially some kind of semi-exploitable DCS radar jank. Heat Blur are usually pretty good with radars, actually. Like, the Tomcats is really good. Better than I thought it was. Once I got in the backseat and saw how it was modeled, I was impressed. But cheesing the main lobe clutter and the gain, you can still spot targets at low level pretty easily with the Tomcat, even in pulse. And it holds locks through pulse.
Nuke 1-3, Overlord. Copy. Warning 10 nautical miles.
So it's still a little better than it should be, probably.
Sword 1-2, threat. Raw. 228. 10.
Look up, down, low will be fine. It depends.
Fast. Saber.
Because you're still going to get... Well, no, it's DCS. DCS doesn't model side lobes. But you would, in real life, you'd still be getting side lobes a bit. Like for instance, the 21 BIS radar's not too bad at low level, but the earlier 21 radars were fucking useless at low level. Even in lookup, they were crap. Obviously, with the current bugs, the 21 radar's better in that respect than it should be as well. We need to pick up our speed a bit, because these guys are getting close to their target.
Threat. Raw. 163. 10. 3000. Hot.
But I don't think the F4 is going to be that good, like, in terms of effectiveness. It'll be probably a shitload of fun to fly, and in good hands it'll be effective, but I think people, like they do with the, or like they did with the Mirage F1, I think they're overestimating the F4E. An F4J would be scary. An F4J would actually be scary.
Sword 1-2. Threat. Raw. 162.
Nate Ward, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Tiger 2.
Yeah, I would love a 4J.
235. 22,000. Tiger 2.
Navy Phantoms, best Phantoms. RM Rod, thanks for the follow as well.
Threat. Raw. 156. 10. 7,000. Flank north. Tiger 2.
I should have actually followed the intercept queue. It would have set me up a lot better.
3,000.
I wouldn't be in a tail chase. They're getting close to their target as well.
Overlord and Nuke 1-3, okie doke.
Nuke 1-3.
I'm really hoping that Heat Blur don't just give us the Cope Slope, or, not Cope Slope, Cope Slat Phantoms. The fucking, the soft wing Phantoms. I really want at least a couple of hard wing Phantoms. I would have preferred we get the hard wing first, to be honest. Okay, these guys are braking defensively. We're in parameters for a 530.
Sword 1-2. Merged. 215. 8,000. Tiger 2.
It's not what I wanted to press.
Sword 1-2.
That's what I wanted to press.
219. 10. 6,000. Flank north. Fast. Begin.
There's a hit.
Overlord, shooter 1-1, set warning 10.
Bit of a freeze. Did the server go down?
Shooter 1-1. Overlord. Copy.
I think my DCS just froze. I'm gonna probably get kicked out. Missile range indicator? Yeah, that green dot when it comes on. Yeah, I'm gonna lose my connection. I might need to restart DCS when it freezes like this, because the Su-15 mod, for whatever reason, triggers an integrity check if the game freezes. So, yeah, we're probably gonna have to restart. I've been booted. That's exactly what happened. Bear with me, guys. That's the second time that's happened when I've been intercepting the bombers. I don't know why it does that when I intercept the bombers, but it seems that for some reason it trips an integrity check when they're shot down. Marduk, cheers for the reset, man. Good to see you. So, part of the reason I want a hard wing Phantom is because I want to watch blue players suffer, because I'm, you know, a horrible sadist. But also part of the reason is because the soft wing takes away a lot of what makes a Phantom a Phantom. It takes away a lot of its bad behaviors. Why are you... DCS? You're gonna have to fucking kill the process here. What the fuck? Like, it takes away a lot of the Phantom's bad habits, flight-wise. So I would prefer to have a a hard wing Phantom, just so it handles like a Phantom. It does all the Phantom things, right? Like, they've decided to give us a Vietnam era, like, 1974 upgrade. Like, the air campaign by 1974 was essentially over. The Tomcat had arrived on its first fucking cruise in 1974-75, so it's not really a Vietnam Phantom, to be honest. Yes, I have seen their work, Avion. They are very talented. Certainly art-wise, that thing looks gorgeous. I don't know how their systems modeling and flight modeling is, but it looks incredible. So I would love to see that make the cut and become an official module. Getting the Vietnam F-14 as well. I don't know if I'd say that. We're getting an earlier F-14, one that isn't an 80s, 90s upgrade. So the F-14A we have now is like 90s or early 2000s era. It has the more modern, I think it's the ALR-67 RWR. The not Vietnam era, but even the 80s era Tomcats have the old, I think it's the ALR-45 with the strobes. Look, the older the technology, the happier I am. Any news on the MiG-23 recently? Couple more pictures of it. Some of the external stuff like missile rails, racks, pods, etc. Look, guys, I need to eat. So we might take this as an opportunity to just go get some food. And then hop back in the server after. I'll still be here talking. I'll just have the BRB screen on because I don't want to subject you guys to the horrific sight and sound of me eating. No, Davey, I need food. My brain is not working. I need to feed it. ASMR it? Oh god. No, we're not turning this into one of those streams. It's bad enough how you guys get when I put the G suit on. We're not doing that as well. Hot tub stream? I wish I had a hot tub, dude. I got a bathtub, but it's one of the like little shitty combo bath shower ones that like a grown-ass adult doesn't fit in. I've never used it. Just the shower. You know you're supposed to take ADHD meds with food? No, Tan. You're supposed to eat before you take them. I was told to eat breakfast before taking my meds because they reduce your appetite. I can tell you right now, they do not reduce my appetite. Maybe it's because I'm on the starting dose still, but, like, my appetite is a lot more powerful than fucking methamphetamines are. I'll tell you that much. I think I've been eating more since I started taking them, to be honest. They did kill my sister's appetite. She doesn't eat nearly as much anymore, but me, I get hungrier. Good to see you, by the way, Dad. We're having A+, yeah. Let's see. Just before I go... No. I think I'll do pizza, so I'll chuck the oven on, and then I can talk to you guys while I wait for it to preheat. Only the healthiest breakfasts for me. Pizza at fucking 9:30 in the morning. Hell yeah. MLA flogger we're getting is more of an equivalent to the Phantom we're getting than a hardwing one. I wouldn't say that. I would say it's a lot more than an equivalent. Within visual range, the Phantom does have a few tricks up its sleeve, particularly the soft wing. So the Phantom, like an F4E with slats, might be able to... it's kind of hard to judge, right? It's hard to judge, and this is the issue I've run into whenever people bring this up, like, oh, start theory crafting about who beats who. It depends on altitude. So, the only analysis I've seen of an F4 with slats, a slatted F4E, against a MiG-23 ML, was from Check 6. It was done from the Check 6 forums. And the conclusions it drew were quite interesting. At low altitude, the Phantom should have an advantage, but the MiG-23 can simply choose to engage or not. Like, this is the thing, the MiG-23 at all altitudes is grossly superior in terms of speed and acceleration. So, before we even get into who turns at what rate, the MiG-23 already dictates the fight, because it can choose to engage or disengage at will. It holds the initiative 100% of the time, regardless of altitude, regardless of anything else. The MiG-23 can engage and disengage at will. It also has a far better radar. Even with an experienced Rio who's able to work the Phantom's radar at a lower altitude where it starts to run into clutter problems, the MiG-23 has an actual look-down, shoot-down radar, which can be operated by one man. This is even without it being queued onto the target by, by Vozduch via the Lazur system. So this thing has a full GCI system. It's not an interceptor, but it has pretty much the full suite of systems that a Soviet interceptor would have, because it was used in that role by export customers. And also, the Soviets wanted it to be able to fill gaps if the PVO needed it, and indeed the PVO ended up taking massive orders of MiG-23P, which was essentially a modified ML. So the MiG-23 already holds the card of I can engage or disengage at will, which is a big deal, right? It's a big deal. At low altitude, the Phantom should perform better in the horizontal. I believe has a bit better sustained turn rate. The MiG-23 actually has a much better sustained turn rate with the wings out at 16 degrees, but that's a bad idea. You shouldn't do it. The wing sweep for a full sweep from 16 through to 72 on the 23 takes about 18 seconds. You are G-limited while you're sweeping the wings, but it's not too rough. I think it's like a 4 G-limit or something. But the time it takes is the issue. You know, by the time the wings are done sweeping, you need to unsweep them again, for example. The 16-degree setting on the wings has a 800 km/h indicated airspeed or Mach 0.8 speed limit, whichever you reach first. And the MiG-23 in full burner will easily exceed that at low alt. Like, it will be difficult to stay within that speed parameter at low altitude. So you won't be able to really take advantage of it.
What the fuck are you going to the Melbourne Grand Prix?
Not quite, Polar. Good to see you, man. Cheers to the resub. But yeah, like, at 45 degrees wing sweep, the Phantom has the better turn performance. But, this is the important but here, at 33 degrees, which was the preferred wing setting towards the end of the Cold War, it was an MLD setting, but it works just as well for the MLA. It just doesn't have the second dog tooth. But at 33 degrees, you're getting the best of both worlds. So I would expect at 33 degrees, it's a lot closer, if not slightly superior to the MiG-23. At medium altitude, the MiG-23 is slightly worse in the, again, for 45 degrees, slightly worse in the horizontal, but better in the vertical. And at high altitude, again, it's slightly worse in the horizontal, but actually, I think it's considerably worse in the horizontal, but better in the vertical still. So the thing is, superiority, even based off a fairly conservative assessment, switches back and forth depending on altitude, and it's all academic anyway because the MiG-23 is just outright superior in acceleration, so it can pick its fight. The Phantom can't. So I think that the F-4E is not actually going to be a hard counter to the MiG-23. I think if we had a MiG-23 MF, an M or an MF, the Phantom would be a bit better suited as an opponent. Because although the M and the MF still have look-down, shoot-down, their radar's not quite as mature yet. They don't maneuver as well. The Phantom would have a clear superiority in a lot of respects there, except, again, acceleration and speed. So I think the MiG-23 is going to... It's going to be kind of like the MiG-29 versus the Tomcat. The MiG-29 is theoretically superior to the Tomcat in a great variety of ways, but a good Tomcat pilot can still make it work. And having more missiles to play with does actually play heavily into the Tomcat's hands. The MiG-29 out-turns the Tomcat, the MiG-29 out-accelerates the Tomcat, out-climbs the Tomcat, out-vertical. It has a better radar just by dint of FC3 modeling being ridiculous. So obviously the Tomcat's radar can see further, but the MiG-29 has unrealistically good target discrimination. A full fidelity 29 would be a lot more realistic in that respect and a lot harder to use. But within visual range, it's the MiG-29's fight to lose. MiG-23's biggest disadvantage is it isn't going to exist for years. Yeah, I don't know how long it's going to be before it comes out. My kind of conservative estimate was always next year at the earliest. And I'm going to say probably next year at the earliest for testing at this point. And just so Carlos doesn't kick my ass, that's based on guesswork. I'm not trying to give away any secrets here, but just from what we've seen publicly and you know, the apparent progress on the F-15, I suspect a lot of the focus is going to be on the Strike Eagle for about a year or so. Excited for the better weather coming. I'm hoping it is actual weather and not just visual effects. Visual effects are nice, and I understand that the artist, like the art teams, they need something to work on while the code is being put together. So maybe the back-end guys are sitting in their bat cave putting together the most amazing weather system ever to grace a sim. I don't know. But all we've seen so far, like with the new clouds, for instance, is just visuals. And I don't want just visuals. I want something that affects the way that the game plays. I want something that IR missiles can't see through. I want something that forces people to think whether it's a good idea to fly down a mountain valley or not, because they might get yeeted into a hillside by a fucking katabatic wind. You know, I want all of this stuff modeled in ways that affect the game. Think it's going to be good because there's been a good time gap of a weather change, a significant upgrade? Yeah, that's true. That is true. I'm hoping. I'm really hoping. Look at this cursed shit. Hang on. I gotta open links on my phone because if I do it on my PC, it'll open my browser and crash it. Oh, Cathorius, that is glorious. That is absolutely glorious. Have you considered putting in a job application to either Kamov or Mill? I think they would like your work. Although, you know, the current political situation might make that slightly awkward. What else we got in links here? Only tangentially related, but you will like it. Let's have a look. Oh, yes. I do like that. Starfighters and Phantoms. Two of my dream modules. Oh, man. Are those J's as well? They're naval. They're B's or J's. I can't quite tell at that resolution, but oh, yes. Give me. Give me. So an A4 screenshot. What do you think of the mod? I think it is excellent. I think it is third-party quality, but it's my understanding, and again, I could be wrong on this, but it's my understanding that the original team member, like the guy that basically started the mod, or one of the original team members anyway, had wished it to remain in the hands of the community rather than ever be signed over to ED as an official thing. Because, you know, once you sign the rights over to ED, they can do whatever they want with it. So my understanding of the A4 mod is they want it to remain a mod in perpetuity. And it's not a block from ED's side to make it official. ED would probably love to make it official. It's really high quality work. The issue is that the mod team don't want it to be, because they don't want to lose control, like community control of it, because it is a community mod. You can adjust shit if you want, and they'll help you do it. So yeah, it's an unfortunate situation, but I respect it. Asking about F-35 here. There was some drama. I don't entirely know what the drama was, but I know there was some drama. I know Saber wasn't a big fan. I mean, Maple, you know this, but for those here who are new to the community or don't know him well, Saberman, who is a regular here on the stream, Saber worked on F-35s in the Marines. And Saber had a long list of grievances with the F-35 mod because he was actually in a position to count rivets, and a lot of rivets were there that shouldn't have been, and a lot weren't there that should have been. And apparently he tried to offer input and was given the polite move along. So he wasn't a fan, I believe. You'll basically stand A7E in this household. A7's going to be pretty nice. It's going to have... I'm just hoping that the moving map display is as janky as it should be. The moving map display, for those that aren't familiar, in the A7 Corsair, as well as in the Tornado and a few other aircraft of that era, it's not a computerized display. What it is it displays film. I forget, it's like 8mm film or 16mm film or something. It actually has whole sections of aero navigation charts printed on film, and it projects that film onto the screen, and like it moves the film that it's so janky, dude. It's an electromechanical system that moves the fucking film around the projection area to move the map. It's so janky. I love it. No, I know we're getting the film moving map, Polar, but I'm hoping they model the jankiness. Like, if you've ever actually seen one, there's a good video on YouTube of the Tornadoes installation. The guy got it to actually work off an INS. It's really janky. It stutters around. Sometimes it's kind of inaccurate. It's visibly an electromechanical system. It's awesome. I really hope they model it that way. But yeah, the F-35 mod, I don't know. I never tried it out. I only ever saw a couple videos of it while it was in development, so I can't really comment on it. If you want to know what happened with that, or what was wrong with it, or anything that it was missing or whatever, ask Saber. Saber will be able to tell you. Think we'll ever get the 106? I hope and pray. I know there's people interested in it. I know that there is a Venn diagram where the circle of people interested in it and the circle of people who are developers overlap each other. I can say that. I actually almost feel like a 102 would be kind of more likely, because I know that Ron Zambrano really likes the 102, and he did make one for FSX, I think. But with the number of projects Razbam has already, I wouldn't expect one anytime soon. Unless it comes from another dev. To be fair, given Heat Blur's typical development pace, Phantom isn't going to exist for years either. Yeah, I don't believe the 2022 release date. Maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe Cobra has learnt a few tricks, and I hope he has, because, you know, like, you guys know I rant about the way Heat Blur does things sometimes, and I've gone on whole fucking hour-long rants about it before, because my Vigan's broken. But considering what they started from, they have come a long way very quickly, and they definitely have a lot of talent in their team. I think they could probably apply that talent a little better. Like, I think their art team need to rein themselves in a bit for optimization purposes. There's a lot of 4K textures in the Tomcat and Vigan that don't need to be 4K. My main issues with Heat Blur are just inconsistency and overpromising, to be honest. Like, again, it mostly stems from the fact the community worships them so much. I think they're starting to kind of lose that PR now. Cheers for the resub, by the way, Pom. Good to see you. Any of you who don't follow Pom yet, go drop him a follow. This man is the DCS Hornet encyclopedia. He knows shit about the Hornet that you know, some of the younger real aircrew probably don't know. Yeah, like, Heat Blur's reputation is the main issue, I think, because it kind of unrealistically inflates expectations, both from the community and from the devs of what they can achieve. I think they get overambitious with projects that they embark on. I think they got too many things right. It's a Razbam problem, but without Razbam's reputation, right? So, for instance, the F-14A took forever compared to when it... I mean, the F-14 was supposed to release 2017, no exceptions, right? That was literally the phrase, 2017, no exceptions. The Tomcat actually released in early 2019, and it was the F-14B only. And it was missing some F-14B systems, like the digital engine gauge thing. I don't know what the name is for it. Pom would know. Effie or something like that. So that was missing. The F-14A took a long time just for one version to come out, years and years, relatively speaking. The F-14A early and the Alley Cat, we hear that they're probably going to come soon, maybe, but I don't know. The Forester was delayed. Like, there was an AI Draken teased at Vigan release in 2017, which still has not materialized. Like, this is the issue, is that they take on too many projects and they never really get them done on a reasonable timescale, because it's kind of like ED, actually, in a way, is they hyper-focus on little things that don't need to be done that detailed. Like, if you look at the Tomcat's mesh in Model Viewer, the area around the TCS and around the engine intakes is almost solid in wireframe view. You should not see solid areas in wireframe view, like, ever. That is no bueno. The F1's like this too, by the way. Which is something I was kind of sitting on, but I did hint to people, like, look at the C101 and hope they've learnt to optimize. Well, they haven't. Like, the C101 at LOD 3 has more fucking tries on it than some LOD 0 aircraft do.
I still hate them for not adding working crew to the Forrestal like they promised.
I don't know how much of that's heat blur and how much of that's ED. Because heat blur in particular, but third-party devs in general, like to blame ED for their own problems, much the same way Misfizz devs blame Asobo for their own problems. Some things are legitimately ED's fault. Don't get me wrong. Some things are absolutely ED problems. But I don't know if they couldn't add deck crew because ED, which I think was the excuse, or if they just didn't because they realized how far behind they were. Maybe in the future they'll add them. Hopefully they do. But for the time being, at least we did get the Forrestal. So I've kind of said this before, and I should say it again, especially since we've got an unnaturally large number of people watching today. Hello, everybody. Don't know why you're all here, but welcome. I've said this before. As much as I bitch about heat blur on stream, usually after getting shot down by a wingless Vigan or watching one accelerate away at warp speed 9 at high altitude, let me say this. They can make an excellent flight model. The Tomcat flies really nicely, and it feels like an actual jet. Like, more than a lot of modules in DCS, even with DCS's kind of on-rails dead air weather, which hopefully will not be an issue for too much longer, the Tomcat has those little quirks. It has a little bit of a roll tendency as you accelerate through Mach 1.5. Like, and it just seems random which way it wants to go. Little things like that. They can make a very good flight model when they want to. Their art is really good. The problem is just it's misdirected. There's a lot of detail in areas there doesn't need to be and not enough detail in areas there should be. So I think they could work on that a bit. I don't think they're bad devs. I just think they're overhyped devs. And I think that the level of hype in the community kind of blows back and affects them by making them overestimate what they can deliver in a given time scale. You know what I mean? Like, they have basically the same problems as every other DCS dev. It's just that the hype causes the problem. And that's always what's kind of bothered me, is the double standard, where Heat Blur will get praised for doing something that another dev gets crucified for. I don't actually think they're bad devs. I don't want to start any personal beefs, but there are specific members that I don't like the attitude they take sometimes. But I don't think they're bad devs. I just think that they could do things better. And I kind of... Maybe I'm occasionally a little overly harsh in my criticisms because I want them to do things better. And, you know, if all they ever hear from the community is Heat Blur's God, Heat Blur should take over ED development, Heat Blur should do this, Heat Blur should do that, they're never going to get that reality check and kind of think, hey, we could do this better. Whereas, you know, if that's tempered a little by somebody saying, hey, look at this is broken. Hey, look at this, Heat Blur quality, then maybe they'll kind of sit there and go, oh shit, you know, maybe we could do this better. Problem with DCS development is it's engineer level work for game dev wages. Yes. And you would be surprised to hear what level of engineering goes into DCS. I'm risking getting wagsed, I guess. I think this is relatively public knowledge, and look, put it this way, it's an obvious conclusion to draw from ED's location, or the head office's location. ED has the unique position, or had, I don't know how current events have impacted this, but ED had the unique position as flight sim developers that if they wanted to, they could borrow someone from Zhukovsky to come down to the office and do something. For those who are not very well versed in Soviet and Russian aviation, Zhukovsky is their flight test center. That's where Tsagi is based, the Central Aero and Hydrodynamic Institute. That is literally the equivalent of a NASA engineer rolling on down to your office to work on game dev. The Draken AI is what gets me. The AI A6 we saw in-game, at least. The Draken AI we saw a 3D model of when the Viggen released. We saw another 3D model of with more correct proportions about, what, a year ago? And we've seen or heard nothing since. Not even in-game screenshots, nothing. So I don't know what's happening with the Draken. It's my understanding the guy that did a lot of the coding work on the Viggen actually is... I don't know if you guys remember when Heatblur was supposedly going to make a sim of their own. Well, that was, I think, community Chinese whispers in effect. What was actually happening was Heatblur was looking for some sort of partnership with Meta Immersive Dynamics of, DCS killer, air quotes, fame. You know, the guys that are totally making a DCS competitor, guys. It's totally going to happen. No, it's not. It's an industry sim. But yeah, they were going to work out some sort of deal with Meta, I think, and they ended up coming away with that -1 team member. So I believe the guy that did a lot of the work on the Viggen is the one that stayed with Meta. So I can kind of understand if he did the coding on that thing's flight model, then the reason why I and Mike gave such an evasive, oh, it's clearly broken and we have to fix it, but we don't know, maybe perhaps sometime before the heat death of the universe, to paraphrase a lot, maybe the reason he gave that kind of response instead of shit, we'll get on it right away, is because it's, it's somebody else's code and they don't know what the fuck weird shit he did to make it work. This is the problem when you lose team members. As a developer, a lot of stuff's really fucky and you have to work out how they coded it. What's your issue with the Viggen currently? Oh boy, has somebody got a link to the forum thread? So my initial issue with the Viggen, this is the first kind of, let's go on for like the 5th time this month, let's go on the Viggen epic. The first time I noticed there was something wrong with it, other than the known issues of, air-to-ground radar killing performance, which has been fixed, I believe. Air-to-ground guided weapons despawning when you get shot down. That's a known issue. That's because of the way the weapons are coded. It's a weird workaround because no APIs existed at the time for smart weapons, right? For third parties. Because the JSOW didn't exist. So the BK-90, the anti-ship missiles, all of them, they had to be coded in a specific way to work, and Heatblur backdoored it, which Heatblur tends to do. And the way they backdoored it meant that when the Viggen despawns, the weapon no longer has any sort of guidance, because it's actually guiding off, I believe, some sort of like laser projected for... It's like the MiG-21's radar. It's this weird system that piggybacks, I think, off the Su-25 code. Like, it's fucking weird. But anyway, that's a known issue. And no, I didn't eat yet. I'm preheating the oven. I'll go chuck the pizza in a minute. The first kind of real indicator I had that something was wrong was when I shot a Viggen with a missile and blew both his wings off and he was on fire. So I was like, hey, that's a kill. And I turned around to go engage somebody else. And then 30 seconds later, I got shot down by that same Viggen with a missile that was on his wing, which no longer existed. That's the first problem. The Viggen, more so, like, this happens sometimes with different modules. The MiG-21 used to do this back when I first played DCS, but it was corrected within a few months. But the Viggen, consistently, for at least 4 years that I've been playing DCS, maybe longer, maybe since release, probably since release, more than any other DCS module, including the F-15, you can blow its wings off and it does not care. And it's not a desync issue in multiplayer because it happens in single player too. The Viggen's damage model is just fucked. It can fly with a missing wing, it can fly with 2 missing wings, it can fly with missing canards. I have literally got a highlight on this channel going back about 2 years of me in a low-speed stall fight in my MiG-21 at low altitude against a Viggen who has no wings and no canards and is on fire. He is a burning fuselage with a tail fin. And he was able to hang in a stall fight with a MiG-21 until I ran out of fuel. Or was low enough on fuel, I had to RTB. I spent all my missiles and all my gun ammo on him, and he still was flying. So remember when the F-16 released, and you had to... It was like a zombie, you had to shoot it in the head and pilot snipe it, because it was the only way you could kill it? The Viggen is actually the same as that, and has been for time immemorial, as far as I can tell. The way to tell you've actually killed a Viggen is when you hit it, it'll suddenly bunt forwards and dive. That's because the pilot's dead. If it doesn't do that, and God forbid if it starts maneuvering, good luck. You've got to shoot the pilot. So that was my first problem with the Viggen. I was like, it's a damage model problem. It happens maybe 50% of the time I engage them, whatever. It's pretty bullshit. Then it was kind of... so the Viggen's always had this reputation in DCS of being this uber-fast plane on the deck. And it wasn't until we spotted them doing Mark 1.3 and 1.4 on the deck, which is physically impossible for a manned aircraft, by the way. The world speed record set by an F-104 is 1.3 something, maybe 1.4, but the Viggen used to do 1.45 on a good day. We found out it had the negative drag bug. Hornet drivers may be familiar with this bug. It's what it does is when you fire an air-to-air missile, sometimes it happens with air-to-ground stuff, but on the Viggen it was a Sidewinder specifically. When you fire a Sidewinder, it subtracts more drag from the airframe than the complete Sidewinder plus rail assembly. So you can actually end up with less overall drag on the airframe after firing 6 Sidewinders than you can get off a clean Viggen. The clean Viggen would do about 1590, 1600, I think it was 1600 kilometers an hour on the deck, indicated airspeed, so about Mach 1.3 something. If you fired all 6 Sidewinders, it would be doing 1790 something, 1790, 1800 kilometers an hour indicated on the deck, which is Mach 1.45. Actually, it's, yeah, about 1.45 in DCS weather. On a standard day, it's about 1.44, I think. Broken. So we found out, okay, well, it's way too fast at low altitude. Saab were going to attempt a world record with the Viggen. They were going to specially modify one, remove the radar, remove all the pylons and external antennas, all the draggy stuff, strip the paint, polish it. The standard thing, like the Streak Eagle and the Sukhoi P-42, right? You strip everything that creates parasite drag, including the paint, you polish the shit out of the airframe. That's how you do world speed records or time to climb records. Well, they were going to do that with a Viggen. They never actually did do it for real, but they did the calculations, and they thought that they could maybe edge out the Starfighter's record over a closed course. So this is average speed over a closed course of about 1530 kilometers an hour. Obviously, because it's averaged and it's a closed course with turns, it might peak out a little higher than that. Say, 1560, maybe 1600. But that's the speed a clean DCS Viggen goes, with a radar, with pylons, with draggy-ass matte finish splinter camo paint. Like, you see what I'm getting at here. It's overperforming quite badly. I then started probing deeper and found that with all of its possible loadout permutations, it's still too fast at low altitude across the board. So something's tuned wrong in the flight model, either drag or thrust or both. Heat Blur seems to suspect thrust because Iron Mike said the engine code is what they're looking at. But that was... So we found things in stages. First, it's the damage... Well, first it's the weapons. But we all knew that, and it's kind of just... That was how it used to be in DCS. Then it was the damage model. Then it was the speed. I have tried it recently, and no, they didn't. They removed the negative drag. That is what happened. They fixed a negative drag problem. That doesn't happen anymore. Thank you, Heat Blur. So it can't do 1.45 on the deck. It can only do 1.3 now, which is still way too fast. But it's a start, right? It's something. So on the deck, it's too fast. Its acceleration numbers on the deck are pretty close. Like, they're not 100%, but they're really close. Like, acceleration on the deck, I'm happy with. Acceleration at medium altitude is off. So at medium altitude, Zone 1 is way too slow to accelerate, that is. Zone 2 behaves like Zone 3, and Zone 3 is just doing its own thing entirely. So at medium altitude, 6 kilometers, that is, it's overperforming in every regime except Mill Thrust and I think Zone 1. If somebody can post the link to my thread on the forums, if you go into the forums, go to the Viggen section into bug reports, there is a thread. And I have a bunch of charts and diagrams and shit, all badly scribbled over the real diagrams and charts in MS Paint. At high altitude, which is 11 kilometers, and this test has to be done with a specific loadout, as the manual states. So all of these flight tests I did in-game with the exact loadouts stipulated in the real aircraft's flight manual, and with the, with a standard day, so ISA conditions. Was it 760 pressure in whatever units DCS uses, and was it 760 mil of mercury, I think, 760 whatevers, and 15 degrees Celsius at sea level. So standard day, correct loadout configuration according to the manual, by a factor of 5, accelerates too fast at high altitude. This is why they're so difficult to intercept on Enigma server if they do that high altitude and then power dive thing, because at high altitude they will out-accelerate pretty much anything, possibly up to and including a MiG-29. The only thing I can think that would probably catch them is a MiG-23 when it finally arrives. And the MiG-23 should have no trouble catching them, but even then, the way the Viggen's acceleration goes at 11 kilometers altitude right now, it would be a close run thing. So according to the manual, it should take roughly 5.5 minutes to accelerate from Mach 0.9 to Mach 1.6, and then 7.5 minutes to extend that, overall from Mach 0.9 to 1.64, which is where the curve ends. In DCS, it does that in 1 minute flat for Mach 1.6 and 1 minute 5 seconds for 1.64. So that's a factor of 5 to reach 1.6 and a factor of about 7 to reach 1.64. And I believe in DCS it tops out somewhere around 1.7, 1.8 with that loadout. Its high altitude airspeed's not bad. I have seen them on TACView doing 2.0 or slightly past 2.0, and I don't know how they do it because I have not pulled it off myself. From my own flight testing, I could not get the Viggen to do faster than 1.9-ish, like 1.92, I think, or 1.94 clean, which is about right. Maybe a little fast, but not much. But I have seen them on TACView doing 2.0. The only thing I can think is it's a really cold day.
Skylar33 thanks a melon.
Hey M1, good to see you. Cheers for the resub. Need a DCS. I want a DCS SR-71 to intercept it anyway, with red stuff. But yeah, like, it's pretty badly broken. I don't know how that got past internal QA. I don't know how that got past ED QA. I don't know how that got past the community. It was a known issue at release, actually. Yeah, I know it does 2.3, and then the engine shits itself. It's great. I love it. Yeah, like, I don't know how it got past testing, really. So, Ren Hunchway, who is the Swedish archives expert on the DCS forums, flagged that as an issue at release, because other people mentioned it. And I think, I don't know how you pronounce their name, Mice, M-Y-S-E, the guy that did the RWR mod, the F-27 RWR mod, which is now officially part of the module, which is a fucking excellent mod, by the way, also noticed it. So those two knew it was an issue, and it was... I don't know if it was reported, or if they just kind of took it for granted Heat Blur would fix it, but either way, it wasn't fixed, and so both of them were surprised to find my thread where I reported this issue still exists. So... Look, the long and the short of it is the Viggen is busted flight model-wise, but even if you fly it within the real parameters, and to be fair to it, the charts were calculated. I don't think they were done through flight testing like US charts usually are. They were calculated, same as Soviet charts. Now, remember the MiG-21 acceleration episode where Novak, who was a MiG-21 pilot, and to my understanding did quite a bit of flight testing in it, Novak provided me with his personal flight test data, as well, 2 sets of it. So I think one was for a BIS and one was for a UM, the trainer, which has less thrust and is a bit draggier, I think. So Novak provided me with 2 separate bits of his flight test data, and then APOC from the Cold War server found another Yugoslav pilot's flight test data, which basically corroborates Novak's data, which says that the MiG-21 actually does accelerate considerably better than the charts show in the MiG-21 flight manual. So the charts can be overly conservative, so I'm willing to give them, the benefit of the doubt to a degree, like I did with the MiG-21 once Novak showed me his charts. But a factor of 5 is too much. Like, there's something wrong there, obviously. But if it was, if it's supposed to take 5 minutes and it did it in 3, I would totally believe that. After my experience with the MiG-21, I would totally experience that. Totally believe that, sorry. So I'm happy if they just fix it a bit, so it's, like 3 minutes instead of 1 minute, but clearly something's broken. Having said that, and to kind of de-sidetrack myself, if you fly the Viggen within its actual flight limits as laid out by the manual, it's still difficult to intercept. You know, you don't need to lean on the weird flight performance, like the weird UFO overperformance stuff to get away from people intercepting you. It's what I try and do in the Viggen is I try and fly it to the limits. You know, I'll try not to exceed 1350 kilometers an hour indicated. I'll try not to do the UFO accelerate at high altitude. I'll only carry cold war loadouts. It's not a big deal. I mean, I'm not going to enforce that on other people because I know other people aren't going to do it. They're going to min-max some of them, but it is what it is. Until it's fixed, it's an annoyance, but it's an annoyance that we can kind of deal with. Yeah, like you can still, even with the UFO shit, you can still intercept them. It's just much more difficult, and you only get one shot at it. And it's beyond the skill of most players. Also, for the high altitude guys, you kind of have to dedicate a single aircraft to just patrol and wait for them. Anyway, it is now a recognized issue. So is the damage model. The damage model was acknowledged a year ago and still nothing's happened, so fingers crossed that, you know, this fares better. I think, again, to come back to Heat Blur stretching themselves thin with projects, I think this is a case of that. They have a lot of bugs to fix and a lot of things on the Viggen that weren't implemented yet. The Viggen still doesn't have PBR, I don't think, and it still doesn't have dynamic board numbers, nor does the Tomcat. And they do want to add that. They actually, supposedly, many patches ago had added it to the game, but it just didn't make the cut. Maybe they found a bug at the last minute. I think it's just a case of Heat Blur overworking themselves. I think they actually have a reasonably sized team now, but you know, there's only so many resources to go around. There's a lot of people working on the Tomcat still, I would imagine, and now they got the F-4 to work on. They picked up True Grit's EF-2000 project. I think they're just getting ahead of themselves. I think they're trying to run before they can walk. So, like, I can understand it takes them a lot of time to do shit because of that, but it shouldn't. Abandon Viggen and create ASICs. I think that's what's happening, to be honest. And that's what Razbam have historically been criticized for. Yet, you know, Heat Blur, the darling of the community, and get no criticism. They're starting to now. Maybe because I've been so loud about it that it's starting to rub off on other people, but... Or maybe just because, you know, other people like me, who are really hyped for the Viggen and then really hyped for the Tomcat, are starting to crack the shits that our modules still aren't finished yet. The Viggen in particular, like, really needs a lot of work. The Tomcat, it's in a good place, but the Viggen really needs a lot of work, and I'm hoping it gets it. Anyway, I'm gonna go chuck my pizza in the oven. So, give me a moment here, guys. There'll be some boom crash in the background, because I'm not gonna bother muting my mic. For those of you that are wanting to see some Mirage F1 gameplay, don't worry, it will happen. As soon as I'm done eating, we'll hop back in it. I just wanted to make sure I stopped to have a food break before I got too carried away, otherwise I would not eat all day, and that will not do me any good. Let me get my timer set up here. This is, give me a moment, my my oven timer, my general sort of desk clock. It's not set to the right time though, because I'd let it run out of spring tension. I'm just going to switch back to the game scene for a second to show you guys. This is my timer. It's a HAS-1M, HAS-1M. It's from something. I don't know what aircraft it's from. It's from some sort of Soviet aircraft. Or it could be from a tank. Could be from a helicopter. Who fucking knows? They use these on everything. Could be from a fucking SAM control console. They use these for literally everything. Wasn't there a bullshit bug by lowering the gear to turn? Oh, yes, I forgot that one. Thank you for reminding me. So you guys remember all the drama when the Tomcat came out about flaps and free lift? Like how when you fully deploy the Tomcat flaps, you were getting a shitload of lift, but almost no drag for it. And there was that whole back and forth about flap jamming, whether it should jam, whether it shouldn't jam, what it should jam at, like all this other shit, which I think is still kind of ongoing, but mostly resolved. The Vigan exhibits the same behavior. So the Vigan's flaps on the canards are tied to the landing gear. There is a way to disconnect that, and Heatblur actually added that recently, I believe, or were going to add it, where you pull a mechanical link or pull a breaker or something, and the Vigan flaps can be operated independently of the landing gear. So that's going to make this problem even worse if they haven't adjusted the flight model. But what I noticed was every now and then when I would engage a Vigan in Alpen's server, this is going back years now, they would drop their landing gear when the flight got slow. And I was like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, what's this? Why are they putting their gear down? Are they trying to make me, like, think they're landing and break off? Like, are they trying to slow down rapidly? You know, I thought, oh, maybe this is some big brain air braking using the landing gear. But then I started to get suspicious because I got bounced one time by a Vigan right after I'd taken off. Like, literally off the runway, I got bounced. And so I ended up in almost a stall speed sustained turn fight with him because I didn't have enough speed to change the fight at all. I was locked in this turn. I couldn't do anything without catching a missile. But at the same time, he insisted on turning with me. So we're in this fucking, like, 10 IQ 2-circle fight happening at Mach 0.25. And I noticed he dropped his gear and then started gaining on me. We'd been holding neutral the whole time because I couldn't gain on him and he couldn't gain on me. He dropped his gear and he suddenly started gaining on me. And I got very suspicious. And he said it's just because he was running out of fuel and he wanted to land whatever, you know. We had an argument over it because the person involved and I didn't get along too well. But this is some deep lore shit, because this spawns a whole chain of bullshit I've had to put up with for the past couple of years from a couple of different people. Boy, sim players are fucking something else. I tell you what, they're built different. Like, the two places I've run into the highest number of fucking psychopaths in my time online have been Gary's mod and DCS. It's incredible. This isn't the guy I was talking about in that fight, this isn't him, but there's another person that issue with the Vigan flaps spawned a whole chain of bullshit that I have still not got rid of fully. Because every now and then he'll start it up again. Anyway, I did some testing offline. I dropped the flaps by dropping the landing gear and just tried to hold maximum AOA without killing the engine. Because, you know, didn't want Sven bashing on the compressor case with a mallet. Or Thor, I guess, with his fucking hammer. So I did some testing, and I found that the turn rate is constant, more or less. You don't lose any turn rate, but you lose turn radius significantly. So you just think about it this way: your turn rate's about 13 point something degrees a second in this max AOA turn in the Vigan, right? Which is similar to the MiG-21 at low speed, doing its magical low speed turn, which it shouldn't be able to do. If you're in an F-5, don't get slow with a MiG-21 because that's where it does overperform. Keep your speed up. The Vigan does something very similar, but the Vigan's flaps amplify the effect. In the 21, the flaps actually reduce that effect because you lose about a degree of turn rate and you lose some AOA. In the Vigan, for the same AOA and, you know, same sort of, shall we say, turn conditions, edging the stall, essentially, you're not losing turn rate, but you're losing turn radius. So your circle contracts by about a third. So, you know, imagine your turning circle shrinking by a third of its size while maintaining the same speed at which you're rating around that circle. You haven't improved your turn rate, but because of the smaller circle, now imagine the MiG-21 circle is a consistent size because he's holding, you know, he's shrunk it as much as he can and he's holding it there. You're going to start circling in behind him. You're going to get in behind him. You're going to misalign your circles and get on his tail. So, long and the short of it is the Vigan's flaps appear to cause free lift like the Tomcat flaps used to, where you're gaining lift and you're shrinking your circle, but you're not actually paying a drag penalty for it. You're not losing much speed, you're not losing any turn rate. Now, having said that, flaps, of course, work differently in every aircraft, which is something that some people really struggle to understand. Dropping the flaps is not a universal turn better switch like it is in IL-2. It's not like that in real life, and it's certainly not like that in DCS. Like I said, in the MiG-21, dropping flaps actually worsens your turn performance, but it makes you more stable at low speed. So, for instance, the MiG-21, if you are coming over the top of a loop and you're very slow, or you're in a one-circle, kind of like a really hard scissors where you're bleeding off a shitload of speed and you need low-speed controllability, that's when the flaps come out. When you're trying to make a sustained turn or make a 180 or something, you do not use flaps in the 21. It will make it worse. In the Su-25, on the other hand, the maneuver flaps, which is, you've got 3 positions on the Su-25, up, maneuver, and takeoff and landing. The Su-25, if you look at its throttle, actually has a thumb switch, which says Mechkrilla, mechanization of the wing, and then it has MK, which is maneuvering flaps, and then you've got PK, which is like just nothing, it's retracted. So for the Su-25, when you're in a turn, you want to drop 1 stage of flaps. You get your best turn, I think, with 1 stage of flaps out. I could need to revise that because Silver's charts seem to have changed recently. He might have retested it, but a stage of flap in a Su-25 isn't going to hurt your turn performance, put it that way. It will in the 21. It won't in the Tomcat. The Tomcat still turns obscenely well with its flaps out, but you've got to be really careful not to jam them. In the Viggen, last time I tested this, which was years ago, so maybe it's changed since, but I doubt it, it would improve your turn. Note, the 25 has 3 stages, up, maneuvering, and down. That's true for both the 25 and the 25T, but it's 2 separate bindings, so you'll need to bind it separately. By default, it's F for the half stage, and that toggles between up and maneuver. For those new to the stream who are wondering when I'm going to play the fucking game, welcome. This is what we do here, especially now I've got my ADHD meds. I will take a break because the server's restarting or because I'm getting something to eat, and it will turn into me talking for 4 or 5 hours, and then we'll get back into the game. So if you like to talk about flight simming or aviation in general, you get a lot of that here. It's not a just chatting stream, but it becomes one sometimes. Mirage fucks. I haven't had any luck with it yet, Davey. In 1 vs 1, like controlled environment 1 vs 1 gunfight stuff, I found it was okay. It wasn't like good, but I was also fighting very experienced players in those conditions, so my sole shot at a player was almost a team kill because I misidentified an F1 as an F5. And then I got 1 B-52 with a 530, and then the server booted me out because my game froze. Starfighter's leading edge is lethal, yeah. You don't really understand how small the Starfighter's wings are until you stand next to a real one. Like, they're tiny. Who needs lift when you have thrust, I guess? Someone asked on the forums when IR sequels will be blocked by clouds. Chish said, I hope this year. Oh, good. Okay, that's good. I think I've said this before on stream. I've certainly said it on my Discord and Enigma's Discord. If you guys want DCS news, don't go to any of the news sites. Don't go to, like, you know, the news sites are good if you want a quick overview of public knowledge, but if you want to know what's actually happening with DCS development, don't listen to Reddit, don't listen to... Even Big New in 9line sometimes misinterpret things they're told from the devs, I suspect, or they're just making stuff up to kind of calm the community down when they get the pitchforks out. If it doesn't come out of the Moscow office directly, it doesn't exist, as far as I'm concerned. That's my rule of thumb for DCS news, and it has served me well. So I'd recommend you guys adopting the same system. So remember when the MiG-29 was kind of maybe a thing that was happening? Well, it turns out it is a thing that's happening according to Kate, and if Kate says it's happening, then I trust her over, you know, what Big Newy or 9line says that it might be happening. But also the community somehow hoped itself, I guess, into thinking it would be a 29K. So the last I heard was that the 29 was happening. I don't know when, but If anyone from the Moscow office says we're doing this, they're doing it. It might not happen. It might not happen anytime soon, but if they say they're doing it, it means they're working on it. Same with the Globe stuff. If it comes out of the Moscow office, then I would trust that. If it comes out of anywhere else, I wouldn't. Also, a reminder that when they did that interview in the Moscow office with Kate and I think Chij was there and a bunch of the other guys, when they did that interview, the English community on Reddit, in Hoggit specifically, got into this long-ass argument over when Kate said F4 is coming, whether she meant the F4 Phantom or the F4U Corsair, because not a single one of those mouth breathers took the time to actually watch the video and hear her clearly say the word Phantom. Now, I'm not fluent in Russian, but I understand a little. I'm pretty sure Phantom is just a loan word of Phantom. It's not Corsair, it's not F4 or F4U, it's Phantom. F4. Don't rely on Hoggit for news, they're not very smart over there. Don't rely on Reddit in general, to be honest. Get yourself some calories. I'm about to, because it should be about done. Misfizz HDD experience. Oh god, DCS on an HDD is miserable as well. My other install is on a hard drive because I don't have space on the SSD, and it is so bad. Flying the Tomcat in it is like Stutter City. Just ranting, I know, right? Be back in a minute, guys. Okay, there we go. Food obtained. So the F1, I don't know how many of you guys have done high speed runs with it yet, but it has some interesting quirks. So it will accelerate beyond its limit speed. It's like the MiG-21 in that regard, and the MiG-23, and the MiG-29, and in fact, most Soviet aircraft. MiG-19 doesn't, because it's so draggy. The MiG-19 is actually drag limited, whereas the all the other MiGs are thermal/stability limited. Well, the F1 is engine limited. The F1 will accelerate beyond 2. Its actual limit's 2.1, I think. 2.1, 2.2. It will accelerate past that, and then the engine will shit itself. So you have this interesting situation where the plane in burner will continue accelerating beyond its limits, but you can't really slow it down either. It's quite interesting. It also it blows its engine if you throttle back from mil power above Mach 1.4, because the motor goes into an overspeed condition above Mach 1.4. It goes from, was it like 8,000 some hundred RPM to fucking 8,800, 8,900, something like that. I think it's 84 to 8,900 or 85 to 8,900 RPM. And in this overspeed condition, if you reduce the throttle at all from military power, you can come out of afterburner, but if you reduce the throttle from military power, you will fuck the engine completely. It's a lot of fun. I like it. So you got to either make a turn, make a climb, or just slap out the air brakes and pray if you want to slow down at that speed. What pizza type? Just spinach, cheese, pizza base, nothing fancy. I'm feeling a bit basic today. I'm not going to take credit for it. It's just a freezer one. I didn't make it myself. Lots of bugs with F1 on ECW at the moment. Yeah, I heard about that. There's also bugs with the module itself. Some of which I'm surprised made it to release, particularly with the control bindings, because that's not, as far as I'm aware, that's not a difficult thing to fix. And it was reported, as far as I know. So I don't know why it didn't get fixed, but oh well. Fuck it. I'm going to be talking with my mouth full anyway, so you guys can have the pizza crunching ASMR. Just don't get weird. Got that COVID haze going on, dropping in and out of what he's talking about. Don't worry, I drop in and out of what I'm talking about as well. It's great. How does one find bugs like this to use them to min-max? I don't know, to be honest. Yink's really good at finding them. Yink is an elder god of min-maxing. He's how I know about most of these bugs. Like, particularly the MiG-21 bugs. I learn about most of them from Yink. Obviously, I try not to abuse them myself. But, yeah, he's good at finding them. There are a couple other guys that are really good at finding them. A lot of the more kind of weird esoteric ones you can find really easily if you understand how DCS is coded, or like how modules put together. There are also certain things that, like for instance, my habit of doing high altitude zoom climb stuff just for shits and giggles, that will sometimes find bugs that other people would miss. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, to be fair, most people flying the Vegan at high speed, at high altitude, you know, using the acceleration bullshit, they don't know they're exploiting a bug. Because they don't know it is a bug. Because there's this whole Vegan fast thing. and the myth of it being the only thing to ever intercept the SR-71. So the community just thinks that this is how the Viggen's supposed to work. It's like, when I first started playing DCS, I thought that the MiG-21 module was like how MiG-21's actually supposed to work. And the longer I played DCS, the more I've actually flown the 21, the more I've read real-world documents, and the more I've spoken to people that know more about the jet than me, the real jet, the more I realize it's broken. Same sort of thing for other modules too. Like, until I actually started digging through the Viggen's flight manual, I had no idea that its acceleration was broken. I knew its speed was. Just because a manned combat aircraft, especially one loaded with anything doing Mach 1.3 on the deck, is like, what the fuck? Nothing does that. Not even the F-111 does that. Does your egg timer make a noise when it's time to get your pizza? No. Also don't understand how big an F-105 is. Oh, they're so tall. They're so fucking tall. The ground crews must have loved it because it'd make it so easy to put weapons on. Modeling Formula 4 race cars as their first racing sim module. I mean, they got a track for it. They got a track for it in fucking Persian Gulf at Dubai. I like the rants. Means I don't need to wade into the forums myself. Oh, dude. I haven't checked the forums really for basically since Russia decided to have a gamer moment, invade Ukraine. Because I've been too busy following that. And then when I got too doomed out from following that, couldn't take that anymore, I just fell behind in general. So I haven't checked the forums much for a long time. I've mostly been hanging out in Discords. But yeah, like, I was all naive and innocent until I went on the forums. Going on the forums is probably the biggest mistake you can make as a DCS player because it sucks the fun out of the game a lot of the time. You learn a lot. So if you're inclined towards learning, it's not bad, but, like, man, it's depressing. And you find some really interesting personalities, shall we say. Staring at the purchase button, fighting whether I should. For the F1, look, even with the bugs, you're getting 4 airframes for that eventually. And it's fun. It's got spirit. She's a bit of a bitch. You guys know how I like my planes. Same way I like my women. I want them to smack me around every now and then. In a consensual and non-abusive way. Just making sure everyone gets clear on that. Even if things are easy to fix when you have a lot, it can be, yeah, you don't know where to start, and, you know, every time you fix something, it breaks something else. So you guys remember that bug for about, I think it was about a month before it got fixed. It was fairly recent. End of last year, I think, or start of this year. The MiG-21. Oh, shit. Cookie! Cheers for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We will be flying the Mirage F1 again shortly. I am just busy having some brunch, I guess we could call it. I'm having some pizza because I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today. But we'll be back in the F1 afterwards. We're just having a chat at the moment while I eat. The MiG-21 had this issue recently where if you drop the flaps and you got to the speed where the airflow starts pushing the flaps back up, they start self-retracting. In the real aircraft, that's not an issue. It doesn't cause any problems in the real aircraft to the point where you can just leave the flaps deployed and not care. They're auto-retracting. That's a common feature of Mikoyan fighters. The MiG-19 does it, the MiG-21 does it, the MiG-23 does it. I don't think the 29 does it. In FC3, the real aircraft probably does. So, when you reach that speed where the flaps start self-retracting, what would happen is it would start draining hydraulic pressure from the fucking main system. And once it drained enough hydraulic pressure, it would start sucking off the booster system as well. Oi, oi. Until you had no hide pressure, and you'd lose flight controls and crash, which is not a good thing to have on short final. What that was I had been trawling through the flight manual, because I don't really read the manuals cover to cover a lot of the time, because I just don't have the attention span. What I'll do is I'll go looking for a specific thing and skim it, and I'll find something else. So I reported a bug where the MiG-21, if you lost the engine and it was windmilling below 20% RPM, I forget which rotor, but I think it's both rotors below 20% or something, it doesn't have enough inertia on the actual the turbine axis to pressurize the system, because the hide pumps are running off the engine, right? And you had this whole list of emergency procedures for a dead engine, landing with a dead engine, and it's all like, you know, use minimal control inputs, keep an eye on the pressure, do this, do that. And in DCS, you would not lose controls in the MiG-21 no matter what the engine was doing until you rolled to a stop on the runway. So I bug reported that, and it got fixed. Well, I tested the fix, and the fix works fine. Now, if you lose your engine and you get too slow for it to windmill enough, you will lose hide pressure if you throw the controls around. So you've really got to pay attention to what you're doing. It's like in the MiG-19, for instance. If you've got a dead engine in the 19 and you're trying to dead stick it, right as you're about to settle on the runway, you lose your flight controls. You have to switch the electric stabilizer motor on. And that's because the engine's not windmilling quickly enough, right? Same problem in the MiG-21 in real life, and now that it's modeled. So that got modeled. It worked fine. But I never thought to test the normal flap behavior. And what happened is when Novak fixed the flaps, when Novak fixed the hydraulic system not running out of pressure, when he made it so that it needs the engine windmilling at a certain speed to pressurize the hides, somehow it broke something further down the code, which controls the flaps. And so when the flaps were force retracted, it would drain off your hydraulic pressure for some reason. And I didn't even think to check that, and my testing was all focused around, you know, whether I would lose pressure from windmilling and then regain it from the engine windmilling enough again. I never checked the flap normal function. And sure enough, once the patch dropped, people started reporting losing their flight controls as they were on final. And it took me a while to realize what was going on. But what happened was the thing he had fixed for some other part of the hydraulic system had broke a very specific condition with the flaps, which then fucked up the entire hydraulic system. So, I mean, once it was found, it was quickly fixed, but these kinds of things slip through testing really easily, because often you're testing for the thing that was changed. You're not really regression testing so much, and I think that's a big weakness DCS has, is like nobody really regression tests, and I can say that with personal experience because I'm guilty of it too. There was one flight model update with the MiG-19. I'm pretty sure I'm okay to say this. I'm not allowed to tell you guys any Razbam trade secrets or whatever, but I think I can say this. There was one adjustment made to the flight model to tweak, I think it was coefficient of lift, just to get the turn performance that little bit more in line with the numbers. And it had a weird... Oh, no, sorry, it was... No, I remember what it was. It wasn't the coefficient of lift. It was... Thanks for following, by the way. It was the fucking secondary effect of rudder. Because there was... One of the changes that was made broke the secondary effect of rudder. You know, you kick the rudder and, yes, you get yaw, but you also get a secondary roll. Well, it wasn't causing that secondary roll. That got fixed, and then that somehow had the side effect that you could no longer spin the jet. Because I was throwing it around trying to get it to stall and seeing what it would do and making sure, you know, the rudder was actually causing roll now. And I found that I could put the jet into conditions that were pro-spin controls, very low speed. Should have put me into a spin, and it would not spin. So I caught that one just before it slipped into a patch. Where's this chat you're reading? Should be on screen. I did scroll up a bit to read some of the previous things. Factored almost aileron. Yeah, that was a problem in the MiG-25 as well. And it was such a problem in the MiG-25 because the R-40 is a very large, heavy missile that they actually had to program in a counter roll when the missile release was pressed. So the MiG-25's autopilot system actually takes control of the roll channel and puts in a slight counter-rolling input whenever you hold down the weapon release to fire a missile. The F1 could have used something like that too, because yeah, she gets nasty when you fire. Even a tip rail, like when you fire one of the Magics or Sidewinders, it gets really nasty asymmetric drag off that wing. So you don't just get the roll, but you get the really nasty sort of yaw from it as well. Anyway, I need to shut up for a minute and eat, because my pizza's gone cold. Also, I'm sorry to hear it, Saber, but I'm glad you're all right at least. Hopefully your power comes back soon, man. That's no fun. Hopefully no serious damage. While I'm eating, I might rebind some stuff for the F1 because my original binds are a bit illogical, shall we say. I know a lot of people have strong opinions about binding stuff on HOTAS that isn't HOTAS, but you got to consider in the real aircraft, the pilot has proprioception of where his fucking hands are and muscle memory of where switches are. So it's not as unrealistic as people think, to be honest. The real issue is stuff like the Spitfire's landing gear, where you got to switch hands to reach over. Obviously, binding that to HOTAS would be a bit ropey, but things like switches and buttons that are near the throttle and the stick, it's not that big of a deal. Catch you later, Conkers. Good to see you, man.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Volstag, thanks for the follow. The reason that there's 4 different sets of bindings is because we're getting 4 different versions of the plane. I think only the CE's in game at the moment, but we're getting the... So we got the CE, we're getting the BE, which is a 2-seater, combat trainer. We're getting the EE, which is a multi-role... Well, it was used by the Spanish as an interceptor, but technically it was meant to be a multi-role aircraft, which has air-to-air refueling and a few other little differences. And we're also getting the M, which is a modernized one. Yeah, I got in, Ike. I had a couple flights that were reasonably eventful. I have yet to get a kill on a player. I got one B-52 and then my game fucking froze and kicked me out. I very nearly team-killed someone with a 530 because I mistook them for an F-5. I think I got almost team-killed shortly after. Something hit me and I think it was a radar missile. But I made it home in a very crippled jet, which was a handful. I'll say this, as far as nursing a damaged jet home goes, this is probably going to be one of the best modules in the game, because Aegis, or Aviodev as they don't know what's going on there. I think it's a different subset of the same team or something. Those guys really put a lot of effort into like systems and cascading failures and stuff. And I think the damage model on the F1 is... a lot more consistent than the one on the C-101. The C-101 will tank some ridiculous shit, but it still has system failures. The F1, you can pretty easily blow wings and stuff off. Ah, okay. I see. That makes more sense then. So the C-101 was literally a one-man effort then. Holy shit. Pretty much exactly as I thought it would be, Saber. I mean, I've been saying for weeks it's not going to be amazing performance-wise, and it's not. It feels like it's somewhere between the F-5 and the MiG-21. In pretty much most respects. It has the F-5's low thrust-to-weight ratio and habit of energy trapping itself. It has the MiG-21's just general twitchiness. It's very sensitive to a lot of things. Like, it doesn't like rapid throttle movement. You can blow your engine up if you're not careful. So, it's fun. It's a challenge. I like it. It's a lot more lively than the F-5, put it that way. So I think blue players that enjoy a challenge, or red players, because, people put the F1 on red because everyone remembers it for Iraq, but no one remembers the fact that Iraq and Libya were really the only two so-called Red 4 countries that ever really used it. But yeah, like, people are going to probably enjoy it if they like a challenge. Like, if they enjoy the MiG-21, they'll enjoy the Mirage F1. If they don't like planes that aren't easy to fly, like if they're the kinds of people that complain the F-5 is not a good plane, or that the F-5 is somehow underpowered, you know, and the MiG-21's too strong, it should be fighting Mirage 2000s, as one absolute hero commented on Enigma's video, they're going to hate it, because it takes actual skill to fly. The F-5 is so much easier. Like, I'm not kidding. It's not just in terms of flying either. The F-5 is obviously an absolute, you know, absolute puppy to fly. It's so well behaved. I guess that would make it not a puppy. But anyway, the F1 is a lot more squirrely. It has a lot of pretty harsh limitations. But it's not just that, it's the systems as well. The F-5 has really good ergonomics, especially for an American jet. The F1 doesn't. The F1's ergonomics are fucking horrific. Oh my god, they're worse than Soviet ones. They're so bad. And you've got a really janky, kind of shitty radar to work with. Like, it's just... situational awareness in the F5 is so much easier than the F1, put it that way. You even have a better view outside. Do you do dirty things for a Kfir? I would. Seems like my perfect mix of decent radar, analog enough but with a HUD, no GPS, good radio navigation. Yeah, it's really nice. Actually, the TACAN on this thing is really sick. That's one of the really cool Frenchisms in it. It's not a full-on dead reckoning system like RSBN should be, I believe, but it lets you plug in offsets. So you can shoot, like, offsets from fucking TACAN radials and shit. It's crazy, dude. I haven't learnt to use it yet, although Red Kite obviously did put out a video for it. The nav system's really impressive for not having an INS or something like RSBN, which is, you know... RSBN's kind of hard to classify. It's not a TACAN, it's a radio-corrected dead reckoning system, is what RSBN is. Of course, in the MiG-21 and DCS, that's not modeled properly. Angola map would be pretty nice. Although I'd be scared to give it to some people in the DCS community. Particularly some content creators. Because, you know, historically, the themes of that map might not be a good mix with them. The radar is actually also a lot shittier and jankier than I was expecting. Like, it's... so the noise or clutter or whatever you want to call it on the scope appears to just be an animated texture or like a canned effect. It's not dynamic. But, it's not as... like, I thought the radar would be a bit of an all-seeing eye, or it would have similar issues to the MiG-21 or the F-5 where it sees through shit it shouldn't. It actually seems, like, really janky and shitty. It just... the visual presentation could be better. But in terms of what it can and can't see, it does genuinely seem to be kind of a janky piece of shit, which is what it should be. So I'm impressed. It's better than I expected in that regard.
Отказ систем.
Polar, my friend, I hope you are enjoying these wonderful tunes from your favorite country. YasBG, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We'll be flying again in just a few minutes, guys. Just finishing off the last slice of my pizza. Gonna give my glasses a quick clean, because I can't see shit. And then we'll see if we can find another spot in Enigma server. Alpins is down today. He's been having some issues with the server host. So, unfortunately, we are very heavily limited on how many slots are open on the Cold War servers at the moment. Bruh, fuck that. Fuck that. If it comes to that, we're gonna fly fucking single player. I'll make a mission for it or something. I have not been to Hoggett in years, and I don't plan on going back on there. Nothing good happens in that place. Now you mention it, Tarn, I do need to add some French stuff to this playlist. I might do it over the weekend. I do have a YouTube channel. I mostly use it to put stream VODs on, though. I don't upload, like, separate YouTube videos very often. It's the same as here, it's just Rossmum. There should be a link in the channel description here.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Zerampil, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Cheers for the sub, Sped. Appreciate it. By the way, for those who were here last stream and heard me saying, like, oh, you know, Monday streams are going to be short because I got classes right after the mission. Well, I found out that my course is actually being run online. So it's virtual classes, so unless I've got an assessment or something I need to do where I really need to focus and can't have any distractions, I'll mostly be doing the course from home, which means I can stream pretty much right up until about 9 o'clock-ish, 9:30. So that's an extra couple hours after the armor missions finish. So there shouldn't actually be any issues there having a little longer streams on Mondays, which is nice. They won't be like the typical sort of 8-10 hour Ross streams where I have no self-control, but it won't just be armor. Just gonna grab myself a cup of tea and see if there's any slots in the server. It should be thinning out, hopefully, because I think it's getting into evening time there in the US. The Europeans will mostly be going to bed by now. So there should be some slots opening up. When I woke up this morning, Enigma's server was full. I had to wait like an hour to get into it. I don't know, Anarchy, to be honest with you. I'm not sure. I would expect the F1M to probably come last because it's got an actual MFD in it. So that's going to take some extra work. Probably the next one will be the EE because the EE is very similar to the CE. But I don't know when.
I don't know either.
Just cheers to the resub. Good to see you. I wish it wasn't 4 AM and I didn't have to wake up early. I love playing the F-5. The F-5's a nice jet. It's not super exciting, but it's fun once you get the hang of it. Like, it gets into this nice sort of flow state. It's so smooth and easy to fly. I think the F-5 doesn't really get enough love from DCS players, to be honest.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Yeah, remember what I was saying about it's kind of like the Mirage 2000. It arrived, it was a pretty decent jet, but it arrived a bit late in the show. Yeah, that's what I mean. The MiG-23 was kind of in a similar position, but the thing is the MiG-23 was a more advanced jet in general. The F1 is a contemporary, more or less, than the MiG-23. Obviously, the MiG-23 had some early access IRL issues. It was not ready when it was pressed into service, but, by sort of 76, 78 kind of period, the ML is out in force. So the MiG-23 is finally it's achieved its final form, so to speak. And that's what the Mirage F1 kind of arrived to have to deal with, was MiG-23 MLs. As the kind of mainline Soviet fighter, and then a couple of years later the MiG-29, so it's a bit rough. Also, for those of you who were expressing interest in that Su-15 intercept mission, I've put up my edited version of the mod on my Discord. So the original mod was by a guy called Marco Tosi. The art assets were done by, I believe, Tim Samadov. Looks like his model and textures. And I did some tweaks just to change the loadout to give it things that either were or at least look more appropriate on the aircraft. And I did a little tweaking to some of the flight model numbers. Mostly things like, empty weight, fuel load, things like that. I also tweaked the Typhoon radar on the Su-15TM to be able to cover its full scan volume. Anyway, so that's up on my Discord in DCS resources. It's pinned if you guys want it. The other thing is, a couple of you were interested in the mission. So, I haven't uploaded the mission because Matroshka very generously made a actual scripted version. So, instead of my janky-ass mission editor solution where I had to be on the same team as them and follow the instructions exactly for them to do the intercept, Matroshka actually set it all up through scripts. And they'll do things like shoot you down if you don't follow them when you're commanded to. So I'm going to tweak that version a little just to kind of, make sure it's got the kind of atmosphere I want, and probably swap over whatever he used with the Su-15, because I don't think he has the mod, so he would have used a placeholder aircraft. But I'll probably do that at some point and then put that version of the mission up because that will be, shall we say, a more playable experience. Hunkerbull, thanks for the follow, and Hephaestus, and anyone else I missed. Appreciate all you guys following today. Got a bit of a bigger crowd here than usual. I guess everyone's kind of hyped for the F1, which is understandable. Speaking of the F1, let's get back in game. Here for the music? Oh, understandable. Give me a moment here to get chat back up and DCS. So I changed some binds, so hopefully it should be a little easier in close combat. I won't have to be looking under the canopy rail for a switch in a very dark cockpit. It's quite a challenge, as you'd imagine. Tilras to release a 23 already. I wish it was that simple. Believe me, I want that thing so bad. It's a little bit of a red stack, but it's not too bad. So let's jump on red, and then if it gets really badly stacked to red, we'll hop on blue and we'll kill some F1s. No, the throttle's not reversed, thank God. There's a bunch of other bullshit French ergonomics on it, but not that, at least. It's not quite that level. Has a 60s charm to it, but it's from the 70s. Yeah, exactly. Kind of remember something about the MiG-23 being a steaming pile of shit. Yes, and that reputation never left it, which is funny because the version that we are getting, the later version, is very much not a steaming pile of shit, and the later version will very much kick the crap out of a lot of aircraft that people think, you know, are counterparts to it. It's not going to be a miracle machine. It doesn't turn that well. It turns better than people think, but not that well. But it's when it's flown right, it will be a force to be reckoned with. You know, it really has a much worse reputation than it deserves. Where were we flying from? We're flying from René Moad, weren't we? I wouldn't be surprised if blue are pushing the front line or something, because, you know, red's too busy flying their new jet to do anything to stop them. Here we go, down here. Yep, that's where we were flying from. Just recenter my tracker, because every time I fidget around or get out of my seat, it fucks me up. And we got the classic serial load time there. Even on an SSD, it takes a while to render everything in. By the way, a tip for you guys, if your PC's struggling to load map chunks, zoom in on the area you're in. If you do this, you see how that gray is happening around the edges? That's because it's loading the entire map in real time. The F10 map might be a 2D interface, but if you zoom in on trees, there's no wind set, I guess you can't, or Syria actually, the trees on Syria aren't animated. On Caucasus, if you zoom in on trees, you'll see the trees moving in the F10 map, because the F10 map is still rendering the entire game world in 3D. So the more zoomed in on F10 you are, the less shit your PC has to load. That's why if you're doing these ones and you go back to the F1 view and then F10, then F1, you do that on a slow PC, it freezes you. And you'll notice even on mine, it's like loading and deloading grass and fences and other clutter. That's why. It's rendering all of this in 3D. Zoom in. Just zoom in on the area you're using, fuck the rest of it. Little DCS performance tip for you guys. We're just going to take flares, I think, because we're mostly going to be fighting F5s. We're going to roll with our 9Js again, and a single 530 EM. I'm probably not going to get to use any of those, but we'll see. F1's not attributing to attrition. Contributing to attrition. Really? Oof. Surprised that that's the case. I would have thought that they'd be able to get that working pretty quickly. Oh, no. Do these first. So, battery first, then we should do the pumps. So I got that backwards. Then, same as the Mirage 2000. Like, it's literally the same system as the Mirage 2000. We're waiting for 300 RPM. Give it a bit of welly. Don't just move it out of idle over the gate. You got to give it some welly, otherwise it will not catch, it won't ignite. Also, if the engine is already rotating, either on the ground like it's spooling down, or if you flamed it out in the air, do not press the fucking starter button, you'll burn out the starter motor. Use an electric starter motor like the MiG-21 does, and if you hit that while the engine's turning, you'll fuck it. Set this preemptively, since those binds don't work yet. We're gonna reset the alternator, which is buried under that canopy rail there, or a side rail, sorry. We'll get our lights on, because it's very dark. Actually, yeah, let's maybe get the floods on too. I don't think the floods are even going to show up in daylight though, to be honest. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. This thing is so fucking, like, so underpowered thrust-wise, I don't want the extra drag of two 530s. They're like fucking torpedoes, dude. I don't want that drag. I mean, if I'm going for the bomber formations in here, I might take two, but for fighting players, I'm taking one. Two is... no bueno. Radar to standby. Again, it's bugged. It shouldn't actually be scanning yet. It should take a few minutes to warm up. It should only transmit in on. But new module, there's bound to be some issues. What am I forgetting? We'll come over here. I've still got to set up my radio because SRS doesn't want to play nice with me. We're going to reset the servos. That cleared all those warning lights for the control system. We're going to... this doesn't actually work. This is just here for decoration, but I like doing it out of habit, because if they ever make the Mark 12 transponders work in DCS, then I'm already in the habit of at least turning them on. I just have to put in an actual correct code instead of that. This is the transponder, by the way. This has no IFF interrogator, it only has a transponder. Is the module fun to fly? Yes. It's challenging. She's a handful. She is definitely a handful. If you like the MiG-21, you will like the Mirage F1. It has the same kind of feeling to it. Our master arm's not off yet. We'll do that once we're off the ground. That's all set correctly. Our parking brake's still on. I'll go ahead and get rid of that. And we will... I think this is going to close the canopy all the way, and then you have to open it to get that to catch. Yeah, like that. It's the end of the runway there. Oh, the Durandal for OCA? Yes. Yes, that would be a lot of fun. Actually release it now, give people the IRL early access experience. That would be a pretty funny joke. That would be pretty funny. Historical precedent. It'd be easier if we were getting a MiG-23M. The ML's a bit, you know, it was a bit mature compared to the M, but early access 23M could totally do that. Let's make sure I'm not going to hit anyone. Make sure these lights are on so I can see. And then we're going to get rid of the high gain on the Nozzle Steering because it's really sensitive. Ooh. And we're also going to close the canopy. Good thing I caught that. No, down. Not that I know of. Not that I know of for a ground attack variant, no. Oh, I probably shouldn't have moved yet. My, gyro's still caged. Because I have the dumb. Let me just check the 60 degrees-ish. 60 degrees-ish. Okay, that's correct then. There's someone coming down the runway, so we're going to wait. Oh, I forgot to set my radios. We'll do it in the air. Because I forgot to update SRS, so I've got to set it manually by tabbing out. Like I said, we'll do it in the air. I can set the aircraft to autopilot. Because the Mirage F1 does indeed have an autopilot. It's a simplified version of what the Mirage 2000 has, more or less. It's a little hairy on the takeoff, but not too bad. Get our countermeasures turned on. Get our master arms set. There we go. And we'll head in a 030-ish for now, just so I can get this set up. I'm going to track our reset as well. So you got to hold the autopilot release lever to actually set it, unlike the Mirage 2000, which is quite weird. Let's see. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8. Disconnect the autopilot.
Overlord, Riker 1-1, set trip 10.
Overlord ain't listening to me.
Racker 1-1, Overlord, copy. Warning 10 nautical miles.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8 miles.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy. Warning 8 nautical miles.
One 139, 439. Well, that's just my tripwire, so I know that, you know, if I'm gonna get merged. I've got the text tripwire set to 10. So I usually set the text a little further out. And then the voice one closer. And I use both of them, so I'm not hogging the voice channel, but also I can get updates faster than the text channel by itself. You know, I think the radar is using just a canned effect for the clutter. But it's hard to tell. Yeah, it gets magics and sidewinders, but you can only carry one type, because you get the 2 wingtip missiles only. So I'm carrying AIM-9Js at the moment, because the magics are pretty short range. I'd rather have rear aspect, but longer reach. It's a bit of a long flight to get there from here. We're over Syria at the moment. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just I don't know, to be honest, because, yeah, it has a working ground radar. Like, it has a working ground visualization mode. Which you probably won't see just here, because I've got the radar range set so low. If we set that to 60, maybe? Doesn't want to play nice with me? Oh, okay, that still works. Or doesn't work. So moving the TDC fucks with the ground radar suite. Me. It's probably because I'm too high. Dunno. Oh, no, I'm in standby. Wonder if that helped. Yep, okay, so standby works for the air-to-ground radar, but not the air-to-air radar. That's a bit weird. So yeah, it has working ground radar. There we go, threat. Shit. 5, 6. 10 miles. Right there. Fucking. It is really unreliable. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dirt.
Break. Circus 1-4, merged. 155, 5000, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 152, 8, 5000, flag north, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 158, 2, 5000, flag northwest, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dirt. Shit. Never saw him.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 266, 3, 4000, drag southwest, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dirt. Why is my radar not actually?
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 229, 5, 5000, drag south, Tiger 2.
Thank you. We are in Struggle Street with this thing. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dirt.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 218, 5, 6000, drag south, Tiger 2.
Should be right off my nose. I can see him on the radar. The missiles see him, apparently.
Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 146, 8, 6000, flag west, Tiger 2.
Thanks for the follows, guys. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dirt.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 159, 3, 7000, drag east, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 217, 8, 8000, flag north, fast, begin. Circus 1-4, merged, 155, 7000, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, threat, Bra, 143, 8, 5000, flag north, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dirt. Oh, so fucking blind, dude.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 014, 1, 12,000, hot, Tiger 2.
P5 any second here.
Circus 1-4, merged, 081, 7000,
Oh
Tiger
no.
2.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 0782, 7000, hot, Tiger 2.
There he is. There you are. It's a bad aspect for my missiles, though. Lost sight of him.
Circus 1-4, threat, Raw, 1108, 5000, flank northwest, Aviojet.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4,
Might have
Overlord,
turned across his
Raw,
nose.
201, 4, 5000, drag south, fast, Tiger 2.
See how the radar's really struggling to grab people? It's a lot worse than I think a lot of people were expecting. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord,
Lost him.
Raw, 050, 5000, flank west, Aviojet.
Overlord, Radical 1-1, bogey dope.
Packer 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 249, 17, 7000, beam north, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged, 337, 6000, Aviojet.
This telemeter mode on the radar doesn't seem very reliable at the moment. It might not be fully implemented, I don't know. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Right there.
Circus 1-4, Overlord.
Is that a 21?
Raw, 274, 3, 6000.
It's another Mirage.
Drag west, Aviojet.
And I wasn't listening to that call because I was busy focused on him. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Sorry, Enigma and Tempest, I'm costing you guys money.
Circus 1-4, Overlord. Raw,
There.
2380, 5000, beam south, Aviojet.
He sees me. The 9J turns really well, but it doesn't quite turn that well. On the other hand, if he tries to one circle into the other guy... Come on, see him. There we go. Now we get to deal with really horrible asymmetry. Because we fired a missile. We're getting low on fuel as well, because I've been in burner pretty much the whole time. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Packer 1-1, threat.
He's still
Raw,
flying.
208, 10, 8000, hot, Tiger 2.
C-101 damage model moment, that's what I was talking about.
Overlord.
There he goes.
Raw, 026, 5, 8000, drag northeast, Tiger 2. Packer 1-1, merged, 207, 8000, Tiger 2.
What the payment's for is it's processing your speech into text. That's what is costing them money. Is the voice recognition service. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. Declare calls in this don't work at the moment, by the way, which is an own issue, which is hilarious because it has no fucking IFF.
Raw, 109, 16, 5000, flank northwest, Aviojet, Warthog,
Okay, so that's going to be a friendly.
1-1, threat, raw, 122, 10, 5000, flag northwest, aviojet.
I'm inclined to go refuel in a minute, because we just spent a lot of fuel. Is my rudder trim bound? I do not remember if my rudder trim is bound. I do not think it is. We got enough for one more engagement, I guess. 117 for 10.
Racker 1, merged, 120, 5000, Warthog. Circus 14, threat, raw, 122, 8, 5000, flag north, aviojet, Warthog.
Overlord Circus 14, bogey dart. That was a delayed call, so they won't still be where he said
Circus
they were.
14, Overlord, raw, 151, 8, 10,000, hot, aviojet.
Jeez, he's high. There it is.
Circus 14, merged, 149, 9,000, aviojet.
See ya.
Circus 14,
Maybe.
threat, raw,
Maybe not.
160,
Yeah, that got him.
3,000, hot, fast, Tiger 2.
I'm sorry, my little dude. That was pretty mean. Alright, let's RTB. We're 15. You know what? No, we're good. 1,500 kilos is fine. Overlord, Circus 14, bogey dart. Yeah, the AOA indicator on this is fucking
Circus
fantastic.
14, Overlord, raw, 175, 5, 3,000, hot, fast, Tiger 2.
Ooh.
Racker 11, threat.
Let's make sure I got my rudder trim bound. I don't think I do.
10, 3,000, hot, fast, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 14, bogey dart.
Circus 14,
Cockpit visibility is
Overlord,
quite bad.
245, 4, 6,000, drag southwest, fast, Tiger 2.
And that's forwards. Rearwards is even worse. Like, MiG-21 has better visibility than this in a lot of respects.
Racker 11,
I can maybe just bag that guy. I think that's who's with me.
4, 5,000,
Maybe.
drag southwest, fast, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 14, bogey dart.
Sockets 14.
Overlord, Circus 14, bogey dart.
Racker 11, threat, raw,
Shit.
188, 10, 4,000, hot,
Something
Tiger 2.
right in front of me.
Circus 14, Overlord, raw, 201, 6, 4,000, drag
It's an
south,
F1.
fast, Tiger 2. Circus 14, threat, raw, 193, 8, 5,000, hot, Tiger 2. Racker 11, merged, 188, 5,000,
Oh, don't freeze.
Tiger 2.
DCS, what are you doing?
Circus 14, merged, 151, 5,000, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Racker 11, bogey dart.
Racker 11, Overlord, raw, 0321, 5,000, drag northeast, Tiger 2.
Overlord, Circus 14, bogey dart.
Sockets 14.
Overlord, Circus
I cannot find
14,
you on scope.
bogey dart. Seeing inertial couples really badly, by the way, in roll.
0672, 5,000, drag northeast, Tiger 2.
Something to look out for. Overlord, Circus 14, bogey dart. Getting low on fuel now. So if we don't find this guy in the next minute or two, we'll just fuck off.
Rock, 123, 11, 3,000, drag east, fast, Tiger 2.
Fuck it, I'm out of here. We're RTB. So I think we killed something, and I'm pretty sure it was hostile. We should have got the credit for that 101. Oh, don't freeze, DCS. I don't want to get kicked again. We got 2 kills! Hey! Oh, we got 2 101s, didn't we? We got one with a 9J and one with a fucking 530. What the fuck? What's... Okay, so what's the right-hand fucking position on that? I wonder. Didn't realize that was a 3 position. Highball IFF, I know, right? It's great. Absolutely wonderful. It gets the AIM 9B, the AIM 9J, the AIM 9P. It doesn't get the P5. And then the Magic 1, which is kind of like a fat R60. Just double check my controls. Yeah, that is bound. I don't know why it's not working, or not. Like, it doesn't seem like it's actually trimming the aircraft. If I can figure out where the switch is to fucking do it. Oh, the trim switch is somewhere near the throttle, I think. Oh, there. Does the rudder trim not work? I don't think the rudder trim's working. Maybe something's overriding it. Oh, I wonder if one of the control channels overrides it, maybe. Because according to the ADI, we got quite a slip going on here. Because I've got the, you know, 19J on a rail and the other gone. But I can't trim it out. Doesn't want to let me trim it out. Is J better than the P? It turns better. That's because the DCS AIM 9P underperforms, so does the P5. It should be about a 22 G missile, something like that. The J is a 22G missile as it's modelled, but the 9P and P5 and DCS are only 16, I think, 16G. They should be more than that. So the P has longer range, the P5 has longer range and all aspect, but the J has, it turns better. It shouldn't turn better, but it does, if that makes any sense. So if the P ever gets corrected, the AIM 9P will be the weapon of choice, but for the time being the J is, because the J actually has its proper turning capability. Tumbled my gyro again. So the little standby ADI tumbles really, really easily in this, which is quite neat. Yeah, me too. And the A-10 and everything. Well, the Eagle as well. Why not? Just give it to everything that can carry the Air Force Sidewinders. Okay, we're going to pop out the air brakes. It's a very hands-on plane compared to the F-5. Very hands-on. Got to make a lot of little corrections with the stick. Feels good. It feels, in certain aspects, particularly in pitch at low speed, it feels really squirrely, like maybe a little too much, but I mean, this is me speaking with no actual real-life fast jet experience, so take that for what it is. But it does feel perhaps a little over-squirrely at low speeds and in certain flight regimes, but just in general, the amount of control inputs I'm having to make, it feels alive. And DCS jet's kind of feeling dead because of the lack of, you know, there's no turbulence, there's no thermals, you can set turbulence in the mission editor, but it's like a canned effect that applies over the entire map. There's no proper dynamic weather system in DCS, not like you get in Misfizz or X-Plane or whatever, and that's what DCS really needs. I think more than almost anything else. Multi-core probably is needed to get that to work, But more than a lot of other features that people keep asking for, I think DCS needs weather that feels like weather. That would improve the game so much. It would start to feel like real flight. And a lot of the jets with bad handling characteristics, they become more noticeable. You know, little things like the MiG-21 wouldn't be able to do its Super Hornet fucking high alpha pass bullshit anymore. The Viggen would probably spin when you stall it instead of just mushing forwards. Lots of little things like that. DCS has always felt nervous to me on non-flyby planes, that is. I think a lot of that's just not having your curves quite dialed in yet, and I might not with the Mirage. Like a lot of the aircraft in DCS, particularly the older ones, have really long stick extensions in real life, so they're really sensitive. I think Phil did a whole video about the stick throw in the Spitfire compared to the stick throw of the average DCS player's setup. So I remember watching that and being like, oh, I never thought about that. But yeah, like, I don't know. Like, the little corrections I'm making here just to keep the aircraft more or less straight, that should be what I have to do in every aircraft, but in a lot of them I barely need to move my stick to hold them straight and level. I'm really enjoying this so far. I was a little cautious because I knew that there were going to be issues at release and some things missing or not fully modeled, but I'm pleasantly surprised. You know, a lot of the bugs that do exist at the moment are things that are reasonably easy for them to fix and can be done fairly soon. But, like, for instance, the radar, the visuals on the radar could be a lot better, but I think the way it's actually modeled, it feels pretty good. Like, the way it keeps losing targets at low altitude and dropping them just because it's temperamental and shitty early MTI, it feels good. I only had my flaps at half there. I was wondering why I was so fast. Now we got to reset our trim. There's no cheat trim reset button in this. You got to do it the old-fashioned way. That's our trim indicator down there. So we're going to level that about there. And then the fucking pitch trim indicator is like arse backwards, because of course it is, it's French. And oh, the rudder trim is working, it just does fucking nothing. So the rudder trim movement is so slow that I wasn't noticing any effect. I've got my rudder trim bound on one of the encoders on my Virpil setup. So Virpil, one of the few complaints I have about their products is they use encoders instead of just normal axis wheels. You can set them up as a virtual axis, just you've got the clicks in it for the encoder. But I'd prefer like one or two true axis setups on their gear. Like the scroll wheel on the Constellation Alpha, I'd like that to be a true axis. It'd be a lot better for the Tomcats DLC for a start. The thumb wheel on the throttle I'd like to be a true axis, and then maybe one or two of the rotaries. The trim rotaries certainly on the landing gear panel. I almost wonder if you'd be able to make it so you click them in and it bypasses the clicks. Like, you know, you press it in and then it becomes just a pure scroll axis. That would be a lot better, a much better setup. Same for VKB, yeah, I'm not surprised. It always feels good to see a new Cold War plane. One day, don't know when, but one day that'll be a MiG-23 we watch taxi past us, and that day I will be a very happy man. Not that I'm not happy today. I'm clearly pretty happy today. I really enjoy this. Oh, what are you taking a bag for, dude? No, you don't need that. You don't need that. What is this, blue team? Oh, is there a crater there? Oh no, he's lagging because the front line's moved. Look at the size of that tank, by the way. That's like a 2,200 litre tank or some bullshit. You can also see the nozzle steering is very sensitive and the aircraft has a very high center of gravity. Do not make hard turns at high speed in this. You will flip over on your back. I've done it a couple times, taxiing around. Oh, IL-2, particularly... Oops, shit. This is a spawn spot, apparently. IL-2... The takeoff handling, the ground handling for a lot of the warbirds is like... You need a lot of rudder, but it needs to be constant, whereas DCS, you need to literally dance on the pedals. When you go from DCS to IL-2 or back the other way, it really fucks with you, because the inputs are very different. And I prefer DCS. It takes longer to get used to, but, you know, once you can taxi and take off and land in a Spitfire in DCS without breaking it or ground looping, you feel pretty good about yourself. Need to get out of this guy's way, but we should have room to steer around each other, because the nozzle steering is so high gain, but... Will anyone get the Kiowa? I'm waiting to see how it releases. If it's a good release, if Polychop have kind of redeemed themselves, I'll probably get it. I'm not so interested in modern stuff with screens, but I can make an exception for the Kiowa, because it looks like a cool little helicopter. Looks like it'd be a lot of fun to fly. I'll probably never learn all the screens and systems and bullshit, but it would be a lot of fun to fly around. I think they said they want to do multiple versions as well, possibly including a Cold War one. So if they do that... it will definitely be added to my list. However, if it is like the Gazelle in terms of the flight model, I will be giving it a miss. I really hope that Polychopper kind of learnt from the Gazelle and can make a good helicopter flight model now. Hey, Round. Good to see you, man. Not even just heavy use of curves, but just being gentle on the controls does it for the Spitfire. Like, I learnt that less is more with rudder inputs with the Warbirds. You put them on kind of gradually and gently, and then... like, the reason I had so much trouble taking off the I-16 a couple weeks ago, you guys would remember that, didn't go well, is because I was kind of doing the thing you do in jets or in IL-2, where you push the rudder hard one way or the other. Whereas... what you need in the I-16 and DCS and in the Spitfire is little gentle corrections. If you push the rudder hard, you're going to get into pilot-induced oscillation and you'll fuck yourself up. Just little inputs, just little things, like, you know, just this kind of thing, just little corrections. With the Spitfire, if I haven't flown it for a while, my first few will be pretty messy, but after a couple flights, I'm butter smooth. Like, I can get the Spitfire in DCS on a good day, tracking dead straight. You wouldn't know it was a prop plane from how well I can take that off. Of course, that's on a good day. On a normal day, it's going to be a bit more. The key with things like the Spitfire, and IL-2 doesn't model this as far as I can tell. I've only noticed this effect in DCS and to a degree in MizFiz. You've got to correct for the slipstream of the prop over the tail, but you've also got to correct for torque. The Spitfire has a lot of torque. It's a light plane. She's going to put all her weight on the left wheel, so she's going to want to go left. You're going to get not just the slipstream effect from the prop, but also the torque, both pulling you the same direction, because all the weight's going on the left wheel. So you need a bit of right aileron, just a little tiny bit of right aileron, to hold it level, and keep some weight on the right wheel. And then you need a bit of, well, a reasonable amount of right rudder. Like I said before, you barely need to touch the stick to get the F1 off the ground. Just gently give her a touch of backstick around 120, 130 knots and hold it, and she'll lift herself up. It's not like the Soviet stuff where you're holding the stick 2/3 back the entire fucking takeoff run until it lifts. Just a gentle little input. Contact over there. That's probably the guy we took off with. On tandem props like the Ferry Gannet, do you still have to worry about slipstream, or does the counter-rotating prop right behind each other cancel it out? I think it mostly cancels. I think you'd still get a little bit of effect because the airflow, like the airflow off the props is kind of weird, but I don't know for sure, honestly. You'd have to ask somebody that's either experienced with contra props or understands aerodynamics a lot better than me. I feel like you get much less effect, but it would probably still give you some because it's not going to be 100% perfect. I should have brought two 530s actually, because the blue bombers just took off. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope. I need to fly the Mozzie more. The Mozzie is such a good module.
Overlord, Ra,
And one of my favourite aircraft.
8,000, flank northeast, Warthog.
Probably is my favourite World War II aircraft, to be honest. Like, the Spitfire is wonderful and all, but it's a bit cliche. The Hurricane's a workhorse, but she's not the prettiest thing on Earth. The Mozzie is just such a fucking phenomenal aircraft. How's the Mirage so far? Few little bugs, few things I think could be improved. The sounds I'm not the biggest fan of. They're not bad, but they could be better. Radar visuals, not bad, but could be better. Gives me kind of War Thunder vibes because it's too clean. But the radar function is actually jankier than the visuals suggest, which is good. I like it. I really like it. I'm going to be flying it quite a bit, I think. It's a real challenge because you're fighting the aircraft a lot. It's almost, I want to say, more squirrely than the 21. But you've also got worse ergonomics and a very, like, arcane kind of radar setup. So it's real high pilot workload kind of stuff. I really like it. Blue are flying pretty high today. I mean, we're over mountains, so I guess that's partly why, but 10,000 to A10. It's not something you see many people do. Something I do, I fly high in the A10 and the Su-25 so I can spot ground targets better. And also because people don't really expect to see you up in the cloud base, but I don't see the pubbies do it very often. Do you fly helos? Occasionally. I fly the Mi-24 a bit. I also fly the Mi-8 quite a bit. I haven't flown them for a while on stream, but I do fly them, and I have streamed them before. We might be due for another helicopter stream soon, I think. I also fly the Huey, just not very often. Not that I don't like the Huey, it's just I'm not good at it. It's a bit too hands-on for my helicopter skills. 2, 4, 5, 4, 10... Probably should have turned a little harder. Tiger, thanks for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope. He might be terrain masked. This ridgeline's about 10,000 feet high.
Sockets 1-4.
There he is.
Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope. Lost him behind the hill.
Circus 1-4. Overlord, Ra, 233, 10, 20,000, beam north, Tiger 2.
Oh, shit.
Circus 1-4, threat, Ra, 241, 8, 19,000, beam north, Tiger 2.
Don't see him. He's quite a bit above me. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Ra, 279, 5, 17,000, drag north, Tiger 2.
Saw him for a second. This radar is incredibly fucking temperamental. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Should be him, I hope. I gotta be careful because there will be friendlies
Circus
coming from this
1-4,
direction.
Overlord, Raw, 342, 4, 17,000, beam east, Tiger 2. Circus 1-4, merged.
Fuck it.
349, 17,000,
It's probably out of range,
Tiger 2.
but we'll just send it.
Overlord, Racker 1-1, bogey dope bombers.
That's never gonna hit, that was a terrible shot.
Racker 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 182, 122, 26,000.
Still don't see him on the HUD.
7-ship Strato Fortress.
Oh, did we get him? We got him! We fucking got him! Holy shit! Okay, the 530's fucking cracked. What the fuck? What? No way! Bruh. No fucking way. Does this have seam? No. No, it uncages automatically. It's like the F-86 or the MiG-19. It's always uncaged. But it doesn't have seam. Fucking photon torpedo. The fucking clap by the photon torpedo. Oh. Okay. I like that. I like the 530 now. What we're going to do, because the bombers just took off, is we're going to quickly land again. We're going to grab a pair of photon torpedoes, and we're going to go intercept them. Oh, that was fucking filth, dude. That was filth. Cannot believe that hit him. We're also going to hit those, because once we got the two 530s loaded, we need both of those switches, or both of those buttons to press to fire it. It's not good, but it's not bad. It's a little better than the R3R for front aspect or side aspect, and a little worse than the R3R for trail, because it has a shit ton of drag. It's a very big missile. It has like a sustainer in it that burns for quite a while, but it needs that just to keep moving because it's so draggy. Doesn't gain a lot of speed over its launch speed. I think like maybe kind of 1.5-ish extra mark over its launch speed, so it's a slow missile. It acts like a Sparrow, so it makes the kind of same conservative, gentle turns as a Sparrow makes, which is why it probably is so good. It bleeds off a lot less energy compared to the R3R, which, as soon as it loses its motor, it makes a really hard turn, hits transonic drag at the same time, and just rolls over and dies. Like, the reason a lot of R3R beaming aspect shots miss isn't because the missile can't pull hard enough, although in real life it wouldn't be able to. It's a little too good in DCS. But that's balanced out because the fucking transonic drag is so bad, like way overblown on the R3R, that it just dumps all its speed and it can't turn. So it's like the MiG-21's missiles are overpowered in some respects and then really underpowered in others, and it balances out, is the quickest way to put it. Their Seekers are too good, and some of them turn too well, but across the board, their range is a lot lower than it should be. Like, they're much worse affected by transonic drag than they really ought to be. The R-13M and M1, which should be the longest range missiles the MiG-21 has, actually are shorter range than the R-60. The R-60M, specifically the M, which is the ED missile, remember the R-60 no index is the magnitude 3 missile that only goes on the MiG-21. The R-60M is the ED missile, and the R-60M is the longest range missile that jet has, by about 200-300 meters over the magnitude R-60, the uncooled one. When, in real life, particularly at higher altitude, the R-13M should be about double the range. A little under double the range. Because the R-13M is roughly equivalent to an AIM-9D. The R-13M1 is roughly equivalent to an AIM-9J. Maybe a little bit worse in terms of turning capability. So the missiles generally aren't. The thing is, the R-60M was made for ED modules, like the MiG-29, Su-25, whatever. That's always been in the game. The R-60 didn't exist in DCS, and Magnitude wanted a rear aspect R-60 for the MiG-21, so they made their own. The way DCS handles weapons... I am a Dorito enjoyer, by the way. I love my Delta Wings. Target was... what was the range? Fuck, I don't know. Like, probably... Not very far, but it was a weird aspect. the missiles are the same. Once they leave the rail, it's the same missile for any module that uses that weapon. So an R60M is an R60M once it's off the rail. Doesn't matter what fired it. But until that weapon leaves the rail, it's controlled by the module. So if you've ever wondered why the R60M doesn't give tone on certain targets in the L39, but it does in the MiG-21, or, you know, the Su-25, it's because of that. Likewise, the Viggen has trouble acquiring IR locks on stuff sometimes, and the RB-24J is essentially an AIM-9P. The RB-74 is essentially an AIM-9L, but it struggles sometimes to lock stuff. And the reason is because as long as the missile is suspended to the aircraft, it uses the actual aircraft module's code to control how that missile behaves. As soon as it's off the rail, the missile is self-contained. It is the same as any other missile of that type in DCS. Doesn't matter what fired it. So that's why you get certain peculiarities about some planes do get tone on things and some others don't, even though it's the same missile. It's because as long as it's still attached to your jet, it's part of that module, if that makes sense. Jack! Good to see you. Cheers for the resub, man. Appreciate it. Don't know if you've been flying the F1 yet today, but I have been enjoying it. It has been hectic. I nearly team-killed somebody on my first sortie. I think I got team-killed on my second sortie. We nursed it home with half of the Annunciator panel flashing red at me. It's great. I love it. I love it so much. And the radar, even though it looks like it would overperform because of the visuals, in actual terms of how it works, it's a piece of shit. I love it. It's just... It's what I wanted. A module that's fun, but also incredibly janky. So, some people were doing comparative trials by modding it onto the MiG-21, because the missiles were put in DCS about 2 patches ahead of the aircraft. So, Super, Get Low, and a couple of the other guys were modding them onto the 21. I think Wacker did as well. And they were testing it. You know, so they put an AIM-9J on one rail and an R13M on the other or whatever, and they compare them. And the same thing with the 530 and the R3R. We found, and Get Low demonstrated this particularly well, he streamed it to me over Discord. In head-on shots, the 530 turns better. They both have a 16G limit. The R3R should technically be 10, but again, it balances out because the transonic drag's too high. But the R3R has ostensibly the same G limit as the 530. The issue is that the 530 steers like a sparrow, so it makes gentle sweeping curves, and it's also got that sustainer motor. Whereas the R3R burns for, I think it's like about 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds, and then the motor goes out, and then it starts turning really hard. It's turning right through its flight, but it starts really pulling as the motor burns out, and it's right as it hits transonic. So quite often you'll see the R3R looks like it's tracking perfectly, and then the motor goes out and it misses. And that's why it spends all its energy in that final terminal turn, and it can't catch the target. It's kind of like, if you guys have seen Phoenixes when they go terminal, or even the 5V28 for the S200 SAM system does this, is when they go terminal, they suddenly start making like ridiculous fucking AOA turns. The R3R does that, and it kills itself. The 530 doesn't. The 530 always makes these beautiful, sweeping, gentle turns. So it has just that little bit more energy it can command towards the end of terminal flight. Whereas the R3R's already spent all its energy, it has nothing left to pull. So, in a head-on aspect, the 530 is superior, just in general, at any altitude. In a sort of beaming engagement, the 530 is again superior, more or less any altitude, but the higher it gets, the better it is. But the 530 is inferior in a chase engagement, particularly on the deck. On the deck in chase, the 530 is barely going to reach anything, really. It's like maybe a kilometer you can get out of it at most. It's pathetic. You really need a lot of speed overhead to get much range out of it, because the 530 is, like I said, so fat, and it gets such a little speed boost out of its own motor. It's got a short booster and then a long sustain, and the sustain doesn't really give it much. Phoenix got new navigation this patch. Oh, did it? I'll have to check that out sometime. Maybe not on stream, but I'll have to check it out. Waiting for Strike Eagle and hopefully for Sniper Pod. Well, they are doing the Sniper Pod for the Strike Eagle. They showed the art for it recently, so that'll be cool. I'm not really into the super modern stuff, but I'm kind of... I don't know, dude. I'm eyeing off the Strike Eagle, and it looks like it's going to be pretty nice. I'm kind of thinking I might kind of pop my cherry. So I own the Hornet and the F-16 and the A-10C. I've never flown the A-10C, and I probably never will. I think Xerxes bought me that. I'm sorry, dude. Actually, no, Colby bought me that. I don't remember. One of my friends bought me it when it released, like the original A10 when it released. I've never even bound the controls. I feel really bad, but it's just not my kind of plane. I'd never even flown the A10A until Enigma server, and I only flew it to prove a point to Blue Team. But, like, the Hornet was bought for me by Gordo, who is, like, the patron saint of the DCS Twitch community. Wonderful guy. And the F-16 was bought for me by a friend from back in my Gary's Mod days, friend from Face Punch. So I have them, and I have flown them. I do fly them occasionally. I actually quite like them both, just, you know, the systems are a bit overwhelming for me. But I've never bought myself a modern module as such. Oh, and I got the Jeff from Polar, because he enjoys watching people suffer. I actually kind of like the Jeff. I don't like the systems, but I like the jet. But yeah, I might actually buy myself the Strike Eagle. I probably won't fly it that much, but it just looks cool, you know? Looks like it'd be interesting. I would really dearly love, though, to one day get... I would really dearly love to one day get an F-15A before any of the radar upgrades. Just the original model APG-63 with the fucking miserable mean time between failures as well. AD Donut, or ADD Donut, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a wonderful day. My air brake is still out, because I am a monkey. The air brake controls on the F1 are kind of weird. So the aircraft has... You can pull and hold it. It's like a momentary pull and hold switch. But the longer you hold it, it'll just lock out. And there's a toggle switch. So I've got forwards to toggle, but it only toggles it on. It doesn't toggle it off. So I have to push it forwards to toggle it on, or pull and hold to toggle it on. And then to retract it, you have to pull and hold for like 2-3 seconds, and then release, and it'll retract. Is this growling? No, I don't really fly on growling at all anymore. I used to play on there in the like the MiG-29, the Su-27, and the Mirage 2000, because it was fun to fight the spam ram kids and dunk on them with, you know, outdated airframes. I may have terrorized a few Hornets in my MiG-21, but I don't play on there anymore. It got boring for me because it just turned into F-16 versus F-16 on that server, you know what I mean? I don't like mirror matches. I don't like it when both teams have the same plane because people whine about balance, so I don't play on growling anymore. I only go there for memes, like road trips in the Hornet. This is Enigma's server. So my two servers I play on usually are Alpenwolf's Cold War, which is, we all call it Alpen's because he's run it for time immemorial, but the actual name is Cold War 1947 to 1991. That's where I usually play. And then this is Enigma's Cold War server, which I also play on. So usually, because of my time zone, DCS is most populated around morning to early afternoon my time. So I get up in the morning, I jump on Alpen's server, I play on there until the Europeans all go to bed and it empties out, and then I go on Enigma's server instead. So, DCS is getting to the point where we actually do have enough players that we can keep 2 Cold War servers alive at the same time. It never used to be like that, and I'm hoping that we can get even more. There were so many good Cold War servers back in the day that don't exist anymore because no one ever played on them. Alpen's was the only place to go, essentially, that had people. And now we got Alpen's and Enigmas. So, are you winning, son? Yeah, we got someone with a fucking aerial torpedo. We 530'd someone. I didn't even think it was going to hit. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope, Stratofortress. Pods make ground attack a bit more interesting.
But you will damage systems at high altitude with no reason, so be careful.
I think I know why. Your alternator probably cut out. Or you throttled back from mill. Am I on the right frequency? I think I should be.
Circus 1-4.
There we go.
Overlord. Raw. 137. 88. 13,000. Hot. Stratofortress.
Sing loves to dip into your rolls. Yeah, that's something that... So, Seal and I did a little bit of comparative dogfighting against each other. And Seal found that his habit of using a lot of rudder in the MiG-21 to kind of make tuck-under rolls, that will kill you in the Mirage F1 if you're at low altitude. It'll just tuck straight into the ground. I found that too. It really inertially couples quite severely. So successive rolls in this will kill you as well. The MiG-21, you can usually get about 3 or 4 rolls in before you spear in if you're at low altitude. This will give you maybe 1. It has really pronounced adverse yaw, which is weird because it's got spoilers. Typically, something with spoilers on, like the Tomcat, for instance, or the MiG-23, you'd expect it to exhibit proverse yaw, where the nose slides into the turn. You actually have to rudder out of the turn, which is the opposite to most aircraft. But this has really bad adverse. So I don't know if that's like they got a number backwards in the flight model, or if the F1 is actually like that. It could well be that they put the spoilers on the wings to try and cure an already severe adverse roll problem, which is what, you know, Matroshka thought might have been the case. But either way, it's got some interesting behavior. She's a handful. Oh, the alternate... Yeah, there's like a whole thing in the manual about what flight conditions will cause the alternator to shit the bed. You also, if you're at above Mach 1.4, you cannot throttle back from mil power. You can come out of burner, but you can't go below mil power. If you're above Mach 1.4, the engine goes into an overspeed regime, and throttling back from mil will not blow it up, but it will compressor stall it, and it will probably kill the engine. The relight conditions for, like, the relight envelope is really fucking strict as well. That's it right there. That's your relight envelope and procedure right there. Just in Spanish. Yeah, like, oh, she will fuck you up if you do stupid shit. Which is why I like the plane so much. Something that I suspect the F5 guys are going to struggle with. If you go full back, left or right stick, the wings don't snap like the F5 because I think they've got the G limit set too high. And in testing, I did confirm that sometimes it was able to pull 18G before anything broke. It will break, but it was like the Tomcat. It tanks ridiculous amounts of it before it breaks. Well, in the F5, you know, you pull full back, left, right stick at high speed, you'll rip a wing, which you should. In this, you won't necessarily rip a wing, but you'll kill the engine. Because you'll give it asymmetric... like the... How do I put this? You'll blank an intake. You'll stall or buzz an intake, right? The MiG-23 has this problem too. In real life, it'll probably be modeled, hopefully. Su-15, anything with side intakes like this, particularly the older jets, if you give it like a really nasty kind of yaw and roll at the same time, you'll buzz the intake and it will fuck the engine. So, don't do that. If you do hear the engine starting to choke, it sounds like the stall buffet sound, but really loud. It's like this continuous... Or, you know, compressor surging and banging. You'll hear, like an actual comp stall, you hear it banging and you'll see the needle on the RPM gauge doing this. But if you hear that, throttle back to idle and leave it there. Sometimes it'll recover at idle, sometimes you have to actually shut down and relight the engine to get it to unfuck itself. Sometimes you've broken it. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope, Stratofortress. As you can see, our RWR is somehow even worse than the SPO-10.
Raw, 168, 42, 4000, being west, Stratofortress.
Intriguing. They're kind of out in the middle of nowhere. I'm not sure what's going on here. I almost wonder if one's landing. Where the fuck are we? Oh, we're way out here. No, he might have... I don't know what he's doing. 4,000 feet. He's really low. They might be getting engaged already, perhaps. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but for those who are recent arrivals, the HUD is a HUD. Fuck anyone that says it's a gun sight. I'll fight you. We had this argument in Enigma's Discord last night. It was a lot of fun. But the HUD, it does show an artificial horizon, but this is your aircraft waterline. This is the reference line. This isn't a velocity vector. So it's like the Tomcat. If you put that on the horizon line, it doesn't mean you're level. It means that, you know, you're kind of close. The aircraft is level to the horizon, but it's not, you know, it needs angle of attack to generate lift. So you'll notice we've got an angle of attack indicator here next to us. I need to account for, what is that, 1 or 2 units AOA, and this is true AOA, so this is degrees. I need to add about a degree or 2 above that horizon line to level the aircraft. Right there. Right there, I need to add a degree. Like the Tomcat, but you can't calibrate it, like you can't manually dial the horizon line up and down, you have to just do mental maths. Incidentally, this is real degrees. This is another one of these weird things the Mirage F1 is remarkably technologically advanced in for its time. US aircraft of the era, even the F-15, I think even the F-16 to a degree, the early ones maybe, use units AOA instead of degrees. Units AOA is because the sensor is down here next to the cockpit on most aircraft, so the airflow hitting it is already disturbed by the aircraft itself. So it's not going to give you the true angle of attack of air hitting the wing. It's going to give you the the angle of attack of that vane in the disturbed airflow. So that's why in the MiG-21 you'll see that the AOA indicator might read, say, 28, but you go outside and it says that you're doing 12 AOA. There's a certain relationship between them, and it's usually not linear. In this, there's actually a flight data computer which does some hocus-pocus maths to figure out from the local AOA what the actual AOA is, and it displays that on that ribbon. So the Mirage F1 is the only aircraft I can even think of from this time period, from anybody, including the Soviets and the Americans, that actually tells you your true angle of attack at the wing in the cockpit. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Stratofortress.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 217, 17, 3000, flag east, Stratofortress.
It's so low. Chilean memes. I don't need to learn Spanish to fucking do Chilean memes. Just need to learn Weon. Isn't that like the entirety of the Chilean language is just variations of that word? I don't know why the bombers are all so low. I mean, they're defending, I guess, from fighters, but still. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Stratofortress. If they were higher up, we should see them, because they should be contrailing. Or close to. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Stratofortress. Just gonna give me something else.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Bra, 049, 38, 25,000, drag north, 2-ship Stratofortress.
Shit. No wonder. They snuck past us while we were looking for the guy on the deck.
I guess he just hates Australians, Ross. Yeah, too bad Ross is Canadian.
That's like saying I'm Indian just because I was born in India.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Stratofortress.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Ra, 038, 39, 25,000, drag north, 2-ship Stratofortress.
The range on this is quite nice, by the way. It carries quite a lot of fuel internally, although my fuel gauge is set wrong because I forgot to dial it back. So is my countermeasures. That's something I'm going to have to remember. The ground crew don't do it for you in this. But it has about twice the fuel of a MiG-21. Similar engine of fuel efficiency, but about twice the fuel load. So once it burns off a decent amount of its fuel, it's actually, the thrust-to-weight ratio is still not good, but it's not bad either. And compared to a MiG-21 in regular afterburner, it's pretty close to parity. But at low level where the MiG-21 can use the emergency burner, the 21's much better. Nope. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope, Stratofortress. I don't know why it's not picking them up. They should be right in front of me. They're a little higher, but I'm on full bar scan.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Ra, 031, 34, 25,000, drag north, 2-ship Stratofortress.
We are going to burn through most of what fuel we have left here chasing these guys. I like that it gives you a fuel system diagram with the tank empty lights. Kind of a more advanced version of what the MiGs do. That's nice. There's a lot of really interesting little ways of doing things on this jet. Like, the ergonomics are in general a clusterfuck, but there's a lot of nice little quality of life features as well, having said that. When the fuck did you go back to class? Last week. Well, this week that's just gone. Monday was my first day. It's a diploma that I attempted to do 7 or 8 years ago, but couldn't finish. It's been too long to get recognition of prior learning, because I finished everything except one credit point, right? But that's fine, because it's community services, so the sector changes so much anyway that I may as well relearn the whole thing. I've already learnt that they've renamed fucking FACS again instead of family. It was originally Department of Community Services, DOCS, then it became FACS, Family and Community Services. Now it's fucking Communities and Justice, apparently. You think about how much money they fucking waste renaming government departments for literally no reason whatsoever. It's ridiculous. Somebody in the government clearly either owns a printing company and a stationary supplies company, or knows someone who does. Overlord, Circus 1-4. Bogey Dope, Strata Fortress. My game just froze.
Circus 1-4. Overlord, I could not find you.
Wonderful. Thank you, DCS. I bet it's the integrity check. Okay. Interesting. So something to do with the B-52. When I get close to the B-52s, this happens. Something to do with the B-52 model is triggering an integrity check on the Su-15 mod, which then kicks me out of the server. Which is annoying, because I don't want to have to uninstall and reinstall the Su-15 mod all the time, but at the same time, like, this is... I'm going to have to restart DCS. It doesn't usually do this. So the Skyhawk mod's usually pretty good. That rarely, if ever, triggers integrity checks. But some mods do it all the time. Like, some mods you can't even play multiplayer with, even if they're in a separate mod folder. The Su-15 is good until there's a B-52 anywhere nearby. And then it shits itself for some reason. I don't know why. And I've got it installed correctly. It's in the saved games mods folder, not the base game folder. But it just doesn't want to... Don't want to work. What we're going to do... is we're going to cut it out of that folder. We're going to go up a folder here. We're going to make a new folder in the DCS mods directory. We're going to put a symbol in front so the game doesn't read it. And we're going to call it scratch space aircraft. So I know that those go in the aircraft folder and that they're ones that I don't have installed currently, but they're one folder structure up from where I want them. So that when I do want to install it, I can just quickly chuck it back in. There needs to be, like, some way for modders to not have this happen. I'm sure there is, but, like, I don't know. Integrity tripping on, like, mod aircraft is... I guess it's done so people don't use mods to add stuff that they can then cheat with, but... those of you who are on Enigma's Discord or were on Growling Sidewinder or Hoggit recently will remember that there are... there's been a spate of people memory hacking DCS to make themselves invincible and teleport and shit like that. Pom and I have seen it before. Pom, that guy that we saw doing it, same shit. Not the same guy probably, but same shit. And this was just like, what, 2-3 days ago? It's extremely rare. Like, almost nobody does it because DCS is so niche. But it does happen from time to time. And integrity checks don't stop it anyway, you know? B-52 is running big mode electronic warfare. Yeah, fucking really. I think it's a Su-15 mod, because I had this same problem the other day when I tried to intercept him in the MiG-29. Love the Mirage so far, gel really well with it. 5 air-to-air kills so far. I've been really struggling with situational awareness, like I just... Once I get merged with somebody, I can't fucking see them, and the radar is so finicky. But once I do actually, like, figure out where someone is, it's pretty decent. It's... You know, it doesn't actually turn as well as I expected it to, before I got my filthy, grubby little hands on it. But all my predictions that I originally made before I did get my filthy, grubby little hands on it are pretty accurate, except the turn capability. The 530 is a little better than I expected, and it turns a little worse than I expected, and the radar's about what I thought it would be. So I'm going to be an obnoxious shithead and hit everyone with the I told you so every time somebody complains about the plane in Discord now. Well, it looks like red is tremendously stacked. It looks like the server may also be full. If I get another slot and I can get back in there, in the next few minutes we'll fly blue, I think. We'll try and shoot down a Mirage. Its instantaneous turn performance is pretty good. And at high angles of attack, it's really tame, so you can really throw the nose around. But it doesn't sustain well. Super and I did some testing. I did some initial testing, and it kind of... I thought it confirmed my idea that it would be, you know, somewhere around 15, 16 a second sustained. But it turns out I'm just a really sloppy, lazy pilot, and my nose was dipped for most of that. So my averaging, kind of average value of 15 or 16 was because I was descending the whole time. Super did a test and found it did about 12, 13, 14-ish close to the deck. So I redid my test and same thing. It's about 12 to 14. So it's almost exactly on par with the MiG-21 and the F-5. So, you know, the one kind of advantage I thought it would have in BFM would be a sustained turn, and it doesn't. So yeah, it's very similar to the other two aircraft in that class, the F-5 and the MiG-21, you know. It acts kind of like a hybrid between them, I want to say. Which I love. I think that's fucking great. I can't get enough of it, but I think a lot of the guys coming from the F5 wanting some killer app that's going to destroy every MiG-21 with its eyes closed, like, they're going to be so disappointed. If they're struggling to fly the F5 without ripping its wings, like, even though it's harder to rip the wings on this because they've got the G values set too high, which I think they're going to adjust. They said that apparently they've modeled, I don't know if they said plastic deformation, I'm trying to remember, but they modeled like all the different structural members of the wing and it calculates individually for them. So I think they've got the values set a little too high maybe. But yeah, like this thing has similar G limitations to the F5. So if they tune that to what it really should be, you're going to rip the wings like an F5 would anyway. If you've got Arthur bypassed, Arthur shouldn't let you do it usually. But the other thing is, if you do the same kind of maneuver that an F5 would rip its wings with, the full back left or back right stick, you're not going to rip your wings maybe, but you're going to blow the engine. Because you're going to blank out one intake, buzz it, and then the engine's going to choke. So I think that they're going to hate it anyway, because it's still got a lot of the same limitations. Where's the front line for blue? We'll grab an F5. I almost feel like a Sabre would be pretty dirty against him. But we'll take an F5. Someone else got the bombers at least. Do we have P5s here? Yeah, we do. We'll take them. I can't wait for an actual rear aspect mission though. I'd much rather rear aspect for the heaters. And go back to 9Ps. I want this thing to get 9Js. This with 9Js would be filth. Right. Let's get this baby up and running. I need to tell him to plug in the ground air. That's another nice thing about the Mirage F1 is that you don't need to go through this fucking bullshit. I don't know why the Americans just never bothered putting batteries in most of their planes. Well, actually, no, this does have battery. I don't know why you need to fucking air start the engines, though. Like, you know what I mean? Just all this extra ground equipment, you need battery carts, huffer carts, all this different shit. Why? Just don't, you know? Just have a plane that can start itself. And it's not even like you need a full-on APU. Both the Mirage F1 and the MiG-21 start off electric starters. I know the MiG-21 English cockpit says APU. It's not an APU. It's a mistranslation. The MiG-21 starter uses the... It's one of the DC generators from memory. It uses that as a starter motor to crank the actual engine. Why not take the Tomcat? I'm bad at it. I might hop in it later, but we're going to start with the F5. Oops. Gotta hold the starter. There we go. Oopsies, I forgot to do that until we were already lifted up. It's alright. No, we don't need to do that. We'll crossbleed the engines. Since I know how to do that now, we'll get rid of the air cart.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply. Copy.
The V word. Look, the reason I complain so much because it's annoying to fight with all its issues, but one of the main reasons I complain so much is because I really love that aircraft and I want to fly it more. I just feel kind of, you know, down on how it is at the moment. I complain because I love, not because I hate. As much as it might seem otherwise sometimes. That's all good, that's all good. It's been a while since I've flown the F-5, as usual, so I gotta try and remember everything that needs to be done. Make sure I don't miss anything, like, for instance, takeoff trim. Hey, Vaughn. Yeah, so that's I don't know if the original American F5s had it, but it's a feature the Canadians added, and the F5E has it. I don't know if the F5A does. And the reason that's added is to give the wing more angle of incidence on takeoff. So, well, not angle of incidence. Angle of incidence is the mounting angle of the wing on the airframe, right? Angle of attack is the actual airflow hitting the wing. So you need more AOA to generate more lift for a given speed. And so, by raising the nose strut, you're getting a higher AOA, so more lift, and you can get the aircraft off the ground faster. Otherwise, it takes a lot more runway. In DCS, you can check it yourself. You can take off with or without that, and you'll see that there's a huge difference. Okay, cockpit. We're missing the right side stuff because the right side engine's not running, so we're going to hold the brakes. We're going to ramp up the power on the left engine. And we're going to hold the right starter. About 90%. There goes the crossbleed, and we're going to uncage the throttle. We're going to keep the airflow running until the engine's fully spooled up. Once we're past 50% RPM, or 48%, whatever that red tick's on, there we go. Fully running engine. We're going to wind back the left throttle. We're going to relink them so that they're not differential. And now we can taxi. Although I've got to set up my overlord too. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8. So text at 10, voice at 8. Is he not going to talk to me? I don't know if it registered that. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8 miles. 253 is, yeah, it is Overlord.
Overlord, copy. Warning 8 nautical miles.
I know, right? The F5's actually really nice ergonomically. I would have preferred if they maybe moved the radar. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not going to complain. Blind flying panel's not bad. You know what my favorite feature is, though, of this cockpit? Is, I'll show you once we're lined up. It's on the gun sight. I know it's not, Max. I don't know why. I gotta figure it out. This is my favorite feature on this jet. a fucking slip ball directly under the gun sight. So heads up as you're going for a gun pass, you can see if the aircraft's slipping or not. That's some fucking gigabrain shit. The Phantom has something like that as well, I believe. Most variants of the Phantom. Okay, just double check the air brake's in, should be, and let's fucking send it. Yeah, I think some of the US Navy gun sites had that. F1 nails already. I particularly wish the Su-25 had something like that, because it's really hard for me to line up gun runs sometimes, especially if I've got an engine out, or if it's windy, or if I'm just being heavy-footed. Because I can't, like, when I installed the damper on my pedals, I accidentally didn't tighten down the main axis bolt strongly enough, and I've never got around to fixing it, because I need to go out and buy some new socket wrenches, because the ones I have are too small, or too big, there's no in between. Well, not socket wrenches, Allen keys. So I've never got around to fixing it, so my rudder has a little bit of slop in the center. The crosswinds don't normally have any play in them. You can use 0 dead zone on these, no problems. But because I fucked mine up in a repairable way, I have to account for that. So in the Su-25, it can be hard to kind of balance out the nose sometimes. Is there a way you can explain how to use a radar on the F-5? Sure. So what you're seeing here, it's a B-scope. Typical for US aircraft. Soviet ones are like this too. So it's top down and it's stretched at the bottom, so it takes the pie slice and it stretches it like that. So the closer the target gets, the more angular resolution you have. Left side of the scope is whatever the left scan azimuth limit is. I think it's like 30 degrees. Right side, same thing. Your range scale is here. That tells you what the top of the scope is. So at the moment, the top of the scope's 20. I can lock out to about 10 miles, which is in the middle. We can go... Wrong button. We can go to 10 miles there. You see the TDC gets bigger. We go 5 miles, or we can go out to 40, and at 40 miles you have no TDC. So I usually just leave it at 20, because you're not going to usually get returns at 40 or more anyway. The little tick on the right side is your radar elevation in degrees. Doom Sniper had some fucking simple way of remembering where the radar's actually pointed, but yeah, like, you know, 10 degrees up, 20 degrees up, 30 degrees up, 40 at the top. The TDC is just slewed as per normal. Like I said, it only slews out to 10 miles, so on the 20-mile scale, it only goes halfway up. The things you see... Oh, that's jamming! Someone's jamming. That's ground clutter. You'll notice the ground clutter... we avoid getting F1'd at the moment. The ground clutter is... It changes every sweep, right? It changes every sweep. The F5's a 2-bar scan, I believe. So, if you see something that's tracking in a consistent direction at a consistent speed, it's an aircraft. If you see it just like this, it's ground clutter. So you can actually spot things in clutter. It just takes a bit of skill and a careful eye. When you actually have something you want to lock, which we don't here, but say I did, I would put the TDC over it. I would press the acquire button, which puts the radar in this mode. Then you keep the TDC on that target, and you may need to wave the antenna up and down a bit before it grabs it. The F-5 is, I think, one of very few aircraft, I think it's this and the Mirage 2000, essentially. Very few aircraft in DCS, which actually... Oh, and the Tomcat, which take time to acquire a lock. Every aircraft should take time to acquire. It shouldn't just insta-lock, it should take a couple seconds. Sometimes up to 10 seconds to acquire it. So you've got to kind of fine-tune your TDC a bit to grab somebody, especially if they're down low in clutter, but you can do it. Overlord, Circus 1-4, Bogey Dope. Needs water to cool the engines? Yeah, when it's hovering. Because it's
Circus
producing
1-4,
so much thrust.
Overlord, Raw, 352, 31, 4000, drag north, fish pad.
Also, it's not... it's not the way you might think. It's not cooling like the nozzles or anything like that. What it's actually doing is it's injecting water into the combustion chambers themselves, the actual like flame cans of the engine. And it's using that not just to cool the combustion chamber lining so that it doesn't melt through, but also to produce more thrust, because you're throwing more thrust into the engine to combust, right? You're cooling the combustion that's happening, and you're also throwing in more mass flow. So some large aircraft, particularly transport aircraft, and some I think some early airliners used to use water injection for a similar purpose. This is a contact. We got him locked. So now this turns into a C-scope, like the MiG-21. I think it's a C-scope. That top bar coming down is range. The plus is his steering dot. It's him. I can see him on my nose. He's dead. Good meme. He's dead. It's an F1. We'll go have a look. He might not be fully dead.
Hey guys, by the way, what's the frequency for DCS?
Is that an F5?
This is it, buddy.
No, it's an F1.
Thanks.
What the fuck?
With the bot, it's broken right now, but it's like 253 and 259.
Interesting. Forgot my master arm.
Wait, if you can hear me right
See
now,
ya.
you're transmitting on 124.8, the short range. Make sure you're on your
Before we take off is P.
Yeah, he's dead.
P5s.
Then to get out of lock mode, you hit return to search, or I think it's return to search or something like that on the radar. Cannot get the Mirage F1 to work. Have you got the master arm switch on? It's a red covered switch near the throttle. It's like a horizontal switch near the radio panels. That has to be in the middle position. Right hand position I think is camera only. You've also got to select the weapon on the right hand panel, the one with all the buttons. For the gun, there's one for that for air-to-air and air-to-ground, I think. Then there's different ones for missiles. Or you can hit the CN... Was it C plus S plus W or some shit switch? The magic Sidewinder gun fast select. Oof, we got 9P'd by another Mirage. Oh well, I should have been paying more attention. Check your bindings, because it should work. It's working fine for me. You may have some other mode overriding it, maybe. Oops. I mean, that's a nice livery too, but we'll take my usual. We actually will keep some chaff on board, because, you know, we're going to be dealing with torpedoes. Fucking 530s. P5. P5. Single 150. I forgot to jet my fuel tank as well. I'm not quite with it today, guys. Sorry. I'm all excited because of a new module. I'll use that as my excuse today.
Chief, connect ground air supply. Copy.
It's not so much the pilots growing in size, it's things like helmet-mounted displays. So, the F-22 only recently got the... I think it's a Scorpion it has, right, Saber? They gave it the Scorpion recently. Until then, the F-22 did not have a helmet display. Because it would not fit in the cockpit. Also, the F-22 is kind of... The F-22 is phenomenal in terms of flight performance, but it's quite... not antiquated, but it's behind the F-35 in terms of systems. Because the avionics architecture is quite old-fashioned compared to the F-35. So it's missing a lot of stuff, well, until recently.
Chief, apply ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
You'll notice me turning down the gain on the radar, by the way. That's so I can actually spot contacts a little better. Especially when they're down low. It also makes the radar look a little better, a little more realistic than the, you know, the way it usually looks, which is kind of dookie. I'm using a mod to make the radar visuals look better. It is an improvement over the default, but it's still not perfect. So hopefully at some point ED give the radar on this thing some love. Partly because it's overpowered. It can see way easier in ground clutter than it should. Because apparently only one of the 2 scan bars generates actual ground clutter. The other doesn't. And also, it can lock things against the ground in dogfight mode, which it probably should struggle with. Like, DCS has this problem where a lot of systems in DCS are modeled as they are in the manual, which is perfect. You know, best case, everything works 100% from the factory. The climate's not affecting it, like, nobody's bumped it around, it works fine. In real life, a lot of this shit's really janky. And it's not because it's bad or anything, it's designed to the same specs as the shit in DCS. The problem is that there's real-life factors, there's human factors, there's climate factors, there's maybe the electrical system on the jet's a bit shot, stuff like that. So I suspect a lot of things that are renowned as being hard or nearly impossible in real life are actually doable with a very, very, very good pilot and a very, very, very well-functioning jet. They're just, like, too hard, so no one really does them, if that makes sense. I think that, you know, picking people out of ground clutter as easily as you do in DCS is one of those kind of things. But it is a little too easy, it shouldn't be quite that. Have you heard of IHADs? Yes, I have. From the Apache. We'll get some airflow going in here. They don't actually do anything, it's just, you know, it's kind of cool to move the little air vents around. Where's the other one? Oh, it's on the canopy rail. Yeah, IHADs is completely different to what the fighter guys use. We'll do the same thing, we'll crossblade the engines again. So I'm going to tell the ground crew to fuck off my ground air supply.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply.
Give us some takeoff trim.
Ground air supply is now disconnected.
This time, hopefully I remember my master arm. I usually turn it on once I've taken off, but I kind of distracted myself by talking, as usual. So we're going to hold the brakes. We're going to run up the left engine to about 80–90%. Little more. Little more. Little more. We're going to get any crossbleed here? Oh, I know why. It wasn't caged. I think. What am I doing wrong here? Maybe I will need the ground crew. It's not cross-bleeding. And we're getting fucking ear raped. What am I missing? No. Oh shit, no, I don't want to do that. Fuck, I just shut the engine down. We're having a moment, chat. Ground crew, ground air supply, connect.
Connect ground air supply. Copy. Apply ground air supply. Ground air supply is now connected. Copy.
Amongst other things, it's more comfortable for the pilot too, and they can lean around their chair to look behind them easier. So there's a number of reasons to do it.
Overlord, Lightning 1-1, radio check.
Leg length as well, yeah.
Lightning 1-1.
I got quite long legs as well. Like, when I was learning to fly in the Jabiru, I was sitting, like, the way old, like, pensioners drive, where they're all crumpled up like this. That's how I was in the Jabiru, because my legs are too long for it. Yeah, well, we won't crossbleed it since it doesn't want to play nice with me, apparently.
High ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
Hey, Jelly. Good to see you, man. We were flying the new Mirage, but the teams are a little stacked, so we've, Jesus. We've swapped over to Hornet Jr. here. And we're going to try and make an impact on the Red Menace. Vigan's been team killing ground units. That's always something you want to see. Can JTAC deal with Cold War planes? Yeah, like if the plane can carry things like GBUs or whatever, I mean, even dumb bombs, JTACs are still useful. They had different names for them back in the day, like, was it FACs, I think, FAC-A for the airborne guys, like in the 337s and the Dragonflies, but yeah, like you could still do JTAC type stuff with an old jet. Did I tell them to disconnect that? I don't remember, we'll tell them again. Get that dirty hose off my plane.
Copy. Ground air supply is now disconnected.
In DCS, although this server doesn't have them, I don't think the F-5 can actually carry GPUs, so you can use a JTAC on combined arms in DCS to laze for it, which is quite neat. Skymaster from Misfits, it's nice. It's one of my favourite things to just fly around. Zach's out here slaying with the magics. Oh, he's got the magics. I quite like the magics, but they're very short-ranged. More than an R60, but not much. Like, more range. So I think the 9Js are probably going to be my main bread and butter in here. Might use the 9Js on here and the magics on Alpins, because Alpins player base is generally more skilled, to put it bluntly. They tend to be a little harder to hit. Okay, air brakes in, flaps auto, full, so they're going to be on full because we're on the ground. Let's send it. You want about 5 or 6 units of nose up trim on the F5, usually. More if you're heavily loaded. I usually use about 6. Because I'm usually flying with an air-to-air load. A little bit of a bouncy takeoff. Yeah, the M4's more space efficient. Shit, it's meant to be auto. The M4's more space efficient. If you had like a full-length M16, or God forbid, something like a fucking, I don't know, AR-10 in there, it just... You're taking up a lot of space that really... You don't want to be using the rifle anyway. It's an emergency thing, right? So the less space it takes up in the cockpit, the better. So Soviet helicopter crews, and I assume modern Russian ones as well, though I don't know for sure. Soviet helicopter crews in Afghanistan would carry AKS-74Us, the little shorty, compact, folding version of the AK. Or they'd carry the Stechkin, the APS, which is an automatic pistol. In general, pilots don't want to be lugging a great big rifle into and out of the aircraft all the time, so I wouldn't be surprised if for a lot of European militaries they use shit like MP7s or whatever.
Lightning 1-1.
As small a weapon as possible while still having an acceptable level of firepower.
Lightning 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 15 nautical miles.
Make sure I got my shit set up. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8 miles. He's an ET. He's a radar doctor. And he got the cool belt with the glow-in-the-dark fucking circuits on it. It's quite awesome. I'm slightly jealous of that. Did it acknowledge me? I don't remember. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8 miles. I should really stop talking so much when I'm trying to talk to...
Sakis 1-4. Overlord. I could not find scope.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 8 miles. It's weird, it never used to struggle with my accent, but it does now. It's like as the server gets more busy.
1-4, Overlord, I could not find you on scope.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 8 miles.
Circus 1-4,
Thank fuck.
Overlord, copy, warning 8 nautical miles. Has anybody seen an F1 that's not working?
They do have a bit of French ping, I will admit.
They're just everywhere, just hopping around.
So what's it like fighting the F1? Any tips, tactics, tricks? They seem to be kind of like a hybrid between the MiG-21 and the F-5. Just, if you fight them like you fight a MiG-21, I've had some success. We're more maneuverable than them, I think, but they can go a lot faster.
It's... yeah, it's almost exactly a cross between the F-5 and the 21. It turns about the same as them. It's got the F-5's lack of thrust, but the 21's generally quirky behavior, so... it's not the end of the world, put it that way.
Overlord, Lightning 1-1.
If you're gonna say Marines are crayon eaters in my chat, you gotta bring an offering of Crayolas just in case Saber's here.
Recognize your call sign.
You gotta placate him with some.
Overlord, Lightning 1-1.
What's your favorite flavor, by the way, Saber? I forget. Was it red or green?
Lightning 1-1. Overlord, Bra, 329, 24, 5000. Drag northeast. Fishman. Overlord, Fender 3-1, shopping. Fender 3-1, Overlord, Bra, 029.
I will say,
7000.
I never went on Talisman Saber myself, but I knew a few guys who did, and they always had glowing reports for the USMC. As opposed to the US Army, who had no idea what they were doing out bush. But the Marines were pretty quick to adapt. Probably because they're used to being abused and given shitty equipment, so, you know, it's just natural to them, whereas the US Army won't sleep in anything less than about a 3-star hotel or their vehicles. I actually, I got the heater turned on. I feel like I am gonna melt. So, yeah, we're getting there, Saber, I might. Something up here. So, this is a contact. It's tracking in a steady direction at a steady speed. It's definitely not Clutter. He's above me. We got the radar pointed about 9 degrees up. We lost him, so we're going to move it up and down a little to figure out where he went. We may not reacquire him, especially if he just went behind a hill. Belly tank's empty. We're just going to do the lazy way of getting rid of it.
Lightning 1-1. Threat. Raw. 341.
I can't see him. Oh, there he is. Regained. He's still out my range. I can't lock him just yet, but right about now, we're going to go acquire. We got him. There we go. He's slightly below me. He's closing fast. So that's how you use the radar in the F-5. It is so good. I don't know why anyone would not use the radar in this plane. It even gives me an in-range cue for my AIM-9s. Oh, we lost him. He went behind the hill. But we know where he is, so we're just going to go into dogfight forward. And we're going to follow the ridge line. And he should pop out in front of us.
Circus 1-4. Threat. Raw. 355. 8. 4000. Flying southwest.
Got him.
Fishman.
He's on my nose. Right there.
Set tripwire. 8.
I can't make out what it is from here, though.
Civil 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 8 kilometers. Circus 1-4. Merged. 315. 3000. Fishman.
We got bigger problems. Hello, Mr. F1.
Circus 1-4. Threat.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dart. Behind me.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, Raw, 2150, 4000, hot, fishman.
I'm losing too much speed here. Need to try and force him past me, which is going to be hard. This is the problem with the F-5 when you get slow. Oh! Teleporting. I think the server's struggling a bit.
Overlord, Fender 3-1, shopping.
He's right behind me. There's... Fuck, that's an F1.
I could not find you on scope.
We use the rudder to roll. I can at least maybe take the F1. Okay, the MiG-21's getting slow. He's falling out from behind me, but I'm also very slow. We've got to kick the nose down a bit to extend. F1's above me. We can get a shot on him with the missile, then come around on the 21 with guns, I think. It's going to be high aspect for a P5, though. 21's pulling back in behind me.
Lightning 1-1, book it over.
There's another 21.
Circus 1-4, merged, 132.
Oh, what is with this lag?
Fishman.
Server's really struggling today for some reason.
Raw, 087, 16, 6000, drag east, Frogfoot.
There we go. That'll be the end of him.
Overlord,
See ya.
1-1, bogey dope.
Civil 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 315,
Shit.
28, 2000.
Saw it too late, but we got 2 F1s. I don't know what the... It's not just the F1s teleporting, it's the 21s. So I think because the server's got so many players on, it's actually struggling. Which is kind of a blessing and a curse. There's a lot of people playing, but the server's not handling it.
Request rearming.
$130 shot down. Yep. I like that way of looking at it. There'll be a few people that are complaining about their Wonder Jet not actually being as much of a Wonder Jet as they thought it would be. Like, I've been telling people for weeks, right? Maybe even longer. I've been telling them, manage your expectations. The F1's going to be fun. It's going to be really fun to fly. It's going to be a cool jet. It's going to bring some interesting new systems to the game. But it's not going to be a world beater. Certainly not against the fucking MiG-23 when that arrives, whenever that will be. But, you know, DCS players being what they are, they overhype everything. They think it's going to be the second coming of Jesus. And when they get their ass kicked in it by somebody who outflew them, they're going to complain. It's a perfectly good jet. It's a really fun module. I strongly recommend picking it up, even though I've only been playing it for, you know, well, since release for a couple hours, rather.
We are unable to support declare calls.
But, yeah, like...
Overlord, Fender 3-1, bogey dope.
It's a good module, it's just you have to understand its limitations, which a lot of DCS players don't.
Raw, 070, 11, 7000.
Like a lot of modules,
Frogfoot.
Ground air supply.
like many things in DCS, it is a skill issue.
09, 8, 2200,
Air is now
in northeast, Frogfoot. Lightning 11, merged, 088, 7000, Frogfoot. Civil 11, merged, 319, 2400, Frogfoot.
Gas prices that high? I don't drive, so I don't know exactly what they are. I think they're reasonably high here. I have no idea what they're like in the US. Electricity's expensive here too. Because this dumbass country won't build nuclear power plants. Oops. Before we do that, I think we will have them disconnect the ground air. We'll try another crossbleed. It's, I don't know, it seems like sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, so we'll try it, but...
Copy. Ground air supply is now disconnected.
Close the lid. We'll go ahead and run the left engine up. Yep, there we go. Okay, so it's probably because I didn't have the throttle caged last time. It's such a good song, isn't it? So cozy. Army is bottom tier in US Armed Forces hierarchy, pretty much. The Army and the Air Force really make some very bizarre decisions. They seem to be led by very backwards thinking people sometimes. Like the Army's whole crusade they went on back around the time I joined the Australian... I was only a reservist, I wasn't full-time, but I enlisted in the Australian Army. Around that same time, the US Army was looking at getting rid of bayonets. Now, if you know me at all, you know I'm a great fan of the bayonet. Not because I think... Like, bayonet charges do occasionally happen in modern warfare. They're very rare, though. But it's less so, like, the impact of the weapon physically, and more so the impact of it mentally. It prepares you. Like, when you hear the order fix bayonets, you know that someone's not fucking going home tonight. And that's what we used it for. Like, during training in particular, they get you to run the bayonet assault course to get you in that headspace. So the idea that soldiers don't need bayonets anymore, why are you taking away a tool from them? And it does sometimes work as a weapon, you know? The Air Force, on the other hand, the Air Force has to learn every time it goes to war not to fly the same strike package with the same composition along the same fucking waypoints on the same day, same hour, same week, constantly. This is how the F-117 got shot down. They just get complacent, like, every time. Fighter Jets HQ, thanks for the follow. Like, the US Air Force seems to really, like, forget everything it learns in a war as soon as a war's over. They did the same shit in Vietnam. And they paid dearly for it in Vietnam. The only part of the Air Force that seems to have ever used its brain is Air Defense Command. Air Defense Command has their shit fucking on lock. Well, I mean, technically now they don't really exist as a separate entity, but back in the Cold War, they had their shit straight. And ADC would also bully the regular Air Force guys, the TAC Air. They would bully TAC Air in DACT exercises with F-106s, which is like the chattest shit you can imagine. Outflying actual fighters with fucking purpose-built interceptors. So, of the US military, it seems like the US Air Force and the US Army, like, I don't know if it's just the way their leadership works, or some sort of, you know, like, organizational culture, or historical inertia, or what, but they just seem to have a lot of tiny brain moments compared to the Navy and the Marines. I mean, the Marines don't always do things perfectly either, but usually they have a better set, like a more practical sense of what they're doing.
Yeah, that little menu's not up to date or accurate.
I am a big air defense nerd, so Air Defense Command is like my vibe. Cold War NORAD, that's my thing. Cold War NORAD and Soviet PVO. My most... Like, the two modules I want the most in DCS are an F-106 and a Su-15. Like, if you gave me either, or especially both of those, I'd be happy forever. Let's get this thing trimmed out before I forget. The RAF has the issue of being British. The fucking MOD is staffed by monkeys, I swear to God. Like, every time a branch of the British military actually does something properly, the MOD then steps in and fucks it. It's unbelievable. Okay, Mr. Ego, I'll watch out for your blue F1. Thoughts on the Space Force with their excellent name? It's a pretty good meme. I feel like they could have lent into it more, though. 1Z? Yes. Yes. 1Z's pretty recently in service, isn't it? Like, I remember looking up its service entry date recently, and it was a lot, you know, a lot more recent than I thought it was. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8 miles. It's not in DCS, sadly. I would love Falcons, honestly. The Falcon's not a bad missile. The problem is the Falcon was not intended for the Phantom, and it wasn't used very well. But the Falcon in itself is a good missile. The airframe's fucking fantastic. Hughes got so much mileage out of that airframe. If you look at every missile Hughes ever built, it's just a Falcon, except bigger. It's the same as the Soviets with the RS-2 US. Pretty much like 90% of Soviet missile development is just RS-2 US, but bigger. The Falcon's not a bad missile. It had a suboptimal fusing method, and, you know, the cooling wasn't great when it was in the Phantom, but from memory, the Falcon actually could outmaneuver an early Sidewinder. It's just, you know, kind of cursed by its initial design, and by the time they fixed the problems, the Sidewinder had taken root and nobody wanted the Falcon anymore, except ADC. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8 miles. Why is he not replying to me? That's a jammer, by the way.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy.
That's possibly 2 jammers. Right next to each other. We might have a Chad in the MiG-21 with the SPS pod, or it could be a Frog, I guess. But whatever that is, it's jamming. And the F-5 doesn't really have any anti-jamming circuits, like the 21 does, so not a lot we can do with it until we get very close. Red Bombers. Oh, that could be it. It might be the Red Bombers. Yep, 037, which is... Oh, actually, off to my right. We're gonna climb up. We're going to pull ahead of them slightly, so they're 037 from us. We're going to go about 070 and take some lead on them, so we should have a shorter distance to fly to actually intercept. Got an F1 over there, which is concerning. I don't know what he's doing over there. Might be escorting or flying interference for the bombers. Belly tank's empty. We're just gonna... We might actually do a proper jettison of it, so we'll go select position, center, off, and then off. We'll come out of burner as well. Don't really need it on for this climb. Always found the MiG-21 strange, has anti-jam, but don't have the gear. Don't leave the gear lever up because the hides are gonna... It's a brake pressure, so it's a pneumatic system, not the hides. It's the main pneumatic circuit. It runs the wheel brakes, it runs the parachute release, it runs the SPRD, the bottle rocket jettison for the radars. It runs the radar pressurization, it runs the radar cooling system pressurization. It runs almost everything on the jet, auxiliary systems-wise. So if you lose pressure in the main pneumatic system, you're fucked. The emergency system only runs the emergency wheel brakes, which brake with half effective braking force. You have no drag chute, nothing, so... The 21's interesting. It's a very Soviet plane. Like, the whole run half the plane off the pneumatic system thing is very Soviet. They did that a lot. Although, typically in World War II, that was more of a Yakovlev thing. He really liked his pneumatics. The 21's a weird mix of, like, high and low tech stuff. The way the radar works in-game, it's obviously not working right. We've been over that a few times here, but the anti-jamming system's a little more sophisticated than DCS makes it look. So the reason the TDC locks when you're in anti-jam mode is because the throttle twist grip, which is usually your TDC range control, actually turns into a gain tuner. So you tune the gain on the radar until it goes from a whole screen of strobes to one single row of strobes. Then you just hit lock on any of those, and it will grab the actual target and do a home, like basically a home on jam, angle jam. Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope.
Circus 1-4.
I'm a little worried about that F1.
327, 42, 4000, drag northwest, Frogfoot.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, bogey dope, bombers. He's not going to see the F1, which is the issue. It's probably going to roll me.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, raw, 036, 49, 24,000, flying south, 4-ship Badger.
I have never actually watched a full episode of Star Trek, I have to admit. Not, like, out of any particular dislike for it, I just never actually watched it.
If any of you guys are here right now, let me know. I'm in the GCI spot.
I'm here.
Circus 1-4 on comms.
Boo 1-1 on the comp.
Davy's on. Yeah, there's a couple of 21s still in service. Very good little plane. Not without faults, but good little plane.
You have 2 Mirages, 269 for 13 miles. Looks like you're going to bombers, though.
Yeah, I'm going for the bombers at the moment. Just let me know if those guys turn hot on me.
Copy.
There's our bombers. So see, at the 40-mile range scale, we have no TDC.
2 degrees, 26 miles.
Yeah, 1-4 tallies and 1 scope. 40-mile scale will pick up bombers. It will not pick up fighters, though. So we can see them here. We'll turn into them. We'll drop back to the 20-mile scale, and we should see them appear on this pretty soon.
5 enemies, 25 degrees for 22 miles.
Ooh, let me at him.
I haven't watched it yet. I was going to go watch it with my family, but a few things came up that stopped that, so I haven't seen Top Gun yet.
25 degrees, 17 miles.
Okay.
Altitude.
So I'll lead bomber group right there. We're going to burner, so we got plenty of fuel. We're going to see how many of them we can pick off.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. It's 4 Mirages and a Frogfoot. The Mirage hot on you is 52 degrees, 16 miles, 6,000 feet.
In range for a P5 at this altitude. At this altitude, a P5 is in range. Like, these missiles are so good. I don't know how Blue ever loses with them. Gonna be real with you.
Shot something.
Didn't hold my uncage soon enough.
He's off scope.
Probably should have got a little closer because it might go for a flare, but...
No friendlies in the area. You have a Su-25
Splash 2.
for 4 miles. Visual.
What the fuck is that evasive maneuver? Well, they got the new BFM maneuvers in this patch. Jesus Christ, what the fuck?
You're about to cross in the blue. There's a Mirage hot 311
What the fuck, bro? Just as a heads up, the new BFM evasive behaviors that they patched in, those apply to the bombers as well. I just had one nearly hit me.
Head south, Boo-Boo, you're about to get through.
What the fuck, dude?
Wait, the bomber's no BFM now? That's awesome.
It was a fucking H6J pulling like the wildest jinx you've ever seen.
You have a Mirage coming on your 6 and 1 up to 13 degrees for 2.
Come on. A little closer.
Tally.
Not that close. Don't want to hit him. Not physically. Okay, down he goes. That's the lead formation dealt with. We're going to return a search on the radar and double back. We've got a Tomcat coming in too. He might help us with the second group, which are right there.
You got a third Mirage coming in now. Good luck.
I'm gonna need it.
Fourth one. Anything you see, shoot.
There's another contact coming in behind them. Oh, hello, jamming. Where'd they go? I lost them. Trailing group here.
Good shot.
Dropped. Yeah, they're jamming.
Trying to scoop the 3 behind
Fucking
you.
dicks. They're turning their jammers on as soon as I try to lock them.
Hulk, if you can hear me. 39 for 6.
There they are. I see them. They're above me slightly.
Try and get south, Boo-Boo.
Can't lock him, can't lock him, can't lock him. We'll just go dogfight mode, that will let us lock them. He's already broken formation, so we're going to stay with the guys that are holding formation. Because now that he's broken form, he's going to have to come back around for a bomb pass. We want to break them up, and then we can deal with them in bite-sized chunks. If we just let the main formation carry through while we chase one guy, it's going to go badly for our industrial. So we're going to roll in behind.
Yeah, Emerge, this guy can't get out of it. Stand by.
You got a farmer coming in hot from the north, Boo-Boo.
That guy's broken off. Okay, well, we'll stay with the lead.
Okay, dipping up. Never mind.
Damn good job, bro.
There's one behind and below. There's another bomber in front of him.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран. Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Thanks for the follows or subs or whatever's happening right now, guys. Can't really look, but appreciate it. He's jettisoned his shit. We'll go after the lead guy here now. Ah! Sin6 and Adriano Santos and Penguini. Thanks for the follows, guys. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. How's my fuel? Still good. At high altitude, we're not even that high, we're 20,000 feet, but at higher altitudes, you can stay in afterburner for a while. Like, this is the thing a lot of people do, is they get the F-5 or the MiG-21 and they load 3 big fucking fuel tanks on it, and they fly at full afterburner on the deck, and they wonder why they have short legs. The MiG-21 can stay in the air for over an hour at higher altitude. Like, you can just throttle back to minimum burner up at 13 kilometers and chill for ages. Same with the F-5, like, don't take more fuel tanks, take less fuel tanks, but fly higher. When you're not in combat, just fly high. Because the more fuel tanks you bring, the heavier and draggier you are, the more fuel you gotta burn to stay in the air. Like, it's just a fucking feedback loop, right? Be smarter with your fuel, don't bring more of it.
Kitty, it's 72 for 22 are the bombers.
Jamming, so that's the other formation. I see them, they're right on the nose. It's a full 4 ship.
Go 90, Kitty, you'll probably intercept them faster there.
The A10, in this server, I defuel the A10 to like 40-50% fuel. You never need more than that. It can go forever. Very efficient engines, but also very weak in terms of power.
GCI, this is step 11.
So we got dogfighting 295s. Yeah, like BMS.
I got a clock.
Yep, enemy.
Yeah, where?
It's actually funny how much
6 degrees.
BMS sort of nostalgia is rose-tinted glasses. So for instance, if you compare the number of ground units, and this is one that caught me out the other day, I was challenged to kind of have a look at how many ground units there are between BMS and DCS. The number's about the same. DCS spans more eras, but even if you don't count the World War II stuff, if you just count the modern stuff, DCS has about the same number of ground assets. The problem is they're more mixed, I think. So we've got like a bunch of different variants of this one thing, but then we're missing a bunch of things that like we should have different variants of, if that makes sense. But yeah, like, I think a lot of it is nostalgia. I think a lot of it's that there's like a different expectation. But I do think that DCS needs a lot more depth of content before it can really do a good dynamic campaign.
Another Mirage behind you, 76.
Logie Bear, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. These fucking bombers, man.
Another one. Go ahead.
Go for this guy. Yeah, exactly. And it can be, right? Because it's about one plane. DCS is about all different planes. There's not really much focus. I went on... If you guys look up the VOD from my last stream... Second last stream. The last one was an armor mission. But the stream before that, I went on a very long spiel about the current state of DCS and where I think its future is and what I think its challenges are. And lack of content, like different AI for Cold War planes or different AI for modern ground units or whatever, I think that's its weakest point. I'm out of ammo.
He's right on your 6 level.
Circus 1-4's in the bomber stream, but I'm out of ammo. I'm going to break off. I think there's about 3 or 4 of them left. We've got a friendly here with us. He'll deal with them.
Looks like he lost visual of you.
Yep. I'm on a 6.
Okay.
Now I gotta figure out where the fuck I am. What is... Where did I take off from? I got from, like... I don't know, down here somewhere. I'll do my... I don't know if there's a TACAN there.
Yeah, no, but never mind.
I don't have fucking airport... Oh, god damn it. Uber, why?
Straight north, 4 miles. 3600. It's like 35 is upscope.
I can't see the airport info to see if it's got a fucking TACAN on it. I'm on Enigma's Cold War. GCI, do you know if El Dumaya has a TACAN station?
I do not know.
Okay, because I can't see it on the map. You'd normally click the airfield and then come up with an info box, but that's not working for me, so... It's alright, I'll just F10 my way there. 308 for 130.
There's TACAN, and then it has a double dash line.
Yeah, okay, it doesn't have one then. No worries, thank you.
Yep.
Was it 308? I'll be past that now because I oversteered. Thoughts on Mirage F1? It's exactly what I expect it to be, more or less. It's very hands-on. It's a cross between the F5 and the 21. The radar is actually kind of shittier than I expected, in a good way. The 530, I mean, you showed me what the 530 could do anyway, so I knew that was going to be a bit better than I initially thought. In terms of actual dogfighting, I would say it's... when it's well flown, it's probably the equal of an F5 or a 21. I wouldn't say it's superior to either.
It's a hell of a mix of friendlies and enemies.
It's real, I mean, it's a new aircraft, so that's probably why partly, but it's real sensory overload for me, like trying to manage all the dodgy French ergonomics and figure out what the radar's telling me and make sure it's pointed the right direction, and it's fun, I like it. We're on blue at the moment though, because red is stacked to hell and back, and I got my Mirage F1 in for now, so once the server restarts, we might swap over and hop in it again.
Okay, I got a visual on him also.
Yeah, no nukes in here, unfortunately. Nukes in PvP are a lot of fun. Like, if you do the mission properly, so you've got, like, one guy with one nuke, and if you lose him, you've lost it. It's a lot of fun doing that. Nuking a PvP, like an airfield in a PvP server, is so satisfying.
46 for 5. It's gone south.
On low fuel, it's...
90 from you.
I wouldn't say it's a monster. It's better than I expected at low fuel, but I wouldn't say it's a monster. It has some interesting quirks near the ground as well, like if you try and rudder over like you would in a 21, it'll tuck under and kill you. Like it really inertially couples pretty hard. Radar hood? Absolutely. Why would I fly without the radar hood? It's just wrong. It's wrong. It's half the soul of the jet is the shitty radar hood. I mean, dynamic campaigns are really fun and everything, but yeah, like, you either need a really, really amazingly well-done one, or you need just a well-done scripted campaign. IL-2 Great Battles, like the modern IL-2 series, actually has quite a nice dynamic campaign system, but they're mostly let down by their AI.
There was another plane that's off scope now in that area.
Yeah, it really struggles. It really, really struggles. And I haven't had much luck with the Super Search mode yet, or like Super Search equivalent mode yet. My situational awareness in the F1 is so bad, I can't tell what the fuck is going on outside. I think it's going to be a really nice addition to this server and to Alpine server because it's not going to upset the balance. I think that's exactly why it's going to be a good addition. It won't upset the balance. The MiG-23, on the other hand, will upset the balance quite a bit. BC isn't working, just TL and HA. Yeah, I tried both and it just didn't seem to work no matter what for the close combat stuff. But that could also just be my own incompetence speaking. Where else are you going to put your water bottle? Exactly! See, Monk gets it. Monk understands. We're nearly there. We got plenty of fuel. Put the radar back into standby.
I'm gonna head towards this Mirage.
7 kilometers right now, should be 6 nautical... I thought it was 7 miles.
Copy.
Somebody put the wrong number in, or the wrong units. Oh, by the way, Getler. Is it a mechanical gun sight, or is it a HUD? We had a whole ass argument about this last night on Enigma's Discord. I'm in the HUD camp because it's multifunction. It shows you flight data, it shows you weapon employment data, shows you range data, altitude, all that. It doesn't matter, it's not a CRT projected onto a single combiner glass, it's a bunch of fucking instruments combined on a single combiner glass. I see no reason it should not be called a HUD. But we had the opinion given to us that the word HUD is exclusively, or the word display, sorry, is exclusively for digital systems. My man clearly didn't realize CRTs are not digital systems. Mechanical gun sight on the manual? Ah, but you look at the manual, it says display also. But the other thing is, if you look at the actual name of the unit, according to Thomson CSF, it's CTH. So VTH is the HUD on the Mirage 2000. Visor tête haute. Heads-up display. Well, the Mirage F1 is a CTH, a collimateur tête haute, heads-up collimator. World's best gun sight. It's very similar to what the MiG-31 has. So if we had a MiG-31, you would like that too, because it's very, very similar. It's got the cool fucking, like the dials and the tapes and the compass at the top. Oh, I'm getting locked by an F-5. Please don't team kill me. Yeah, I'm firmly in the HUD camp. I would call this a gun sight, because it just displays weapons employment, like lead, range, that's it. The F-111 is getting into HUD territory because it's gun sight plus some flight data represented graphically, but something like the Mirage F1 I just call HUD. You don't need missile flight time to be a HUD. The MiG-23 doesn't have missile flight time, the MiG-23 doesn't even have airspeed on its HUD, and it is very unambiguously a HUD. You just need more than one type of information being collimated on the same combiner glass. That's what I think. You know, if you've got enough to blind fly it, without staring at the instruments, you still have to look at your airspeed indicator, but you've got altitude, you've got the pitch ladder, you've got the horizon, everything. Oh, generally? Yeah. It has more than I would have expected, though. Like, the little intercept queue is really cool. I like that a lot. It's a little jumpy at the moment. It might, you know, it could be that that's how it actually is because of the radar, but I really, really like that feature, and I kind of like the way it does weapons employment, like when it tells you that you're in range, or too close or whatever. Gives you a little status light.
2 Mirages and an F-5. Mirage to the right, Mirage to the left, and the F-5's in the middle.
Copy. And the Mirage sandwich.
Left Mirage is closest.
Magic Shock 4-2, bogey dope.
I can come again?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the issue I've been running into, is like trying to glance between the radar, the fucking HUD, the compass, because the compass on the HUD is too small and hard to read, and it doesn't work when you're in combat modes anyway. Like, it's all the right kinds of shitty. I love it.
Where are you at, Shaw?
I just took off from Calcala.
Okay, straight north for 27.
Copy.
Yeah, it's not too different to what the MiG-23 does, though, from memory. Or the MiG-29.
17 for 2.
Just the thinking of the time was a little different, I guess.
Boomer 1-1. 346 for 2, he's swooping behind your 6.
Missile man.
Boo-boo, there's 2 F-5s and a Mirage. You have Mirages in front of you now. 83. Boo-boo just merged with the Mirage. Another Mirage straight ahead, 78. Just merged with him.
I can't see this.
Boomer 1-1 and Boomer 1-2. The Mirages are swooping behind you.
Copy.
Boo-boo to your left is the Mirages. All Mirages in front of you.
We're not going to bother with the shoot. We don't need it here. Got plenty of runway.
Mirage coming in.
Just gently pulse the brakes now and then. I almost got a team kill on my first sortie. I was sure it was an F-5, but as I got closer, thankfully I outran the missile. As I got closer, it was a fucking F1. The missile detonated in his exhaust plume. I think somebody also killed me on my second sortie, or shot me on my second sortie. I made it back to base. Oh, have you had to limp back in a damaged F1 yet? That is so cool, dude. Like, the plane was getting all kinds of squirrely on me. Like, having those sort of cascading failures,
270 for one.
and having to nurse at home, not knowing what does or doesn't fully work, or what's going to fail next, is so much fun.
The Mirage is coming behind.
Yeah, and usually, I mean, I did shoot one down that had a burning wing earlier and was still flying, but usually when you shoot it, it does die. Or it's completely combat ineffective.
Copy.
F5 in front of you, the Mirages are behind you.
Copy.
That's a frog foot in front of you now. Mirage is 220 for 2, Boomer.
Request rearming.
Copy.
Copy.
Tally.
I think that's the F5 you're looking at.
Copy.
It does. Yeah, it does.
Straight north.
You go through it quickly, though. Like, even though it has a lot,
To the right.
it's easy to go through it without realizing, which is what I was doing today.
33.
Because I was just staying in burner so much, I kept getting merged with shit I couldn't see, so I'm in burner and I'm turning the whole time.
26 for
Burnt
3.
through it real quick. There's a reason you don't max out flares, because there's 530s everywhere at the moment.
Surrounded by
There's a lot of F1s, and they are all carrying fucking 530s.
This is fun.
Is that 26 or 260?
Looks like I might have to stay on blue. Maybe if more blues get on. I don't want to stack red, but I do want to fly the F1 a bit more.
Altitude?
I mean, even on afterburner, full afterburner on the deck with internal fuel only, it's about 11 minutes, I think, compared to
heading
4 or 5 for the MiG... No, 6 for the MiG-21. I think it's like 5 minutes and something for the emergency burner.
Yep.
Yeah, the server's kind of jittery today.
Yeah, mainly the
Starting
F1.
5, so hopefully that fixes it.
Boomer 1-1, Suit 25, 90 for 2.
Refueling complete.
Now
Don't clear off my nose.
Mirage off your nose, just shot it in F5.
Copy. Is F5 passing right?
Negative. F5's...
Yeah, those were fun, Saber. Those were really, really fun.
And the F5's way in front.
Although I feel like the Mirage 2000 was a bit brutal for you guys.
205.
The 530 is so good. And the memory mode on that radar is quite nasty as well. We've only got, I think, a couple minutes till server restart. I don't know if we got much time to take off again.
70 for 3.
See in-game time. Yeah, we got 3 minutes.
Tally.
So we'll just chill on the ground for 3 minutes, and then when the server comes back up, we'll
Magic, are those all
reslot.
F1s off my nose?
Mostly 1 F5.
Is anyone else having credit scores getting improvement, getting botched?
MiG-21's the only aircraft in DCS that had nukes. It's the only one in DCS that nukes have been given to. Most of the aircraft in DCS carried them historically. This could carry nukes historically, the F-86 could carry nukes. The Su-22, if/when that arrives, that could carry nukes. The F-16 and F-18 both have something called the nuclear consent switch. On the F-18, the nuclear consent switch was rewired when they stopped carrying nuclear bombs on them. They rewired the consent switch to be the nav flare power switch. I don't know what it's rewired to on the F-16. It might just be blanked out.
Yep, I've got an F1 off my nose.
Okay, I don't see him on scope.
Yeah, he's warping all over, that's probably why.
Yeah, it seems like...
Fly offline a lot and really wish the mission builder was more intuitive? Yes. And that it had a 3D view. like a way of actually seeing the way things are set out in 3D. I was trying to make a mission last week for the Su-15 reveal stream for the AI mod. And it took me ages to tune that mission because I'd go place things on the ground, I'd go in the mission, check them, and they'd be levitating. Because, oh, it's intruding in this object's collision box, or it's intruding on that object's collision box. Like, just give me a 3D view in the mission editor, like, say, Armor has, or like IL-2 1946 had back in fucking 2002.
How many F1 simulators last minute? Let's go.
GCI sounds like he's zoned out. This isn't him, this is another guy, I don't know who it is, but we do have a guy, Teufel, he's an ex-Marine, and he usually is zoned out on Oxy because his back's fucked. So, he had surgery, was it a couple weeks ago, and he was, like, barely with it, you could tell. He's one of the more dangerous vegan pilots on the server, actually.
180, he's gone.
Although his VID is not very good. So, you need to make sure you point him at the enemy, because whatever you point him at, he will kill. There's a Chinese Top Gun movie coming out, and if the H6 tanker isn't juking like that, I'm not watching. Oh man, that's an interesting one. I don't know if that's a bug, it probably is, but... It's a good confirmation that that features in the game now, right? I was wondering which patch it was going to come in. Obviously, it was this one. Fireflies are Western in space. Yeah, I've heard that about it. Thoughts on the Super 530s? I don't think they're needed until the MiG-23 comes. And when the MiG-23 does come, I don't think they're going to be much help against it, because the R-24 is going to be pretty brutal. Want the F-14? I'm not very good with it, so if you've got the slot, stay with it. I do need to fly the Tomcat more on stream, I just need to be in the right mood to do it. And I need to learn the backseat, because the backseat's really interesting. I need to teach myself. Speaking of memory, the Serrano could really use it. Yeah, it's kind of crappy. I mean, if you turn the remanence all the way up, but then you get more clutter, I guess. Assuming it's working properly. There are a few things that I don't know if it's because it's set to automatic on the 4M, or if it's just because the radar's still early access, so to speak. But things like the gain knob don't seem to do anything. Remanence seems kind of and the erase button doesn't really seem to do anything either. Maybe my calm cockpit will assist you with Yes. It will help soothe my ragged nerves. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 2-to-1 stack in Red's favor, just because everyone wants to fly the F1, which is understandable. The Tomcat, by the way, will towel the shit out of the F1 in a fucking dogfight. Like, believe me. I was able to kick the shit out of the F1 in the Tomcat, and I'm not good at the Tomcat. Like, it really is on the same level as the F-5 and the MiG-21. It can handle them, and they can handle it. But as soon as you put it up against an F-14, unless you use the same sort of tactics a MiG-21 would, like you ambush him or you punch him in the face with a radar missile or something. If you get into BFM with an F-14 in the F-1, unless the F-14's brain dead, you're probably going to lose. It can't hang with a Tomcat at all. Never flown with the Rio. If you do learn the seat, come to me first. I'm going to do that. It'll probably be a while before I learn it, though. I just, like I said, I'd never really done anything in it before, but I hopped in the backseat while I was testing that Su-15 mission and found I actually kind of like it. I was able to kind of intuit a few things just from playing around with the HCU and clicking a few buttons, so... I'm probably not going to be an amazing Rio, even when I learn, but we can work out the basics. Want a turn fight in an F-14 on a Mirage I spotted at my 6? Yeah, like the F-14's turning ability is just ridiculous. It's so much better than the F1. The F1 feels like it feels like it can stay with most things the MiG-21 can do, but not all of them. Particularly as you get down to low altitude and you start rudder rolling, the F1, if it tries to rudder roll, will just tuck into the ground. if you get it into a vertical dive and put a lot of speed on, it will, like an F5, it will just spear in. It won't be able to pull out because it can't pull its nose that hard. It's really stable in high angles of attack. As long as you aren't using the roll inputs on the stick, you're just using the rudder. It's really stable at high angles of attack, so you can force the nose around for snapshots like the F5. But it doesn't actually sustain anywhere near as well what I thought it was. The F1's like 10-15% performance over what we're used to in the F5 and 21. I wouldn't even say that. I would say it's actually worse in several respects. It's got worse acceleration than the 21, for sure. I can tell you that right now. I don't know if it has worse than the F5, but I know it's worse than the 21. Sustained turn rate, it's probably closer to the F5 than the 21, so it's a little better than the 21, but not a lot better than it. And the 21 can kind of make up for it with the low speed bullshit that it does. Because I couldn't get one off my tail when I was dogfighting earlier. What else did I compare it to? Against the F5 could match basically everything the F1 did. Against the MiG-19, the 19 just does to it what it does to the F5. Show me... Did you show some of the F1's janky flight characteristics at the beginning of the stream? Not really. We haven't done a full flight test of it yet on stream. Maybe we'll do that later as the server empties out or as I get bored of getting shot down. Have you turned the yaw damper off? Not while fighting, but I have turned it off. Need to do that. That's probably what was killing Seal then. I have to tell him that, because he kept doing the tuck under thing with the rudder with the 20, like he would in the 21 that was killing him in the Mirage. Got bored and I'm reading through French literature now to figure out what they mean when they call something a collimateur, and that can be a classic reflex sight, but the collimateur TO. Yeah, it's a HUD. So what they mean by collimator is it's literally just a combiner glass. Like a typical reflector gun sight from World War II is a collimated gun sight. All collimation means is that you're projecting a light onto some sort of reflector or combiner glass, which focuses it to infinity. That's what collimated, a collimated sight is. So, no matter what you do with your head, the sights always point at the same place. It's like a red dot sight, like an aim point or something. That's a collimated sight. Like I said, a World War II gun sight, that's a collimated sight, or a HUD. Same thing, you move your head, it stays in the same place, it's focused to infinity. So you've got if you've got nods on, you can see the HUD crystal clear because it's focused to infinity, but you can't read anything in the cockpit because it's too close and it just blurs. So yeah, when they say collimator, that's what they mean. It's just combining symbology onto a combiner glass. It's essentially, they hadn't really come up with the word for HUD yet, particularly the French, I guess, but that's what it is. It's a HUD. Hey, Cotty. Yes, we're... Did you see that discussion we had? Me, Honza, Egg, and Eat Lead Cobra? You see that? That's what we were discussing, yes. It was some fun shit posting. It's a 3-2 stack. It's probably going to stay that way because everyone wants to fly the F1. We'll fly the F5 for a little bit more, just so we're not stacking red, but then we'll probably hop back on red in a little while because I do want to fly it some more. Yep. Okay, well, I have shit's short-term memory, so I don't remember who else was there. Take the F1 anyways. Yeah, but I don't want to... I always bitch about stacks, so I don't want to be the one doing the stacking. Plus, I want to put some of these guys in their place that thought the Mirage F1 was going to be the be-all, end-all. All the blue guys that thought it was going to shit on 21s, and all the red guys that thought red was going to get it so that, blue couldn't have this amazing new fucking Uber jet. I want to shit on both of them and show them that the humble F5 or the MiG-21 can still kick the crap out of it when it's flown right. Where were we flying from? Was that Aldemar was where we landed, but that's too close to the front line to spawn. So, Kalkala looks like our closest. Do strike. Less bomb load than the F5. Just saying. And you're still working off tables. It has some better weapons like the Durandals, but in terms of, and the rockets are better too, but in terms of absolute bomb load, the F5's actually better. Slightly. By both weight and number of bombs, which I was surprised by.
don't believe so. I do have eyes on an F-5 though, just off my west, roughly 10,000 feet.
Something I found out fairly recently is for the Americans, it's standard procedure not to turn on your drop tank, like not open the fuel valve to the drop tank until after you take off and you're in the air, which makes sense, I guess. If the tank isn't fixed properly and falls off during takeoff, you'll lose your engine. I think. I guess that's how the fuel system works in these American jets, but it's weird to me because Soviet fuel systems are automatic for fighters this size. Pilot doesn't touch them, and it automatically sequences from each tank as necessary, whereas the Americans seem to be very much more manual with their aircraft.
Copy.
Stinger 79 out, mate.
Should be fun, no GCI, the F1s are invisible to Overlord. Stay sharp.
Just notch it, bro.
My F1 encounters so far have shown that they have very bad situational awareness, and that was also my experience in the F1, so...
Stinger 79, you're hot hiking again.
We'll do a crossbleed again.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply.
Radar is the orb, we must ponder it, yeah. I know, right?
Ground air supply is now disconnected.
I was a little worried it was going to be, like, overpowered, in a manner of speaking, like, you know, just from the visuals it looked like it was kind of oversimplified, but it actually looks, like, despite the visuals, it's about what it should be, so I'm pretty happy with that. Just the right amount of jank. Are we not going to be able to... I bet it's the same issue. I think when I spawn with my throttle over the gate, it stops me being able to crossbleed. Which is very annoying. So we're going to not crossbleed then, I guess.
Chief, connect ground air supply. Copy. Chief, ground air supply is now connected. Copy.
If you see an F1 on fire, that is me, and there are like 3 Mirages over here.
Yeah, I'm following you right now. I'm glad you said something.
I know you can, Cody. I know you can.
South of me. I went right past
I'm well aware.
Merge.
That... Yeah. I hate when you see the missile in VR, man. Freaks you out.
It's all part of the experience.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply. Copy.
I unironically wish ED would put horror game in the description.
They really should. Let's get some visibility going just because, you know, because it's dark outside, kind of. We don't want people running into us on the ground, so we'll chuck the auto start Andy lights on. We'll just have to remember to turn them off. Zach and G-Man shitposting in chat. The fuck is the end of the runway here? Syrian air bases are so weird. Primarily because they were designed by the French and the British. Still rip the wings at 12G clean? Oh, they reduced it then because it was more than that before. I was kind of worried it was going to be another Tomcat. The I think it's maybe a little too tolerant of asymmetrical loads, but I haven't retested it for G, so they might have fixed that as well. Like, that's the thing, the way I fly, I don't normally run into these kinds of problems, so I don't know when they fix stuff or when they adjust stuff until I actually go test it, because, you know, if you just don't get into bad flying habits in the first place, you will never have a problem with ripping wings. I keep telling this to people and they don't listen.
Has anybody tried landing an F-5 without a wing before? Is it possible?
We all believe in you.
Mr. Gamer. On approach to Damascus.
Thoughts and prayers.
Come on, Damascus south runway, coming in hot. From the east.
The best I've ever done is managed to not explode on impact landing on a dirt road. And that wasn't without a wing, it was just one aileron out.
Turn the gain on that down a bit. There we go. That's better. So one of the other reasons I turned the gain down is not just so it looks more realistic, but also so that actual real contacts appear slightly brighter, which is what you... That's what you do with an actual pulse radar.
Sorry about that.
But I feel like it's a little too reliable in DCS, because I can literally pick people out of ground clutter with it. Which is, you know... It's perhaps not impossible in real life, but it just seems like it shouldn't be that easy to do. Overlord doesn't see F1s, so this will be interesting, but I'll try it anyway. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 8 miles.
Something I always forget. Is landing lights up or down in the F-5 off?
Down is off.
Okay.
Overlord, Fender 3-1, set trip.
I don't even know if Overlord heard my call, but whatever. Yeah, like it's better than it should be in that respect, by a long way.
Overlord, Fender 3-1, mic check.
Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire, 8 miles.
Stopping time, so
Circus 1-4.
Oh, it is alive,
Overlord.
okay.
Copy. Warning 8 nautical miles.
Overlord had a bit of a moment there. Oh, fuck, that's not what I wanted to do.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Bobo and Willow.
Oh, there we go, GCI's back. Never mind. 334, 37.
Yep, that's a Mirage up your nose, Bobo.
Notching pulse radars with no clutter. For some, that actually should be a thing. So for the MiG-21's RP-22, that actually should be a thing. Because of the peculiarities of how the Sapphire 22 tries to filter out what it thinks is chaff, or what it thinks might be like some sort of false target. You can actually do that to the 21, which is interesting. Like, that's not just a DCSism in that case. Correct, man! Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Gyro in this.
F-86 boys, if you can hear me, there's a Mirage just to your 27.
There was some discussion of that in Enigma server the other day about whether it should be like that, and whether MTI can be notched, which it can. MTI has blind speeds as well. But maybe it's a little too easy. I don't know. Like, the problem is you need to understand what the radar's doing automatically and what it's not, because if in this, like in the RP-22's case, the reason it's dropping lock on shit is because it's automatically activating the anti-jam filters. At least in real life. In DCS it's just doing it because it's coded to, but in real life it would be triggering the anti-jam filters because it thinks it's looking at chaff, and it goes, oh, that's a false contact, I'm gonna be a big brain boy. So it starts range gating and walks the fucking TDC, or walks the lock out past the target, and then, oh shit, there's nothing here, and it drops. Likewise, if you accidentally lock clutter in the 21, or, you know, you're locked on somebody, but then they dive and you get a transition of lock onto the clutter, the RP-22, that's a fucking 3-ship, oh Jesus. Circus 1-4, I got a 3-ship on my nose. Correction, 4-ship.
Oh, Circus, where are you?
It's 3 frogs and 2 21s according to Overlord.
Okay, there's an F-5 directly in front of you and all enemies beyond that.
Hey, Wreckman, cheers for the raid, man. Hope you had a good stream.
Looks like
We're about to get wrecked ourselves.
Yep, all in front of you now, enemies.
Yeah, I see the frog. Any help would be appreciated.
Can I get a vector? Gamer 1-1.
Gamer, I'm looking. Well, okay,
There's the other frog.
Copy.
There's actually a MiG-21 244 for 12. Looks like he's going.
I shouldn't follow that. That was a bad move. Oh, fuck me, that was a bad move. But he's still fully loaded. Which is good. If he actually thought to jettison his weapons, I'd be screwed here. Oh, I screwed anyway, because 21.
187.
I should have gone for the 21s first. Oh well.
Gamer 245 for 3.
When it's low lighting conditions like that, it is really hard to see what you're doing.
Shot at you.
I wanted to go for the 21s, but I couldn't see them once they died below the horizon.
Nice mess. Good kill.
Fuel 150. I also forgot to jettison my fuel tank again.
Shock for 2, there's a Mirage 276 for 2 on your 6.
Copy.
I don't think he sees you. No, he definitely doesn't.
Yeah, the right decision would have been not engaging. But, you know, I'm a dumbass and I like doing things like that, so...
218
Oops.
for 3. He's on the deck.
Overly aggressive pilot syndrome.
180 for
Arming complete.
3.5 shot.
My greatest enemy. No, we want that in standby. We're going to go back to 20 range. We'll go ahead and hit that now. Uncage that. Get that set.
Gamer 1-1, 202 for 10. F-5 needs help.
Tally. Apply ground air supply. Copy. Air is now applied.
The F-5's in the middle of the rock foot.
Copy.
Gamer 1, there's a Mirage 136. Gamer 1-1, 128 Mirage. Coming in hot at you. 106. He's coming around your 6, Gamer 1-1.
So now let's...
Just merged with him.
Tally.
Chief, disconnect ground air supply.
Copy. Looks like he's gone for the F-5.
Crossbleed is really not playing with me today. There must be something I'm doing wrong, that if you do it in the wrong order or something, Crossbleed won't work. Because it is just refusing. Oops.
Disconnect ground air supply.
Shock 4-2, 275 for 8. The Mirages are in the middle of the friendlies.
Chief, apply ground air supply.
Copy.
Ground air supply is now connected.
Copy.
Air is now applied.
Shock.
Holding start and moving the throttle. No, I'm not seeing the air pressure build up at all. That's what I mean, like it's not building RPMs at all.
He missed.
I thought it was you hold that once you see the RPM move, same as with the air hose.
Area shock 4-2, it looks like. Shock 4-2, Mirage is right in front of you right now. Heading north.
Yeah. None of that fun stuff. That's prohibited. Get myself another cup of tea in a minute. After this sortie, I think.
Mirage is in the lead. All the allies are in the area.
Is that a Tomcat? No, it's a Vigan. How's facing the F1? Haven't actually fought that many yet that kind of weren't oblivious to me.
I don't see any more.
Like, I haven't had many fair fights. I've shot down, what, 2 F1s already because both of them were completely oblivious to my presence. Or overshot me and then flew across my nose.
Shocker Gamer, if any of you have anything left, there's...
Oh, okay.
70 degrees for
So I gotta hold start to get it to come up, okay.
On deck go.
I'll start doing that then.
I got one. Shock,
Blue team moment.
For 19. Boo-boo, that same Mirage is 270 from you for 7. He's on the deck at 2,000.
Sorry, say again.
He's 250.
Does the F1 have bad viz or is it just new pilots? It's got bad viz. It's got very bad viz. Worse than the MiG-21, I would say. I'm biased, but I would say probably worse than the MiG-21. Sideways and up, it's not bad. Behind is terrible, because the mirrors are pointed inwards at your own pilot, kind of like the Tomcat. It's just, yeah, it's bad viz. And you got the great big jail bars in the front with shit hanging either side. Now, the shit hanging either side is the AOA indexer, or AOA indicator and the accelerometer, which is good shit to have next to the canopy rails, but it does make it a little difficult to see.
Boo-boo, you can just head straight north if you want. Shock 4-2, it's 319 for 14. It's at 5,000 feet. There's a Mirage heading east. He's 015 for 12 from you.
Magic, Boomer 1-1. Boomer 1-2 and I are looking for somewhere to go. Give us the heading. Just took off out of Kalakaua.
Just keep heading north for now.
Copy.
That's a friendly shot. That Mirage Mirage is heading north back into red territory, it looks like. Copy, turn point off. There's a Su-25.
I see why the F5 guys complain about the fucking artificial horizon so much. That shouldn't have tumbled my gyro. There's no fucking way in hell that should have tumbled my gyro. It's ridiculous.
There's an F-86 that looks like he's going for him.
It's bizarre why it does that so quickly. I swear it used to not be that bad. Like, it would still tumble, but it wouldn't be like that. CF-14 mirrors showing the pilot's dome. Heat Blur wanted to show off their fancy pilot animations, which is understandable, but, like, give us an option at least to make the mirrors useful.
F-86 is behind the Su.
And this is with a mod, by the way, Cotty. This is with a mod to make it look less like War Thunder. The default fucking jizzle band is just a solid line, and the contacts are way more clearly defined bricks, even with the gain turned down. You'll notice, by the way, I'm flying at about 96 RPM. I'm not even at mil power. Level. I got a 150-gallon bag on and 2 sidewinders. I'm doing 520 knots, easy. This plane is fast as fuck when it's clean.
Looks like you just passed.
And this is the reason people rip, is because they're going along at mil thrust or, God forbid, afterburner, and they just yeet the fucking stick out to one side.
Magic, Boomer 1-1, got us the tasking. We're passing Mirage also 10.
There's no need for it. DCS players ain't got no chill.
15 for 12 is a Mirage, Boomer 1-1.
Copy.
Went off scope now, but I don't think he died. There's a couple Mirages that way. Okay, Saber just killed that Su-25. He's back on scope. Boomer 1-1. 304 for 10. Boo-boo, if you want to hard start heading 290, this whole fleet of Mirages coming in from the north right now. Yep. 2 straight north of you, Boomer 1-1. 0 degrees for 7, he's coming in hot south.
Circus 1-4 is available over Damascus.
Tally.
Remind him that I exist.
Boo-boo's 286 for 7 from you. All Mirages are north. Boomer 1-1, you're about to cross into red, but those are all Mirage. Missile.
307.
Boomer 1-2, he shot on you, I think.
Boomer 1-1 to clear off my nose.
Enemy. Boo-boo is 226 for 2.
One over there.
Boomer 1-2, 44 for 3. Boomer 1-1.
Over there, that's where that fight's happening.
That's an enemy, Boomer 1-1 if you see him.
Copy, I see him.
Boo-boo, if you have any lifting left, 2060. Circus, keep heading that way. There's 4 Mirages and a F-5. Mirage is in front. It's getting fired on.
Circus 1-4 tally.
Mirage is down.
That's a guy I had
Behind
locked.
the F5 Boomer is Mirages.
F5 come right. Tally Mirage.
Fox.
Fox 2. Splash.
Good job, guys. Boo-boo and Circus, right to 90 degrees, 2 miles. And F5 behind him. Circus 100 for 2. Circus 150 for 1. 180. There's an F5 F5 between you and the Mirage.
1-4's blind. Is he above me?
Circus, he passed down. He's 302. Doesn't see you. Circus, he's 60 from you. Boo-boo, you just merged with them again.
Tally.
Mirage is...
Radio check.
Yep, I hear you, Cactus. The Mirage is on Boo-boo and Circus.
I see him. He's smoking.
F-86 fired, careful.
Good kill.
Got him too. Boo-boo and Circus, if you have anything left, 306 for 5.
F-86 Super OP.
Was that 306?
Never mind that. The Mirage is heading back north.
Yeah, one of the F5s taxiing at I don't know what this is. What is it? You've got no weapons.
F5 strong.
Calcula, whatever.
It's pretty clear on the front home. There's a lot of action over on the coast. Hopefully the frogfoots and fish beds.
Davey, punch a flare.
What's that, Circus?
I was just asking Davey to drop a flare. Yeah, that's you I'm on. I'll join up on your wing.
Boo-boo and Circus, there's Mirage 66 for 13 miles. 2,800 feet.
Copy, Mickey flying east until he gets closer.
Yeah, he's like in the middle of that first red zone right now. You guys are like right on the north end of the blue line.
I guess the Mirage F1 is pretty overpowered in the Cold War server.
Not really. It's not that strong. It's kind of like a cross between a MiG-21 and F-5.
Boo-boo and Circus, he should be
You got a
straight
squeaker.
north of you guys now if you see him right now.
How far? Like, I see something 2 miles to my
I'm
9.
coming left.
Yep, he's coming down at Circus, I think. Circus just merged with them.
Tally. He's coming for you, Davey.
It's great. It's gotta be. Heck.
140 from Circuit. 65
Box
from
two.
Boo-boo.
You didn't see it. Splash.
Good hit, Circus. You guys are just in the red zone. You're gonna go south.
Suck shit,
There's
Zach.
a Mirage 296 for 10 heading your guys' way.
This is a huge F5 plane we got going on. Let's get going, boys. Not yet. I'm droning. I'm to the front.
It's Zach. We gotta shit talk him every time we kill him. Just keep that ego in check.
Don't be shit. F5 definitely ready to go.
The F5 stop at the runway without me.
Yeah, the F5 is really good. It's so underrated, dude. It's not exciting. Like, it doesn't have any really bad habits or weird quirks. It's a Toyota Camry. It's smooth, it's easy to fly. It does everything you need it to and nothing more.
Right
It's just such a solid little plane.
on the deck.
1-4 recommitting on guns only. F1 popping up behind me.
Tally merge.
I'm tumbleweed.
Flares up.
No joy.
Circus.
Oh, yeah, I saw something shoot down my left. Tally.
I'm on a 6. He's going for you, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna come left. Fucking sun. There he is.
Missile.
He shot Circus.
Shit.
Fuck.
That was a good one. There's the second one. What got me? Yeah, there's another Mirage. It's a good ambush. Yeah, the F-5 is really strong. Like, it's really, really strong. Sorely underrated by a lot of the DCS community. There's a lot of, like, the thing is, the F-5's kind of like Babby's first plane. It's like Fisher-Price Cold War fighter. And so a lot of people just kind of, they don't learn to use it properly and they complain about it. It will do what you need it to do if you learn to treat it right. It's like the MiG-21. You don't just get in the MiG-21 and it's OP, right? This is why I fly both teams' planes, and I encourage other people to. Understand what your plane can do, understand what his plane can do. That's how you get good at the game. You don't get good at the game by flying one plane only and then saying, oh, the other guy's shit's OP. We need this, we need that. Oh, MiG-21, 8 missiles. Like, it's fucking dumb, dude.
F-5 sticking off to go to.
Actually play the game. Enjoy the game. Enjoy more than one airframe. You know, like, I don't know. I know some people just mesh with a certain plane. They're not really interested in other stuff, but, like, for instance, I'm not that into the modern stuff, but I've flown the F-16. I've flown the Hornet. I've flown the Jeff. I know what those jets are capable of because I've flown them myself. I've learnt just enough of the systems that I can kind of mentally picture how effective that jet would be if I knew how to use it properly. Or, like, if you watch someone like Tom flying the Hornet, he can really do incredible shit with that because he understands how it works.
I just filleted him.
There's a reason. Yeah, and this is what I always tell people when they complain that the MiG-21 is some overpowered beast the F-5 can't hang with. Like, why do you think the US has been using the F-5 as a MiG-21, like, stand-in for DACT literally since the fucking 60s, you know? There's a reason for that. They are very similar in performance, and very similar in size, weight class. Like, the two jets are so alike. Obviously, the 21's faster and has more thrust, but... And especially once you go back to the earlier 21s, like the 21F or the 21PF, this thing's almost exactly the same as them. Just slower at high altitude, you know? They're Mark II jets, this is a Mark 1.5 jet, that's the only difference. This would be a Mark II jet if it had more thrust. It's a good little plane. It's a good little plane. I've never understood why people complain it's somehow not good enough. The AIM-9Ps, even the rear aspect AIM-9Ps, they're underpowered compared to what they should be, but they're still really good. The 9P5s, the head-on ones, like the all-aspect that we're using, they're fucking cracked, dude. And they should be even better, because they should be able to pull another, like, 6G on top of what they already do.
330 for now.
It is a good little plane, it just needs to be handled right. You need to understand its limitations. What it can and can't do. Which is the same as anything, it's the same as the 21. You know, all these people that go, oh, 21's OP, and you see them hop into 21 for the first time, and they're all over the fucking sky, wobbling like crazy, because they can't control it. It's too much jet for them, if that makes any sense. The only thing that's OP is the knowledge of how to use your jet effectively, and the ability to combine different sources of situational awareness, like, for instance, using Overlord or a human GCI, in combination with your RWR, in combination with your radar, in combination with your wingman or whatever, to figure out where shit is and who's pressing who, and work out some tactics. I mean, I went on a bit of a rant the other day about what happens when a Tomcat thinks it's funny to prank MiGs by turning its STT on or turning its radar onto STT and locking them, hard locking them from 100 miles away. The MiGs think that, oh great, now if it's a good pilot, oh great, now I know where he is, I know what he's doing, I know who he's looking at, I know where the edges of his radar scan volume are, I can direct my team around his flanks and he won't know. Just, you can't expect everything to come to you overnight in DCS like anything. You just chip away and chip away over time, and you get better at it. There's still a shitload I gotta learn, and I've been playing this for years now. But it's really rewarding when you do finally get that skill. most new pilots tend to go into low-speed turnpikes. Yeah, they go into 2 circles. They pull as hard as they can until the jet won't give them any more, and then they either stall into the ground and die, or they just end up, you know, locked in this low-speed regime where the other jet's just going to start raiding them. It doesn't work as well on Alpine's server, because Alpine's server, the player base is a lot more experienced, a lot more skilled. But on Enigma's server, the average player you merge with will just go into a 2-circle NASCAR race. And if you're in a Su-25, that's an I win button against almost anything. If you're in a Tomcat, a Sabre, a MiG-15, or a Su-25, that is an I win button.
F-86 OP.
They do 9s, but not as much in here. Tomcats will reverse turns. Most of my MiG-21 Tomcat kills were because they reversed. But people in here, F-5s will reverse with you, particularly against 21s. Like, F-5 pilots are just biologically compelled to reverse for some reason, always at the worst possible moment. But for whatever reason, the kind of pubby meta in here seems to be to just 2-circle. I don't know why. Need to fidget myself a little closer because I pushed myself away from my screen there. No, still bad. There we go. Still feel like my tracker is out of position, but whatever. We will... Oh yeah, Sabre, I see. You hold the start. That was my bad.
He's heading west. Boomer 1-2 west, 32, 270.
Like 2-circle fights, boring for some, but I like all the micromanagement. I don't mind them, they've grown on me a lot. I still prefer, like, low-speed, edge-of-the-stall shit. It's dumb. It's really stupid. It opens you up to being third-party, but it's a lot of fun. Like, when you get that level of mastery over the aircraft, that you can have it at the edge of a stall and still have enough to pull for a shot, it feels good, man. It feels good. And on Alpines, that is actually the type of fight you typically get, compared to here. We don't actually need our lights on, it's bright enough, I think. People should see and avoid. We'll turn the dampers on. Bless him, he's trying. I'm taking the hose with me. It's, you know, it can be annoying sometimes if you've got a young one on the mic that doesn't know when to, like, stop talking, but it's nice to see them getting into the game, and it's nice to see them actually making an effort to learn. Even if, you know, even if it's just learning comms, it's good to see.
3,000 feet.
Copy.
Boomer 1-2, he's 274 for 20 from you.
And that could have been me, except when I first got into flight sims when I was 9 or 10 years old, we didn't have the internet. Oh, well, we did, but we had dial-up, and it was for Dad's work exclusively, so...
Cactus 1-1, there's a Mirage, 3 degrees for 8 from you.
Might take off
Red light just shadow, missile at it.
So the Mirage is bearing again?
I think the Mirage is down now.
CFS2 for me, the Europe version of it. Closely followed, like, 6 months later, which my parents regretted buying me because I had to almost repeat a year of school because of it. European Air War, F-22 Total Air War from DID. EF-2000, which I could never get to work on my PC, unfortunately. And Falcon 4.0. I said, for a while, I had a Logitech stick, just a basic Logitech stick, right from the start, because my uncle gave it to me. He was the one that gave me Combat Flight Simulator as well. But, like, for a while I got pretty good at flying with keyboard, because I used to sit there and I was supposed to be doing, like, homework assignments and shit, and I'd be alt-tabbing in and out of the sim. So it would be a bit obvious if the stick was on the desk, so I was just playing with the keyboard. And I kind of left most of a school year's coursework until the last week as a result. Of course, I have really bad ADHD, which was not diagnosed at the time, so now we know why I did that, but My parents were not impressed with me when I did that, put it that way.
Those Mirages are probably gonna catch you if you want to turn into them. Just turn north.
I know, right, Davey?
Well, one's at 20,000 feet and the other's at 10.
I can tell when it's him when he's in the 21 by how he flies. Obviously the grey livery, but I use the grey one as well. I just have my own version of it. But I can tell when I'm fighting Zach because of how he flies. It's funny how you get that over time. Like, you can actually identify other people by their flying style. Some of the guys were saying to me they can actually identify my Su-25 by my flare pattern because I tap out pairs, so they know when they're about to have a really hard fight.
This 126 for 5, he's going away from
He, like, it's really clever too. The way he uses it was, when I was flying the F-86 the other day on stream, like the other week on stream. I think you were here for that, or in the server at least. Yeah, because you had to get off because the storm rolled through, but that mission, I was flying the F-86, and Zach was intentionally getting in front of me and getting my attention, and then just slowing me down so Alpin would pop me from behind. He did that like 3 or 4 times in a row. Bastard.
4,000 feet. 2 friendlies and 2 enemies.
Let's get the thing close enough. How'd you ID my flight style? I don't know. I honestly don't think I fought you enough to be able to ID it. I just know that if I'm in this thing rate fighting my heart out, and I look back and there's a 21 still with his nose right at me, like, well, not at me, but ahead of me, pulling for lead, after about 3 or 4 circles, I know it's either you, Zach, or Yink. There's only 3 people I've come across in DCS that it could be. If it's grey, it's Zach. If it's a Vietnam livery, it's you. And if it's a Mongolian one, it's Yink. I know Beepski isn't sending out notifications. I don't know why. He's on strike. I guess he wants higher pay. We'll have to figure out what's up with him. I think we had this issue once before, but I don't remember how I fixed it.
The 2 enemies are going north.
Let's use this to figure out where the closest is. Oh, they're fucking ages away. 50 miles. There might be F1s closer though.
The Mirage is south, alone. All the friendlies are together. Mirage is 90 heading north.
Mirage is in the front, right?
Yep. Mirage is heading north.
Who's the F-5 cosmonaut? I kind of wish chat didn't take up so much of the screen. Like, I don't like having it there because it's distracting to me, but I miss some pretty good shit posting. Circus 1-4's on station over Damascus. F-5 loaded for cap. I have to admit, Syria is growing on me a bit.
Circus, 350 for 10. Mirage, 13,000 feet. There's an F-14 to your right. Mirage will be to the left.
Circus 1-4 possibly got him on radar. He's tracking slightly left, yeah? Or right now, I guess.
Copy. Yep. He's heading east. 26 for 4. 22,000 feet and climbing. It's really high.
Yeah, I think that's him I got locked. He's coming left now?
Copy, yep.
He's launched.
Looks like he saw the F-14.
Come on, little F-5. Come on, little F-5. We're not quite in range yet. He's pretty fast, that's why. I need him to come left. There we go. In range. Fox 2, Mirage, 25,000. He's fired again. That might not reach. It's going to be right on the edge. Splash! Fuck, that was beautiful. Second contact my left. I see the 14. I don't know what else is here. It's another Mirage, probably. Looks like the 14's intercepting. We'll support him. He's got a missile out. Good kill, 14. Another contrail. Oh my god. Oh, this is awesome, dude. Magic Circus 1-4. Declare my nose, crossing left. Call out.
F-86, if you're on this net, the Mirage is
It's an F1.
smoking and he's chasing me by the coast.
That was a bad shot, though. Oh, fuck. It's Zach, too. Circus 1-4. Merge Mirage. High and cons. Guns only. That is for sure, Zach. Come on, little F-5. I believe in you. We're going to try keep our speed up a bit, because he's doing the same thing. He's going to try and... yeah, he's going to dump the nose on me here. Cloud's gonna help him. He's coming left. He's under my nose. There we go. I don't want to pull super hard here because I don't have the energy. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, Zach. If you insist. Didn't see any hits. Oh! Oh, no, that was Crazy G-Man! That was G-Man! Okay. Got the whole Cold War gang on here. This is awesome. Okay, come out of burner now. Don't want to eat through too much fuel. Shit, I got more F1s coming.
Circus, there's a Mirage 302 for 3. Looks like that 14 fired on him though. Should be going in front of your nose now.
I see the missile trail, I don't see him.
Okay, he's behind you now. I think the F-14's gonna hit him.
Tally. Yeah, you got him.
Circus Meza is 167 for 6 if you need ITD.
I've still got guns, but I can go back for missiles if the 14's okay with being uncovered for a minute.
It's up to you. 316 for 5. A Mirage is heading your way.
Okay, I'll go for him.
Chapter sending in.
This is the best fucking run I've had in the F-5 for a while, I think. She's a good little plane.
250 for 1, Circus. Looks like he's kinda passing you right now.
Cactus, hot miking.
Tally. Circus 1-4 Tally.
Copy. Cactus, you can just head north for a while.
I'm gonna align my circles here a bit. We're gonna lose him behind the ridge and by the sun, but that's okay. We'll regain him.
Circus, there's another Mirage heading that way. You can barrel south and
I'm locked in a fight with this guy.
Copy.
If that 14's still around and able to help, it would be appreciated. Maybe keep the other Mirage off me.
Looks like he is. He just shot at the other Mirage.
Excellent. 400 knots.
He hit him.
So the Mirage F1 can actually more or less hold a 2-circle with this. Especially because I'm not real steady with my speed. He's extending out as well.
You're right on that. Yep. Good shot. Looks like you'll hit him.
Beautiful. Alright, I'm RTB.
175 for 10, Circus.
Thank you. Yugoslav funk is some good good flow music, I think.
I'm gonna bring another F-14 out of King Hussein. Where do you guys want me?
Straight north, pretty much. The front line's pretty up, and well, not at the moment, but usually is.
I got a few more sitting around, enough missiles to play with. I'll be there in a minute.
It should be pretty close.
There's a whole fleet of Mirages on their way south. They're pretty far north.
So,
I think
what
there's
is
like
going on with my map?
$1,500 in Mirages on this.
Just on the other side of this ridge. Might do a bit of a beat up.
Guys, the front line's not too active at the moment. I'll be right back.
This guy's doing well for us. Who is it? I know I can just sort by JTAC, but that requires me to... Oh, it's Rondog. Okay. He's doing really well. There's the airbase. Dump the brakes. Come left. Yeah, I know. Whole team of fucking F1s, and we are slapping them around. I mean, at least they've got Zach on their team, and G-Man, so they got some pretty high-skilled guys on their team. Otherwise it would be really, you know, cruelty to animals if it was fucking all the other Cold War veterans on blue and then a bunch of randoms on red. I think the SimG guys are flying red at the moment, though. I did see them earlier. The plan was originally for the first campaign with the F1 to be on Caucasus. I don't know if red just rolled that quickly that we're back on Syria now, or if that got changed. But either way, I'm enjoying this greatly. Also, this runway is marked 240 instead of 24, which is very strange. Didn't notice that before. I don't fly out of Damascus that often. This is Meza. Damascus airport is over that way, on the other side of the city. There's like 3 or 4 big air bases around here, plus the airport. Like I said, man, this plane is good. The F-5 is such a good little plane. It's just overlooked. Because everyone just sees 2 missiles, and they just see like a shitty radar that none of them know how to use, and they see like, you know, oh, it rips its wings or whatever. They don't actually see what this can do when you fly it right. Historically, I've been kind of down on the F-5. I make fun of it and say it's a glorified trainer. It kind of is, but I like it. The 21's my preference, but I do like the F-5. I just talk shit to kind of get on Tricker's nerves every now and then, because I know he likes this thing. Yeah, my data link. My data link. Oh, fuck that. Just remember, kids, the original form of MSI is using your brain to combine multiple sensor information. That's literally what MSI is, except you don't have to use your brain to do it, the plane does it for you. It's offloading workload from the pilot to the aircraft. It's all MSI is. There we go.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
How the team's looking. Still a bit of a red stack, I think. Well, hang on. Check select roll. Yeah, a little bit of a red stack, but it's not too bad. We might switch back over to red later. Hop in the F1 again. While we are refueling and rearming, I'm going to take a short break to go get myself another cup of tea and maybe a quick snack. I will be back in a few minutes, guys. And we will continue the Mirage hunting.
Refueling complete.
Is this for the F1, Tarnfalk? You need to, I want to say like 30% on the actual physical jet model. So for me, I've got to get it over the hump, past the idle detent, which is my actual idle cutoff. Then I've got to run it almost like 2/3 of the way forwards of my physical throttle. And then waggle it around a bit and it eventually catches. You have to have the throttle quite far forwards for the F1's motor to catch. It's not like the Mirage 2000 where you just touch it and it catches. It has to be quite significantly out of the idle cutoff.
Ready to check on 251?
555.
Remember as well, you got to wait for 300 RPM. So as soon as it hits 300 RPM, get that shit out of the idle detent and start seesawing it. Like near the top end, not at the top end of the throttle motion, but near it. Past halfway, put it that way. Sorry, I should have turned my master arm off before I went up to go get another cup of tea. That's probably going to annoy the shit out of you guys. Anyway, give me another minute or two and I'll be back in the air. Let me just check chat.
Okay.
What about Saber? Probably not today, but I think I do need to do some more Saber flights because the other week was awesome fun flying the Saber against 21s. What do you think? Flight characteristics of the F1 versus 21. Got thoughts? I do. The F1 is, I'd say, roughly equivalent in turning capability. It's a little more stable at high angles of attacks. It doesn't have the 21 tail wag, however it will easily depart into a spin, whereas the 21 will just tumble. The Mirage F1 will recover itself from a spin, much like the 21. It just takes a couple turns before it does it. 21 is obviously faster, 21 accelerates better, 21's got, I think, slightly better climb performance, so the F1 is quite good at climbing, despite its lack of thrust. When it gets light, the F1 will keep up with most things the 21 can do. I haven't tried it without the damper, so perhaps Get Low has some better wisdom here, but the little sort of rudder tuck roll that the 21 does, particularly at low level, is dangerous in the Mirage because it inertially couples quite badly. Like, just rapid rolls in general are not a good thing in the F1. Once you fire a weapon off of one wing, it picks up a really horrible asymmetrical tendency, which is quite hard to counter even with trim. So that's fun. I mean that unironically, it is fun. It's just difficult to deal with. Overall, feels twitchy, feels kind of on a knife edge sometimes, like the 21 does. It's interesting. I think it really is, the best way to put it is it's a combination of the MiG-21 and the F-5. It's a very interesting little jet. I don't think it's overpowered. I don't think it's going to be particularly difficult for the MiG-21 or the F-5 to fight. I think they're both roughly equals to it in close combat. Obviously, at longer range, the Mirage does have the better radar, but it's still not a good radar, and it can't reliably make look-down shots.
Gypsy Flight of 2, going to be 1, Mirage F11, F16, taking the active of Sochi for a departure to the northeast.
Gypsy Flight, that is a very interesting pair of aircraft you have. I think you may be on the wrong SRS server. I shouldn't laugh, I've done that a couple times myself. I was talking on Alpine server while I was playing on fucking Storm of War one time. Like putting the Mirage into a spin? Yeah, she does feel good in a spin. She does feel good in a spin. And she easily recovers from it. One was in a Mirage and one was in an F-16 flying from Sochi, so they're not even in the same fucking part of the world as us. I think they're flying on Hoggett or something, probably. Hoggett or Blue Flag, and they forgot to switch SRS servers when they switched over from here. Shit, with or without fancy avionics? Yep. Gang, I am terrible with or without. Doesn't matter. I have my good days and my bad days. Mostly bad days. The main thing is, you don't have to be an amazing pilot, you just have to recognize that there are ways you could get better as a pilot. I think that's what it is. Like, there are some really good players in DCS who still have the attitude that they're the best ever and they can't learn anything, so there's no point trying. And they will be the ones who, despite being good players who are good at the game, they will complain, oh, this is overpowered, that's broken, this, that, and the other, about things that aren't, you know, aren't actually broken or overpowered or whatever. That attitude isn't exclusive to newer players or less experienced players, I don't think. Bounced off the Atmo and you heard him. Yeah, yeah, we got some ionospheric bounce going on here. Anyway, I'm going to grab my tea. I'll be back in just a moment. We'll be airborne again.
Coming in very hot, close. It's going to way overshoot you right now. Another Mirage.
I am in the longest rolling series I've ever been in any games ever.
There's another Mirage. Oh, he fired on you. Oh, he missed.
Oh, the guns! Wow! Let me know if they fire.
Copy.
Whoever just landed, nice approach.
When my bladder is full, my bladder is full. Thanks for holding short.
That was fun.
I put up a hell of a fight, Boomer 1-1.
Oh, I love SRS sometimes. Man's not wrong. When you gotta go, you gotta fucking go. Oh, hang on. I broke it. There we go. Sorry. Pro streamer. There we go. I have returned. Let me get chat open. Let me get the game open. Let me get my seat actually at the right height, because it keeps sinking on me again. They're all fun planes to fly, man. That's the problem. There's so many planes in DCS that are so fun to fly. It's like, which one do you choose? Only so much time in the day, you know? Okay, there we go. Get myself all comfortable and shit. Get that on so I don't forget it. Make sure air brake's in. I wish this thing had some sort of indicator light for the air brake in the cockpit. I know there's this physical switch on the real jet, but what if your air brake switch is broken, right? You know? I feel like that was a bit of an oversight on Northrop's part, was not including an actual indicator. Ah, server must be restarted to update Windows and apply a quick patch. God damn it! Well, we got 5 minutes to do some chilling while we wait for the server to come back up. That went really well. I didn't get time to check what my final score was, but it was pretty good. Wait till we get a gazillion MiG-21 variants, and half the stream will just be Ross pondering whichever way he feels that day to pick the right one. Yeah, I know, right? Like when I play Misfizz. Well, right, but if the switch is broken, you'd at least be able to tell that it was down, you know? I mean, in the real aircraft, you can probably feel it vibrating because of the airflow against the brake, but we don't have that. And the sound that it generates isn't loud enough over the cockpit sounds to actually hear it, especially if you've got the hear and helmet option on. I don't know. I feel like it could be a thing that would have benefited the real aircraft. It certainly benefited us in DCS. Maybe if they just remix the sounds a bit so the air brake's a bit louder. Don't know. Yeah, I would like a 21 PF. PF or PFM, I'll take either one. But we all know what I want the most in DCS. I want my Su-15. '21 SMT. I think somebody unironically asked for the SMT once, and everyone else is just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, man. Well, I mean, yeah, the 21R is a weird bird. It's like got the internals of a fucking PFM, but the externals of an S. Very strange plane. They're doing a server restart because I had to do a fucking Windows update, and they're all going to be at work. All the admins are going to be at work, so they're doing it now. How you been going with the F1, Zach? Other than the time you ran into a much higher skill player, I mean. How many did I get in the F1? I think I got 3 people in the F1. For 1 loss and 1 RTB and write-off. But I think that was a team kill. I'm pretty sure that was a friendly that shot me. Tac view will reveal all, of course. Been forcing F5s into scissors, got 3 gun kills. I know what you're like with those guns, so you're probably having a great time with the defers. You hit someone with the defers, they're not surviving that shit. I thought I was fighting you again earlier, just near fucking Assad's palace, but it was G-Man instead. He's using the same livery you are. He, you know that tuck you do in the 21 where you boot the rudder over and force a roll at low altitude? He tried doing that in the F1, and it does not like when you do that. Put him straight into a hillside. But he was doing a pretty good job of keeping the fight neutral, though. Like, the F1 is a handful. Died doing that as well. Yeah. Seal died doing that as well, fighting me. So I was like, okay, well, I won't do that from now on then. Have a suspicion people asking for SMT come from War Thunder, which got the low spine sub-variant to the SMT, not the Chad SMT. Wait, there was a low spine sub-variant? Oh my god, my MiG-21 lore is so insufficient. No, I haven't tried any air-to-ground yet, Floyd. You know me, I don't really do much air-to-ground in fighters. I'd rather just take my Froggy out. Today's like the one day I played on Enigma server recently where I don't feel like I need to jump in my Froggy and haul the entire team on my back. I mean, the fucking Simg guys have been in there, so... Between that and everyone on Red trying to fly the F1, I think they're good for the day. I think I can take a break and fly something else. I should break my engine doing it. If you do the classic F5 yeet stick full back corner, you'll kill the engine. I found that out pretty quickly. According to Wikipedia, low spine is because Soviet pilots hated the SMT. No, I know they fucking hated the SMT. The SMT was fucking pig fat. Like, it was heavy, the spine, you couldn't see over it with the fucking periscope, it was fat, it just handled like a bucket of shit. It was not ideal. Seen the J10 with spines? Yes, I saw a photo of that the other day. I think the J10's kind of an ugly plane to start with. Like, I know some people like it, but I don't know, just... The original intake looks better. The fucking DSI on the J10 looks fucked, honestly. Hinds are doing work too. I'm sure they are. I haven't seen a single Hind yet today, but I'm sure they are. Hind door gunner. Did they actually release, like... Has anyone tried the Soviet liveries for the Hind and seen if it changes the model on the guy to match the hip? Like, is it using the same dude? The like, sort of 90s, 2000s Chechen war dude? Because it breaks my immersion a little bit having a guy in full fucking Ratnik in EMR in my helicopter. You know? No, I know, but I don't want to... Like, I'm waiting for the server to come back. I don't want to have to go start up a quick mission and do all this shit. I'm lazy. Okay? I actually would have preferred, to be honest. I mean, the Cord is fucking hilarious, don't get me wrong. But I would have preferred having just a PKT in the back, and Old Mate can switch sides with it as needed, which is how they were actually used. The Cord mount thing is a recent Russian piece of MacGyvering, shall we say. Same with the 50 cal and the Mi-8. Typically in Soviet service, it would just be a PKT for both of them. Uses Ratnik, but the Mi-8 has a Soviet era gunner. I swear I saw, unless it was somebody doing some hokey shit with a model viewer, somebody did show like a short video of that gunner in the Hind, but it might have been like them just hacking shit together. Either way, I'm hoping they do, like, proper Soviet-era infantry models for us at some point. Or, like, at least 80s or well, 90s stuff, because 90s stuff you could retexture to be Cold War. I know it's a nitpick, and most people don't ever see infantry that close, but it would just be nice. And they don't have to have a gazillion polys on them either. They can be a bit lower detailed than some of the existing models. Well, like the new models. Let me have a look at these. Oh, I'm gonna run out of battery soon. Yeah, the low spine SMT doesn't look bad, actually. It looks almost normal. First, the absolute fucking unit. Yep. The first time I saw that photo of that specific SMT, I was like, what the fuck kind of fisheye lens were they using on that camera? And then I was like, wait a minute, they weren't. They weren't. That's what it's actually like. What the fuck? Yeah, the low spine one doesn't look bad at all. The fucking F-16 CFTs look so bad. Spine's better than sticking a bunch of bulges around the intake. Yeah, that's true. That is true. I'm getting some weird packet loss on my, or weird bitrate dips on my stream. Hopefully it's not too choppy for you guys. My internet's been a little recently. My ISP was saying that there were some issues the other day. So hopefully it's been smooth. Ish. Seen many Mi-8s with a nose MG. It was very common back in the 80s. The lack of a nose MG actually is a more recent thing. I think though, as well as, you know, ED obviously kind of biasing towards 90s, 2000s, 2010s era stuff because of fucking modern planes. I think as well as that, it would be quite a pain in the ass to do that because then they're going to have to have the flight engineer, you know, take position on the gun, and then they're going to have to animate the whole thing, and it's going to be right next to the player, so they're going to see any little fucking glitch with that animation is going to be really obvious. So I think they just said fuck it and didn't bother, which is understandable. It'd be nice to have the gun there, but oh well. All your neighbors are flying the F1, slowing stuff down. Yeah, I don't know about that. I do know there's a couple DCS players pretty close to me. I think there's a few just on the other side of the border, but yeah, I haven't been to any DCS meetups yet. I'm sure that we could organize one at some point, but there hasn't been one yet. We're all too busy actually playing the fucking game. Why is the server not back up yet? I thought it was going to be 5 minutes. We've been lied to. It was like more than 3. I think it was like 5 or 6 or something. Just within, like, this immediate area. It's really surprising. Well, because, like, back when Tawny used to stream all the time, all the Aussies would hang out on his stream, so you'd run into, like, half the Australian DCS community in chat, and then just be like, where are you? Oh, yeah, I'm near Canberra. Oh, you know the fucking Taj Mahuchi on, like, as you come through Fishwick? Yeah. Okay, well, you live within about 5-10 kilometers of me, then. Yeah, it can start itself. Performance-wise, it's not bad. Like I said, it's kind of a middle ground between the MiG-21 and the F-5. And it takes some of the bad habits of both. The guns are really good. Really, really good. It's quick to start up, too. Really quick to start up, get running. Found this while looking for more SMTs. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Okay. Yep, I do like that. Yoink. Thank you very much. Those are the old helmets, too. That's fucking awesome. Server's still not up. Jesus. Jesus! Get your shit together, Ligma. Zach, people have been making that joke for months. You're not the first. I'm sorry. Been going for nearly 8 hours. It doesn't feel like an 8-hour stream. It really doesn't. I've been having too much fun. Way too much fun. Hackers got him. It's probably just that the update broke something. You know how those Windows updates be. And probably fucking wrecked the server config or something. That reminds me, I need to set aside some time to continue reading the Gordonomicon on Sequoia interceptors. I've got it sitting just by my desk over there. I just haven't had time to really sit down and read it lately. He said he'll message when it's up. Cool. Alright, well, since we're going to be waiting for him to get the shit back up, let's... F1, hello? F1, take off. So we're not going to bother starting up the jet, we're just going to quick start it. Next Misfizz aircraft purchase? Dunno actually. I guess we'll wait and see. I haven't been paying too close an attention to what's coming out soon. So I'm not entirely sure. The fucking... Was it not the Long Easy, the other thing? Maybe it was the Long Easy. Dunno. That looked okay. No, it was the Velocity. Sorry, the Velocity thing looked alright. And then there was the Starship. That looked pretty nice. It's not out yet, though. It's a glass cockpit, but it's like a vintage glass cockpit, which is really cool. So I would buy that. Me unfuck my track IR again. Sit in one place challenge, impossible difficulty. Let's get rid of the landing light. You can't overspeed the landing light, as far as I can tell. I haven't broken it yet, so I don't think that's modeled yet. I don't know if it will be at some point. What is fucking going on with my track IR? Can I unfuck myself here, please? There we go. By the way, for those who missed it at the start of the stream, this is one issue I found. I don't know why it's like this. It's between the control inputs and the module itself. But I got my stick pulled right back, and I'm going to let it go, and it's going to whip forwards on the springs, but watch what it does in game. And again, pulling it back, and release. There's about a 200-300 millisecond delay between my actual stick inputs and it moving. Like, the more aggressive the movement, the longer the delay. So if I go forwards backwards as fast as I can without breaking my stick, like, I'm hitting the stops in both directions, and it's barely getting away from neutral. So I'm not sure why it does that. It's only slightly in roll, but it's mostly in pitch. Like, if I pull it to the left and just release it, it releases right away. Input lag, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's not part of the aircraft systems, because I've disabled all of them. You know, I turned off Arthur, I turned off the stick direct control link, whatever it is. I turned off the fucking servos, I turned it all off. I've done it with the aircraft cold, everything. It's just something between the input and the module. And I don't know if it's deliberate or if it's a bug. It seems like it could be deliberate, but I don't know why they would do that, unless it was to try and, like, compensate for something else. Don't know. Kind of annoying. Oh, you couldn't get it to spin? Oh, I could absolutely get it to spin. It likes spinning. It likes spinning a lot. Input lag, but only on pitch. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it feels like it's really overdamped in pitch. But not in the aircraft, but actually between your controls and DCS. Like, there's something intercepting the control inputs between, you know, whatever, words. No other module I've flown does that in DCS, not even the fly-by-wire ones. Like, they'll have ways of damping it out on their end, but your input will be, you know, pretty much one-to-one. And it's not like anything to do with curves or whatever either. I didn't pull my shit up quickly enough. It's not unplayable, it's just kind of annoying sometimes. So we'll do like back right stick and full right rudder like I do in the 21 to quickly tuck under. Doesn't like that. Hey, Giggles! Cheers to the raid, man. Good to see you. Hope you had a good stream. We're just waiting for Enigma to put the server back up, so we're tooling around doing some, not really flight testing, but just trying to break the plane, I guess. I've been flying the F-5 more than the F-1 today, because Red was pretty stacked, so we've been shooting down F-1s left, right, and center. So let's try it again. We'll do the... Let's just go full right stick and full right rudder. See how it couples in, and after a couple of rolls, you're, like... If you do that at low altitude, you'll die. Yes, Zach, including you. You're carrying magics. The magics are fucking limited all aspect at the moment. Besides, you can carry a fucking 530. It's not bad in roll. It's So I'm gonna do a roll here. We'll just do a pure roll input. No rudder. So we'll go right. It overshoots by quite a bit, like on inertia. It doesn't feel too bad. So I'm going to show you guys what will happen if you do the F5 monkey maneuver, which is full back, right or left stick. Uh-oh. So we're going to cut to idle. This is the Dassault Mirage F1, just released today. So, when you do something stupid and the engine is very unhappy with you, you cut to idle. You kind of want some speed and altitude for this. It might recover if you cut it to idle and leave it there for a little while, or it might require a relight. This one I think is probably going to want a relight. I think it's going to recover itself. No, it's not. No, it is not. What did I bind it to? I think I bound it to the same as in the 21. Just check. No, I didn't bind it to the same as the 21. I need to do that later. We're too slow anyway, probably. We're way too slow. So yeah, if you F5 yourself, that's what you're gonna do in the Mirage F1. Try that again. Too slow, I think. Way too slow. We're core locked, most likely, which means we will not get this engine started, no matter what we do. So the only option left is, yeet. See if the server's up. $300 knots, do a pure vertical pull down. No, I know, Cotty, I've done it. Also, there are certain flight regimes where you can basically break the flight model and make it do fucking like minus 179 AOA while climbing. But it's not of any advantage in gameplay, it's just weird and kind of stupid. And you can do worse things in the Mirage 2000 if you bypass its fly-by-wire. The Mirage 2000's flight model seems like pretty... I know they're still working on it, and it needs retuning anyway after the engine update, but the Mirage 2000, if the fly-by-wire is on, it feels pretty okay. It flies pretty much as you'd expect. If the fly-by-wire is off, boy, that plane does some interesting shit. Still not up. Still not up. What is he doing? Kind of ordnance can it hold? A fair amount. It can bring bombs of varying sizes. It can bring Durandals, the anti-runway bombs. It can bring quite nice rocket pods. The SNEB pods are like way bigger than what you get in the American stuff. Way more rockets. Server's still not back up. So let's just hop in. Mission editor. We'll just throw together a quick mission. I'll show you. So let's just put Mirage F1 CE. Catch you later, Giggles. Have a good evening, dude. So we got AIM 9Bs. We got AIM 9Js. These are really good. We got the JULs, which are fucking cracked. Like, they're absolutely fucking evil. Is that what I got? Oh, wow, okay. That appears to be a bug, I think, because the JULs should have different colored seeker heads. And it's still using the J model. Yeah. Like, they aliased the models wrong or something. AIM 9Ps. And magic ones. Then here we got Beluga bombs. So these are cluster bombs. These are pretty decent. Durandals, which are runway killers. 250... Is that 250 pound? 250 kilo bomb. 500 kilo bomb. These are like indigenous Spanish bombs. The BR whatevers. Mark 82s, of course. And then some French bombs. The SAMPs are all French bombs. So we got a mix of Spanish, American, and French bombs for it. Of varying sizes. Up to 400 kilos is the largest bomb. Which is about 1,000 pounds. And then we got rockets. So many rockets. So we got... I don't even know what... Oh, TPSM is probably like training practice smoke. So like white phosphorus. HE, obvious training practice, which would be a small warhead. Heat, smoke green, smoke red, smoke yellow. HE frag large warhead. Illumination, and then I don't know... Oh, these are the smaller pods. Okay. Yeah, these are little pods. So yeah, good variety of rockets. We got our, of course, 530 EMs and 530 Fs for the, or 530 IR. They're all 530 Fs, just shitty ones. Those can go on the wings or the fuselage. They can't go on both. So if I was to put a 530 there, it's going to get rid of the wing pylons. The aircraft cannot carry 3 of those at once. We've also got same bombs as before, plus the addition of GBU-12s, GBU-16s. Oh, those are big boys. Otherwise, all the same bombs. We got fuel tanks, obviously, which are 1,200 litre. I thought it was 2,200, but it's 1,200. Same rocket pods as the outboard pylons. Then on the fuselage, obviously, you got your 530s. You've got a BR-500. Okay, so we got a 500 kilo there. Yeah, okay. It's kind of weird. The 500 kilo bomb. So this is 500 on the fuselage. Let me go on the side with the sunlight on it. That's a 500 kilo bomb. But if we go SAMP, 400 kilo... Okay, well, it's a multi-ejector rack. But, like, the 500 kilo bomb looks smaller than the 400s. Just must be a different amount of filler. Anyway, we've got an MER for all the French stuff, including the Durandals. So this will be a really good runway fucker. GBU-10. Real big boy. And yeah, otherwise singles of the same. So it's pretty well armed. Pretty well armed. Oh, it's an AP bomb, so it's mostly steel. Yeah, that makes sense. We've got some nice liveries too. So this is just the, these are the nation locked ones, I guess. But I think most of them are nation unlocked. So if I go combine joint task forces, blue should have everything for blue force. So we got a Greek one, we got Spanish, 90s Spanish, then we got just the generic blue, legato camo and grey without markings. Ecuador, Morocco. Oh, we got some nice liveries in here. Damn. Damn. I like the French ones. The gray and green French ones. They're really nice. But the Iraqi, and then the Iraqi became Iranian ones when they got impounded during the during ODS, I think it was, when they all fled to Iran. Jordanian ones are pretty nice looking. Q8. Libyan as well, with the modern markings. It's a nice camo pattern. Like, I like the purpley brown color. It looks good. Normandy Neiman, South Africa. It's pretty nice looking. And we got the Draken ones. And we'll just see, we'll have a look at red. I don't think we have combined task forces red, so meh. But yeah, it's pretty nice. Looks pretty good. Flies pretty nicely. I'm pretty happy with it. So, no. So that turns out to have been an experimental thing that wasn't actually done by the Spanish fleet. So it's only the Greek ones that were upgraded to do that, as far as I know. The Epic Gamer, sir. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Dumbo, and anyone else that followed recently. I've been having a bit of trouble keeping up with my alerts today, so appreciate it all. Hope you guys have been enjoying the show. We're going to go see if Ligma has the server back up yet. He better, because I want to fly. Well, yeah, Air just recently changed as well, because they had some screenshots of it with the 4 missiles, but then they did some more research and found out that it was an experimental config. There it is. Journal craters are a little wimpy. You're going to start dropping GBU 10s. That'll do it. I don't think I've used journals in DCS before, so I've never seen what they actually do. I know Betabs fuck runways. Betabs fuck runways really, really well. Beautifully. You want credit for the 14? I got plenty of credits, dude. I mostly fly the Su-25 in this server now, so, like, I have more credits than I know what to do with. I should probably be donating them to other people, because I'm not using them. Let's take the opportunity to hop back in the F1 before the team stack. Because I do want to fly it. I was having a shitload of fun in the F5. Killing them, but I kind of want to fly the F1 again. Where is René Muad? Right there. Oh look, it's Zach. Yeah, Alpin's server went down earlier. He's been having some hosting issues, so hopefully that will be resolved soon. But he's looking at possibly moving the server over to Germany if he keeps having problems with the current provider, which is in France, I believe. You just unfuck my tracker right about there. I might run with... I do like the Libyan one. It's quite pretty. We'll roll with that. Let's grab... Fuck it, let's grab some magics. We'll try these out. We had the 9J before, but we'll try some magics now. We'll grab a 530 EM, and that'll do us. So right about there, Tarn, it should catch somewhere there, just past that gate. I'm going to need to tab out to set my SRS up because I forgot to update it earlier, so it doesn't recognize the Mirage's radio yet. Yes and no. It's better for head-on engagements because it turns like a Sparrow, so it conserves its energy better, and it can pull in-terminal guidance, whereas the R3R can't, because it dumps all its energy straight away. But it can't. Like, it won't outrange R3R in pursuit. Hey, Winter Smoke! Hello from Captain Anoni! Hey! Glad to see more people from Anoni's stream here. Let's get this thing up and running. So that needs to be switched all on so you've got your HSI. There we go. That's going to uncage at some point. What warnings have we got down there? Those. Put that in standby. Okay. Shadev's let us carry the Magic too, because the Magic 1 gives me AIM 9B vibes. I'm surprised it hit. It should be a little better than that. The read I got on it was it's basically a fat R60. And I quite like the R60. If we end up getting some of the French versions as flyable, they will probably carry the Magic too. I think the AICR can carry it already, which is the French reconnaissance version. But I could be wrong on that, so you may need to fact check me on that. Okay, lock the canopy, and we should be good to go. High gain Nozzle Steering goes on. And even though it doesn't actually do anything in game, we'll just switch this normal, all those modes on. That on, and then 13303. Whoop, there we go. He'll need to crash Mirage F1. I'll be back in half an hour. Good luck. Very sensitive Nozzle Steering in this plane. Very, very sensitive. What I might do, actually... I'm not sure if that's Zach next to me, but what I might do is I might quickly tab out and switch my SRS to listen on one channel and then speak, like listen on Overlord and speak on 251. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8. Okay, Overlord can just not listen to me, that works too. Overlord, Circus 1-4, set tripwire 8 miles.
Circus 1-4, Overlord, copy, warning 8 nautical miles.
Never mind, that's Red's Overlord channel, because I just instinctively tuned it to... Oh, we are on Red, never mind, I'm dumb as fuck. What am I doing? Sorry guys, my brain just short-circuited. I was so expecting this to be a blue plane that I just completely forgot that I'm actually on Red. Hang on, let me reset this. There we go, 125, no, 126. This is the channel I want to switch to, there we go. Zach, is that you in the grey one on the runway? Whatever. 251. Uh, 251. 124 is technically Red General Comms, but fucking everyone uses 251 because it's what it defaults to. Loud and clear.
Alright, let's roll.
You lead off, I'll join on your wing.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, set tripwire 10.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, copy, warning 10 nautical miles.
Just a little bit of back pressure. Up she comes, nice and gentle. And cross over to Zach's left because I prefer to fly on the left wing. It's a little easier for me to do. And also slightly better visibility on the left side in the F1. Not by much though. Not by much though. Very disappointed with the RWR. I mean, it's pretty basic at the moment.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, book it open.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 143, 85, 3000, beam west, 4-ship Tiger 2.
Yo, Speed Demon, not everyone brought bags. Do you want to maybe come out a burner? And then he brake checks me.
Set 120.
Have you got your SRS set up so you can switch channels on the fly, so you can talk to Overlord?
No, how do I do that?
Fuck, neither have I. I tried it, but like the...
Me, so you
Yeah.
but I was hoping
Yeah.
you would know.
Well, no, I know how to do it. The problem is the fucking 4-way hat on my, or 5-way hat on my throttle is so sensitive that when I tried to do it, I kept accidentally half transmitting one channel and half on the other.
I see.
I needed the gross motor control fucking channel switching, not the fine motor control channel switching. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
I'll find it in the controls. Give me a second, then I can just speak on.
I got a text tripwire set up at 10 miles. It's just having the voice as well is nice.
Same.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, book it up. Beard 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 146, 73.
Appreciate the follows, guys.
1000, hot, 3 ship Tiger 2.
Hope you're all having a wonderful day. Hope everyone's enjoying the new Mirage. God, it is a nice looking plane though. Oh, it's way simpler than the 16 or the 18. Way, way simpler. There's nothing to learn in this jet. Like, I know it has a lot of switches and dials and shit. Don't let that get inside your head. Like, it's so much easier. Everyone freaks out because the MiG-21 has so many switches and knobs. The 21 is probably the easiest plane in the game to learn. The Mirage F1's not much harder. Like, they're really easy to learn. I mean, think about it. In the 18 or the 16, you're doing way higher levels of complexity. It's just on a screen instead. You know, you're just pressing buttons instead of flipping switches. Going for air-to-air. I mostly do air-to-air in fighters. If I want to do air-to-ground, I hop into Su-25. Or the Hind. God, that's so hot.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, book it up. Beard 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 134, 50, 11,000, flag north, Tiger 2.
Well, you learn by doing, so I always recommend people that are kind of new to DCS or new to flight sims in general, get some of the older planes like this or the F-5 or the MiG-21 or the MiG-19, because they'll teach you how things work, they'll teach you better flying habits. The F-18 and the F-16 just teach you systems management. If you've used a computer, which you obviously have, there's not really, like, a lot to learn there. Like, the main reason I don't fly them as much is not because I can't learn it, it's just less interesting to me. So I don't bother learning it.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, book it up. Beard 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 124.
Me too, Nick.
13,000.
On my first flight in the F1, I nearly team killed somebody with a 530 for that reason. I'm gonna catch his wake in a minute. Unless Enigma has them turned off. I think they're turned on. You gotta be careful in this thing, by the way. If you cross someone's wake at any kind of angle of attack, you'll lose your engine.
Flag north, Tiger 2.
Found that one out the hard way while dogfighting. I haven't actually TK'd, I just came very close to it. I think I got TK'd earlier on my second flight, but I'm not sure. TAC view will reveal all, as usual.
16 miles, 3K, 182.
Yeah, I just had that pop up too.
I don't see him off my nose still.
The radar's not very reliable. Oh, I just had him pop up, I think.
165, 4000, beam east, fast.
Like on radar or in your...
On radar, you went under me, I think I lost sight of you. I got 2 contacts, both tracking right.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, book it up. Beard 1-1, Overlord, Raw, 143, 18, 6000, hot.
One big and tracking left, something just went down.
I got something locked on my nose.
There might be a Mirage, I've locked the Mirage.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too.
Yeah, Biggins dead, Biggins dead.
Alright, I'm over the pipeline.
Beard 1-1. Threat. Raw.
Same right-hand turn over.
5,000. Flank west. Begin.
I just crossed it. Coming right. I think I see you. Yeah, I see you.
On wing bubble.
Yeah, rejoining left.
I'm off left.
I'll be happy when they fix the bind for that. I'm Mule 07 at the moment, coming up close.
Copy, Biggin, or next target is pretty far and he's cold currently, so let's just hang around.
Beard 1-1. Threat. Raw. 170. 10. 12,000. Beam west. Tiger 2.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, moving up.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Raw. 282. 4. 5,000. Drag west. Begin.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, moving up.
Muscle 1.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Raw. 264. 4. 5,000. Drag west. Begin. Beard 1-1. Merged. 254. 5,000. Begin.
Yeah, watch out, I don't know what fired on me, but I got a...
Yeah, I see the trail. I lost sight of you though. I'm doubled back down that valley we came down.
I'll do that as well. I'm currently heading west, I'll come back north though.
I'm heading 060. Low.
060, copy.
Missile trail came from about 120-ish. Reference that valley. Like, you see the greenery at the end of it? It came from the other side of the mountain from that.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm looking for you now.
I'm on the pipeline, flying back the other way.
Okay, I'll have to go find the pipeline again. I see the pipeline, I don't see you.
Wait, when I'll put out a flare?
Give me a sec.
Beard 1-1. Threat. Raw. 271. 10. 7,000. Flank southeast. Tiger 2.
Okay, you see the low ridges near the smoke? I'm up by that.
Beard 1-1. Threat. Raw. 269. 10. 4,000. Beam north. 2 ship Tiger 2.
About 400, 450. It's like the F-5, you gotta be fast.
Just come back to the
Treat it
airfield.
like a bigger F-5. Back to the airfield, bro.
No. The airfield that the Vegan tried to attack. The pipeline can... Oh, I'm right.
Merged.
Yeah, okay.
276. 3,000. Tiger
I see
2.
ya.
Beard 1-1. Merged. 266. 3,000.
Hey, Jelly.
2 ship Tiger 2.
I'm gonna go wings level here for a second, just check where the fuck we are. Because whatever shot at us came from the left. Oh, it's fucking Aldemar. It's Aldemar that shot at us. We're right next to one of their airfields. Damascus on the other side of that. Hey, something merging!
Where? Oh, see.
It's another F1, it's another F1.
Mark, yeah.
Jesus.
Just got the hell out.
Yeah, a couple hours. It doesn't take long to get used to.
I'm still yours.
Yeah, okay. Aldumar's going to be on the other side of this ridge. We could maybe weasel the SR. I don't know how many there are. I think there's like 2 or 3. You get anything on Overlord recently?
I'll ask.
Jelly Airborne, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where is the... Oh, fuck. It's right over this ridge. We're right next to it. Yeah, don't cross the ridge. That's the bad no-no place.
Gotcha.
Let's just patrol the pipeline for a bit, I guess.
There's an F-5 not far from here.
No, when?
40 miles.
Not far, 40 miles.
He's flanking north, so he's coming over.
Alright, well, where do we head to get him? East?
Let's see. Give me a second. I'll call it.
Must be on the other Overlord channel. There's two. I'm on 126. He's probably on 132. Okay, so he's west.
Pretty deep. Yeah.
Let's go left.
Okay, let's do it.
Probably in my blind spot. Like I said, the rearwards visibility is not awful, but it's definitely not good. I'd still rate the 21 above it, because the 21 at least has the periscope.
We've got a Tomcat, nowhere near, but I'm just saying we got a Tomcat on their team.
Okay. Good intake. Yeah, I know.
Easy kill.
I know. All Mirages have that.
Did you kill the Tomcat? Oh, you're just saying he is an easy kill, yeah. It's Osteo, I mean, he's not terrible, I'll tell you what.
I was just kidding.
Oh no, it is an easy kill usually.
Me and him were getting some work done by Damascus before the server went down. I think I have some of their songs in the playlist, yeah. I don't remember which ones. I'm pretty sure Wolf Totem's in there. Farthest Outpost. What server is this? Enigma's Cold War. The song name is, for the previous song was Word of Batir. Any updates on that F-5?
Asking now. He's just not responding to me.
Oh yeah, I got 17779 Tomcat, that's our closest.
Oh yeah, I think it's a Tomcat. G-Man I think shot down the F-5 that we were going.
That's Damascus to our left wing, by the way.
Yeah, well how about we turn back around and prepare for the Tomcat?
Yeah, I agree. 2,000 fuel now. Should be plenty.
Yeah, about the same.
Let's climb, throttle back, and just chill.
73, 10,000 for flying north, Tomcat.
Shit, let's go 020. I don't know if you see me, by the way.
No, I don't.
I'm just going 020, coming kind of down that shallow valley that we came out of.
I'm quite high up, I just climbed up 16k.
Nice. Yeah, I'm at 9k, so I'm a bit below you, but let's just show.
Is TX... That's a temperature of the fucking thingo, isn't it? My shit's probably gonna fail on me here in a minute. Uh-oh. Oh, I know why. Dumb fuck. Turn my fucking ECS on. That's probably what it is. I think. Doing about 430 knots. Still tracking 030. Closest contact now a F-5, 53 miles out still. Fucking way out there. Where's the front line?
Yeah, I got that 16660.
We're pretty close to the front line, but they're going to be sitting under the fucking SAM cover at Damascus. No, you don't need fuel tanks. It carries about double the fuel of the 21 internally. You got 11 minutes on the deck in burner. I'm gonna do a 180, swing us around to 210.
Copy.
There's a S-75 and a Hawk, but it's like a single site with a couple launches, and it's one's at Damascus, the other one's at Hama, I think. And it's only active when your team owns that frontline sector. The bigger threat around Damascus is just how many airfields there are. So there's a fuck ton of Rolands. It's comically long in VR. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like it's pretty close to my face, actually, just kind of doing the old praying mantis with it. Uh-huh.
So I guess we're gonna have to wait for the Tiger, or we can go for that Tomcat. Let me ask about the Tomcat.
I made a pretty wide turn, so I might be a bit off your right wing. Still high. We are burning through our fuel a bit fast. I should probably come back on the power a bit.
Tomcat and Tiger are exact same bearing. Tiger is 40 miles, Tomcat is 50 miles.
Bait.
Yeah, I think we just stay over the pipeline area here and just wait, honestly. They're coming this way.
Yeah, I just have a feeling that they're going to commit on us when we're RTB for fuel.
What's your fuel state?
1720.
Okay, minus 1770, but I have the tank on, or I had the tank on, so it's plus. So I'm at 2900. So I think you should throttle down, and I can bait if needed because I have a bit of extra fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, you can take 2 530s, but I only take 1 because they're draggy as fuck. I take 2 if I'm going for a bomber intercept. But, not only are they draggy as fuck, but when you fire 1, it's like a MiG-25, it wants to roll completely over on its back. Because the missile's so heavy. Even when you fire 1 aim 9, the aircraft gets really bad asymmetric drag, so I'd rather not do it with the 530s.
Okay, he's hard on you, I think. He's flanked northwest, or I guess on the both of us. He's 34 miles
Yeah, he's
out.
hot on me.
F5 is turned on to the east there, so I think the Tomcat sees you. I can come up below him if he's going for you.
He absolutely sees me. I'm gonna commit. And bait him for you.
Now, 30 miles from me.
Oops.
Where are you guys at?
15527.
We're right to the north of Damascus. North of Damascus by a good bit.
12,000 feet, so he's a little below me, but he should be within...
Tomcat's approaching both of us now at about mid-altitude. Probably about 10,000 feet above the deck. Coming up north now to us.
I got him on radar, but I can't lock him yet. This radar is so janky. Which is good. It should be. Tomcat's locking me, I think.
He's 17 miles away from me, 151. I'm rushing that position if you want to try to get away now.
I've lost radar on him, and I'm getting dangerously close to Damascus. I'm going to turn away and dive.
Gotcha.
Tomcat's broken off. 12221 from me, drag east.
Did you say Tomcat's drag east?
Yes.
Oh, he's leaving then. I think he knows I'm coming because I'm coming in from his west. So then I'm going to go back into the valley here.
1400 fuel.
Me in the ass. I just heard Tomcat drag south, which means I think he's doing a sweeping turn back toward us.
From me, 17629, 3 ship Tigers coming northwest.
Oh, God. Okay, can you do both beat up Tomcat, please?
I can't, because I'd have to verbally ask for it.
Oh, got you. Okay, I'll do it.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Copy. Warning 10 nautical miles.
It's probably 2... Oh, no. 15729 from me, 9000 beam west, Tomcat.
Yeah, he's ping west, that's for sure.
He's probably waiting for the F-5 to arrive.
Somebody just called Splash Tomcat, the other channel.
Okay, good.
Splash Tomcat. Yeah, good job.
Good shit, we got some F-5s to kill them.
Yeah, we got 3 F5s.
I'm getting picked up by air defense, I think. I'm right next to Damascus. Let me know if you see any missile launches, because I'm right within its threat ring.
The guy that just smashed the Tomcat just got clapped by a Roland.
His sacrifice will not be forgotten. 20925, beam west.
Yep.
Sorry, beam west, northwest.
I got 127 from me. I'm gonna go for that. How much fuel are you at though? Because I'm at 1,000 now, so you should be at
1,200.
Right. That's pretty risky, but you can do it.
Where's this fight at with the 3 Tigers, guys?
Oh my god. G-Mang.
Where have you been, Sword?
Been doing great. Your mic is really quiet, but I've been doing great. Thank you for asking. How about you?
Oh, we're directly over the front line.
Busy season.
Busy season. I saw you get 2 gun kills in chat just right now, earlier.
Yeah, no, it was, well, it was more maneuver kills. I gunned them, hurt them, and they killed themselves the rest of the way.
I found a Vulcan, by the way. We're right over the front line.
Cutting a couple. I'm gonna upload some of those to YouTube as well.
Nice.
One hot on me, 204-11. Singleton. This is close, whatever it is. I just dropped him. Got him locked.
Circus 1
It's a fight.
Threat. Bra 2098 4000 beam west Tiger 2.
I don't see this fight.
Circus 14 threat. Bra 225 where are you? 5000
West of Damascus.
Tiger 2.
Oh, there's a whole ass fucking brawl going on here. Boy, IFF sure would be nice. I can't tell who's who. We got one F1 I can see. And an F5 or something he's chasing, I think. I can't tell.
I'm coming over there.
Circus 14.
Oh, 2-ship Tiger 2.
229 5000 2-ship Tiger 2.
Fuck it, I'm gonna assume that's a Tiger. It was a Tiger 2, I think.
Hey, Rose, chat.
Merge with the second. I don't see him visual. Oh, he's behind me. I'm in a left by the wreckage.
No, I'm far, dude. I'm coming, but I'm far.
Overlord Beard on 1. Okey doke.
There's another Mirage in the mix with you, isn't it?
No, it was an F5. It looked kind of like one from that angle.
Overlord Beard on 1. Okey doke.
I'm gonna be out of fuel.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Bra 164 28 5000 drag southwest Tiger 2.
It's a mountain. Come on, come on. Magic out. Fuck, they are short-legged. He's running.
Yeah, they are. Where's he running to? Because I'm south of Damascus.
He's heading back the way we came.
Should be able to catch him. I've gotten 1.1 on the deck before.
Hold on. No, no, that is a fucking F1. What the fuck? Good thing it did go
So
short.
you were fighting an F1?
I shot down an F5. There was another one nearby, though, because I got a call for 2-ship F5. I'm gonna RTB, dude. I'm fucking low.
Threat. Bra 164 8 6000.
Oh, this is gonna be IFF hell. Especially for blue players.
Cover that, I'll let you do that.
It's hard to tell, man, especially with the desert camo liveries.
Overlord.
Because they blend in so well with the map that you can't see, like, the exact shape of the wing or the height of the tail. It's like when you get the MiG-21s that run the Romanian livery, and you, like, it makes the wings look straight, like a F5, just because of the contrast of the colours. Camo does matter in DCS, but not the way you would think. Use the combat flaps at all? I've got them deployed, but I don't really think I end up using them that much, because I generally try and stay fast. If I remember how to retract them, which I don't. Aircraft's getting kind of squirrely on me here. Why have I... low fuel. Right.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, we'll get open.
Is it that switch or is it the other one? I think it might be...
Beard 1-1, Overlord.
I don't know.
Raw, 158, 15, 6000, beam east, Tiger 2.
It is forward, isn't it? I don't want to pull it and bust my normal flaps. It's a button on the throttle. Yeah, it is to deploy them, but I don't think it is to pull them in. Unless there's a second bind for it, which I'll have to set up. Control V. So let me check.
Raw, 162, 21.
Yeah, okay, it's a second bind I'm gonna have to set up.
Tiger 2.
Gotcha. That's... I've got it bound on a switch anyway, so I can do that. Where's the nearest friendly airbase? Ryak. Actually, we're really close to that one. I'm gonna set down at Ryak, I'm right next to it. My radar's been in fucking... Oh no, it's... Yeah, it's been in standby the whole time, because radar broken. Oh well.
Just gone to F-5.
Nice.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, we'll get open.
Beard 1-1, Overlord. Raw, 156, 42, 4000, drag southeast, Tiger 2.
You said you're settling down at Ryak?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm very deep in enemy lines. I'm about 20 miles south of Damascus.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, we'll get open.
I'm getting the hell out of here.
Beard 1-1, Overlord. Raw, 153, 41, 4000.
Hey, Bart.
Drag east.
Good to see you, man. Yeah, the 530s are way better than I expected. They're not good, but they're definitely way better than I expected. I would probably trust them over an R3R in a lot of situations.
I think I'm gonna try to make it to Nasiriyah.
Just FYI, I'm about 33 miles from Nasiriyah landing.
Overlord, Beard 1-1.
I'm nowhere near Nasiriyah, dude. I'm behind Dumayan.
Beard 1-1, Overlord. Raw, 135, 44, 3000, flank north, Tiger 2.
Oh my god, dude. The server reset, so it would reset my abysmal KD from today.
Don't worry, it'll save in your stats at least.
Oh god.
Man, I had an awesome time in the F5. I haven't done too well in this, but I was fucking slapping in the F5.
Yeah, the P5. Holy shit. Every time that missile, I think about that missile, rage swells up inside.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, we'll get open.
Okay, so every
Bro, to be
F5
fair-
I've gone
Beard 1-1.
To be fair, pretty much all my P5 kills today were rear aspect, like easy shots. So.
Drag south, Tiger 2.
The F1s have really bad situational awareness, I think, which makes sense because so do I when I fly it.
Yeah, no, it really does.
It's really hard to get guns in the F1. Just so much of the canopy's in the way.
I
I know. Like in a 21, you can just know when to shoot and like when to be prepared to pull the trigger. In this plane, you're like you need to have like 10 seconds advance of like, okay, he's gonna fly in front of my nose.
Dude, I was struggling to even see you to fly form off you. It's like right next to you. It's too much shit in the way.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just too much stuff in the way with those narrow bars and everything hanging off of them.
Alright, made it past the mire, so I'm gonna go Nassau. They got 11 players up, so you know they're bringing some pop.
I might go back to the 9Js. I like the magics, but I feel like I'm gonna need range if people are gonna be trying to run from us.
Yeah, I mean I just really like the magics because they travel so fast.
I find you do actually have to like let your missiles cool down. If you select them in close combat mode, they don't work right away. They won't get toned.
The bore sight's really sensitive as well. Really narrow.
I really found that with the mantras, not the mantras.
You feel safe, yeah.
530. I haven't found that with the close combat select magic. I select them and boom.
Yeah, see,
I do like the cockpit. Like it's janky and you can't see shit, but I like it. I like it because it's janky and you can't see shit.
No, I'm almost positive that's just because of the bore sight, as Rod said, is all the way above the heading tape.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah, so it's not like your literal bore sight, it's above your heading tape and it should catch lock pretty quick.
Okay, I'll go to try it next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, if you didn't know that, then that's definitely what it is. 100%.
Is my heading tape on my HUD supposed to move?
Yes, Limber.
What?
There's a button for that? What, to reset the trim? Really? I didn't think there was. Oh well.
Bro got silenced by the Chinese government.
More soul doing it that way.
Occupiers don't do shit to the oil rigs. Don't even try it.
Let's adjust controls. Where's my combat flat button? Combat
Warlord Beard 1-1.
flat lever.
On final master.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Bra.
So we'll have that as that, and then the combat flat lever will have us pull up. So that I pull it to retract them, but I press it to activate them. That makes sense to me. It's to the right of the landing gear. Oh, the servo reset. Is that what you mean? Does the servo reset actually just fucking zero out your trim? Huh, okay. Interesting. Neat. Oh, hello. So we're gonna have an overrun there, but no, it looks like he's alright. Type of gun sight does the F1 have? It's typical gyro pipper, so it's the 6 diamonds and then the like the dot in the middle. In fact, if I go, which button is it?
I'm also on final Nesser.
I don't think I can do it on the ground.
Just died.
But yeah, it's like a typical Canon A.
Oh, I was asking about the red heading tape in your HUD. Is that supposed to move?
Yes.
In the combat modes, it's a range scale, but I don't think it moves at the moment. To have it act as a heading tape, you can't have any weapon select on the weapon panel.
Yeah, so what happens if you select a weapon on the weapons panel? It doesn't give you anything, basically. It just
doesn't give you anything. Yes. Which is so weird, because wouldn't you want the opposite to occur? I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's not the most helpful gun sight ever.
How do I turn off engine? Is it just you hit the cop guard?
It's the red lever by the relight switch under the throttle.
Gotcha.
Pull it all the way back and press that.
Yeah, got it.
I don't actually use a heading tape because it's so small. I just look down at the compass, glance under my radar to look at it. 21 habit. 300 or 600.
It's just a little bit harder to read, I find. I'm not used to it yet, especially the blue part. Lighting is really hard to read. Overlord Beard 1-1, we'll get up.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 119, 42, 3000, Hot, Tiger 2.
Has it reset my score? Yeah, it has, okay. So we bagged an F-5. I'm glad that it was the F-5 I shot at, not the fucking other F-1. I know it does. I know where they are, though. Like, I don't really need to press those two. I know that's there, and I don't really... I just set and forget that. Remnants I haven't really fucked with. I might turn it all the way up and see what that... if that actually does anything. I think a lot of these are automatic on the Serrano 4M anyway. On the original Serrano, they're not. And FUS doesn't work at the moment. But yeah, I know it blocks stuff. I don't care. It looks cool. That's all I care about. It's aesthetic. And I can... Oh, I can't press my face right against it. Not quite. Repair plane.
Beard 1-1, Overlord.
What'd you get hit by then?
24, 5000.
You get peppered with guns or something?
Tiger 2.
Need to reset my totalizer. I forget how much fuel it needs to be. Shit. Also don't remember how to reset it. Oh, no I do. It's that there. Does it have a flyout page? I don't think it does. The Mirage 2000 sign-out sheet where it tells you how much fuel's in the jet and all that shit is really useful. But we do not have one. Does anyone know offhand what the full internal fuel load of this is? It's like 5,000 something, isn't it?
Tiger 2.
Oh, wrong button. What am I doing? 4248. Okay, we'll set it to 4100.
Beard 1-1, merged. 137.
It's gonna take so long to set. Oh my god.
Overlord Beard 1-1, book it up.
Is there a fucking way to quick set that? There has to be, surely.
3041, 3000.
Ground crew, please.
Fast, Tiger 2.
Really? So the damage model's a bit fucky. I haven't had any experiences like that with it yet. I did come across one earlier that had a burning wing, and I killed him. But up until that point, they generally died when shot for me, so I don't know. Interesting. We'll have to do further testing.
Beard 1-1, threat, bra,
Let's
098,
see.
10,
Let's double check
10,000.
that they did
Hot,
refill it
Tiger
fully.
2.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy. Refueling complete.
Beard 1-1, threat, bra, 095, 10, 6000, hot, Tiger 2.
Still better release than the 16. Yep.
142, 5000, Tiger 2. Beard 1-1, threat, bra, 107.
Whenever I'm rearming and refueling, I'm just gonna have to start cranking this thing because it's gonna take so long to fucking set.
Beard 1-1, merged, 273, 6000, Tiger 2. Beard 1-1, merged,
That doesn't actually seem to do anything. I don't know what it's supposed to do, to be fair. It does, doesn't it? It really does. Hey, Comic Crazy, thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We're currently setting our fuel on the Mirage 2000. We'll be airborne again in a minute. Because the ground crew won't do it for me, apparently. So we're going to set it 4100. I think is a good compromise. There we go. That'll do it. Hey Cube, cheers for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. How the R60 fares? Yeah, that'll be interesting. Really interesting. Who's this we got next to us? Ah, good thing I checked that light. My air brake was still out. Who's the other F1 sitting at the end of the runway at Ryak? Are they on comms? Maybe not. In this you do, Lumber. In this you do. The 21 you don't, but in the F1 you do, because its engine's so, like, slow to spool that you need the extra power overhead. But it also doesn't bleed speed well.
Glitched, so I'm back at Renee.
Alright, I'm just about to take off from Ryak.
Set your fire tab.
Does it? Oh, whatever. Fuck the manual.
Watching some of our formation flight footage, that was really good.
It was. Even if I do say so myself. That sign can't stop me because I can't read. Alright, I'm airborne. Fuel dial, by the way, the only key bind for it will increase it by 1 kilo every press. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that is pain. Yeah, fuck that. It's... No, Nick, this isn't an IFF interrogator, this is an IFF transponder. Every plane in DCS just about has this, well, except the Warbirds. Like, the F-5 has this, the F-86 has this, it's a Mark 12 transponder. It doesn't have an interrogator. Like, the F-1CE does not have an interrogator. It cannot do IFF interrogation. The F-1M can, and they repurpose these two lights for it, but the F-1CE... I'm gonna spin them. The F-1CE can't. Transponder only. So you can be IFF'd as friendly by Tomcat, but you cannot IFF people.
Over.
Zach, I'm just on the far side of the mountain between Renee and Ryak.
Copy, I'm rolling.
I'm 12,500 and heading like Northeast.
Just took off. Come toward there now.
Overlord Beard 1-1, bogeyed up.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 155, 30, 4000, hot, fast.
Let's go booms.
Ship Tiger 2.
Overlord Beard 1-1, bogeyed up.
Beard 1-1.
Hey,
Overlord,
sniff it.
Bra,
Cheers for the bits.
151,
Good to see you.
25, 5000, beam east, 3 ship Tiger 2.
Oh shit, Zach. 18 miles from Ryak.
Radio
Free
check.
ship.
Anyone hear me?
Yeah, we're here.
Coming.
I'm gonna commit on them.
Yeah, 182, 42 from me. I'm coming.
29Js, single 530 EM.
Beard 1-1, bogeyed up.
Radio check. Radio check.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 144.
Is this guy calling on 30 or is he calling on
Direct south,
124
2 ship
or
Tiger 2.
251? $193.21.
Overlord Beard 1-1, bogeyed up.
These guys are on the deck pretty much.
Beard 1-1, Overlord.
Two ship
Bra,
now.
139, 18, 5000, flag north, Tiger 2.
We may not need to do anything. They're getting fucked by Strellas.
Alright, yeah,
The
fine.
absolute state of blue team.
I see that now.
I still got one locked. I'm gonna go for him. Fuck.
I don't know what they have assets at airport, at the enemy airport.
Unsure. It's my first go of it.
158. That three ship got splashed, I think, Zach. Just friendlies here.
Overlord Beard 1-1, bogeyed up.
I thought you had one locked.
Beard
Everything
1-1,
in this valley is
Overlord,
friendly as far as I know.
Bra, 145, 40,
I had something locked, but
3000,
he dropped me,
hot,
and then
Tiger 2.
I got a call for nearest is like a bunch of miles away, so
Right.
Strellas did work.
Yeah, apparently, dude. 3 ship deleted. Are you
Well,
for real?
because they flew right over the fucking runway, dude. Blue players. They always do this, then they complain their attrition's high. $156 for 31 from Ryak, which I'm just passing now. Flank north, so they're going to be coming down my left wing.
Overlord Beard 1-1, bogeyed up.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 151, 25,
I'm gonna be
3000,
careful I don't do a
flag
funny
north,
and overfly
Tiger 2.
their shit as well. So I'm very close to the front line and very close to Damascus here. Both of which are bad no-nos to overfly. $148.16.
Overlord Beard 1-1, bogeyed up.
They're low as fuck. These guys are in the
Beard 1-1,
weeds.
Overlord, Bra, 145, 16, 3000, flag northeast, Tiger 2.
Be on my nose somewhere. Don't see him yet.
If you look in chat, an A-10 just got a kill on a hind with a Maverick.
Yeah, that was me. Overlord Beard.
Yeah, he took off from Albumiar. Had no
What the
idea
fuck?
where
Did
he
this
was.
guy just
Yeah,
smack into a hill?
Zero
damage, got clowned on.
3,000. Flag northwest.
Were you landed or were you moving?
I was hovering.
Are you tracking that Warthog?
I had a... Fuck. Hang on, Sam's.
Okay, well, you're having a fun time. There's a Warthog to the north of you, I think.
I didn't get a call for it.
It's near Albumiar.
Yeah. He just mavericked you.
I know. That's so embarrassing.
I was tracking an F-5, but he smacked into a hill. I think he just fucking faded, so... I got another call out east.
About a year ago, there used to be a guy that would kill F-5s with the Fridge missile. It's pretty funny. The catch.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 083.
Dude, that was more than a year ago. That was like fucking 4 years ago.
Track northeast. Warthog.
No. You didn't see him. It was some Russian guy who got in the frog.
No, I know who it is.
3 F-5. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even know. Jesus. That was crazy.
Yeah, posted a video of it on YouTube.
Overlord Beard 1-1, book it up.
Yeah, off my nose, that A10. There's a F5 somewhere near him too.
18. 5,000. Flag north. 2-ship Tiger 2.
Yeah, I got him 097, drag southeast.
Overlord Beard 1-1, book it up. Warthog.
I'm just gonna
Drag me
go
towards... Oh, that's Damascus there, actually, I think.
Bra. 094.
So we might get away with it.
Drag southeast.
Fingers crossed.
Warthog.
He flared once, so you on him?
No, I'm not at him yet. I'm heading for him.
So interesting, he flared, I don't know where he is.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 170. 13.
F5's close as well.
Hot. Tiger 2.
The F5, I'll go for the 8.
Overlord Beard 1-1.
I'm locked on something, I don't know what. I think it's the A10.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 157. 10. 4,000.
Oh god, I got missiles firing.
Tiger 2.
That's you, I'm locked on you.
Threat. Bra. 105. 8. 8,000. Drag southeast. Warthog.
Oh my Jesus. I'm okay. The A10 ran.
We're next to Aldemar, aren't we? That's what's shooting at you?
Yes.
Okay, I'll stay on this side of the valley.
There's a hind below me.
I'm near you. There's more Sams, watch out. Oh fuck, missiles. No. I just flared, yeah, I'm low.
Oh my god, somebody just died. Yeah, above you, look at that.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh, it was G-Man. G-Man just murked some guy.
Yeah, I just took him out with that.
Thanks, G-Man. Somebody's flaring again, falling down by the valley.
I'm doubling back.
Yeah, I think G-Man just put a 530 in that F5's ass.
Yeah, he came at him at an angle and shot at him. I got
18612. 12,000. Heading northeast, it's a pair of, oh sorry, it's a single target. Oh, bit of stutter there.
Overlord Beard 1-1, book it up.
Circus 1.
Yeah, I'm going for that northeast flying target.
155. 8. 14,000. Beam northeast. Tiger 2.
Shit, I'm blind. One, 3, 5 for 4.
Overlord, Beard, 1-1, boogie up.
I'm merged.
115, 16,000, Tiger 2. Where?
Tiger, I don't see him though. Meet him out. He's above me somewhere.
Overlord, Beard, 1-1, boogie up. Overlord, Beard, 1-1, boogie up.
Oh, I'm in so much shit here.
Overlord, Beard, 1-1, boogie up.
17K.
069.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 087, 41, 17,000, beam northeast, Tiger 2.
Don't see this dude at all.
Yeah, me neither. I don't like how much noise the French flavoured SPO is making. I'm climbing up, but I don't see him at all. .032, he's really close, right on top of me. 20,000 now. Heading northwest.
Overlord, Beard, 1-1, boogie up.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 087, 31, 21,000.
Bro, where is this guy? He's right here with me, but I don't see him. I got something on radar, I don't know if it's him. Okay, I'm locked on somebody. .359. Whatever I'm locked on is not him. I think it might be you.
Overlord, Beard, 1-1.
Yeah, it is. Shit.
He's up in there, man. That's an 810 at 2K. I don't know the F-5 spit off scope. I'm not getting him anymore. I'm at 20K right now, so if you see something at 20K, try
129, 19, 2,000, beam
He might have ripped his wings. I don't see any smoke though. I heard him boom, like something boomed me. But I don't see this guy at all. .2509, real close under us.
Overlord, Beard, 1-1, boogie up.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 075, 13, 20,000,
It is. I don't see him.
We got a T-ship about to do a Durandal strike on out to where?
Beard
About
1-1,
30 seconds
Overlord, Bra, 130, 12, 2,000,
This
drag
makes
east,
sense around there,
Fort
just so
Hawk.
you know. I'm about to go and fucking stick a fucking 530 in its ass.
Circus 1-4, merged, 247, 2,000, Warthog.
He's pretty much onto me.
Overlord, Beard, 1-1, boogie up.
I don't fucking see him.
Beard 1-1, Overlord, Bra, 059, 11, 19,000, drag northeast, Tiger 2.
Where is this guy?
He's taking 3 bags. It's amazing.
That's Zach.
Overlord, Beard, 1-1, boogie up.
Beard 1-1,
Wait,
Overlord,
3.
Bra, 059, 10, 19,000,
Zach went for him, I
drag
think.
northeast, Tiger 2.
183. Flank northeast, so he's going to be coming left. There he is. I see the A10. Good kill.
A10 just like, holy fucking rip. Someone just got splashed right below me. Not sure what that
Yeah, I got him. I got him.
A10 just got...
He's still flying. He might need a finisher.
No, both engines out.
Ah, he just lost his wing.
Oh, he's gone. Yep. Alright, what about those Durandal guys? How they doing?
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 204.
We hit him at half.
15,000. Hot. Tiger 2.
Overlord, Beard 1-1.
23323, Zach.
Beard 1-1. Overlord. Bra. 07.
It's the F-5, 15,000 flank north.
Flank north. Tiger 2.
Fuck me in the ass.
We are pretty close to Damascus though, so we're gonna have to watch ourselves. I gotta launch.
Oh yeah, see that. I think you're dead. Oh.
Yep. I'm flying still, but not very well.
You're flying. Wow, that's insane.
I saw my nose cone fall off.
Yeah, you're flying though. Looks like your control surface is still on. I don't see any fire. Yeah, I think that's an RTV.
It was
Just stay in sight with whoever got wrecked for IFF.
Overlord, Beard 1-1, boogie up.
Beard 1-1.
Yes,
Overlord.
it may be.
Bra. 220. 29. 15,000. Drag west. Tiger 2.
Oh, it's gone. Let's get rid of that. We aren't going to need it where we're going. Oh, I forgot to fucking pull the pin on my seat! Shit! We're dead. Remember, you need to pull the pin on your ejection seat. Oof. Oh, it's a Roland. Not an Asa. I keep forgetting we're on red. Yeah, it's a Roland. Ouch. That hurt. I think we'll, after the next time I get shot down, I'll probably call it, because I've been going for fucking nearly 10 hours again. And I need some food and a break. Before my eyes go square. Let's just do this by hand. Oh, 9B would be Chad, but I'm not quite that cracked. Or we'll go 5:30 AM. We'll just go a full load of flares, I think, honestly.
Request rearming. Copy.
Rip Ross ejection malfunction cheeky smiley face.
So let's get rid of that pin this time.
Is there a fog foot that's flaring like the world is ending?
Rearming complete.
Reset servers. It was somewhat less than an ideal way to end our flight, but you know. Okay, that's set. Your gyros are spun up. Backup's not playing nice with me yet, but we'll give it a minute. Yeah, I did it earlier in the stream, actually, Raven. I did it earlier in the stream. We got hit by something, very possibly a teammate, possibly a Roland, though I don't know. And had to belly land here with no nose cone. Went into external and had a look. Why are you not cooperating with me? Whatever. Main one's working, so who cares? There it goes. What else we got? Pressurized cabin, that is done. Radio should be good. It should be on 251. Okay. That. I'm trying to remember which mode is the one that shows you where your radar is actually looking. I think it's this one. Oh, actually no, that's locked. There's a mode that shows where your TDC is. Like what bearing your TDC is. Maybe it's a setting here? Do not know. Whatever. It's probably on the panel down here or something, but it ties the radar strobe to the nav system. I remember Red Kite made a video about it, but I don't remember how to actually set it up. Oh, there goes the team kill. F. G-Man got zapped by another F1. Someone down the other end of the runway, so we'll just line up and stop, wait for them. Don't want to have an incident.
Rip back up.
That's a pretty cool view. Alright, let's stop blocking the runway. Flares counter doesn't automatically set correctly if you take a full load out of 30 anyway, I think. We'll turn the flare system on though, or countermeasures on. I'm airborne.
Maybe you got me. You sure it was a F-5?
I'll get you, bro.
A10 got me. They are fucking annoying.
True. Must be a... That's not it. Is it? No, that's the emergency mode. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
Has anyone noticed that standard mode and mid mode on the Mirage radar are the same? There's no difference.
What do you say?
Yeah, I turn me down. It's better.
Yeah. Hey, I'm in your front seat.
Hey, well, no way to put guns in this.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying the view.
What do you say, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Oh, that if you're in standby mode or mid mode on your radar, it's basically emitting
rare
regardless.
opportunities to sit in the front
Yeah.
seat.
Well, my understanding is that it doesn't actually emit. It still has like the classic frame drop though that is associated with it emitting.
I really did anyway.
It still seems to find targets for me.
Oh, really? Then that's a glitch then. That's not supposed to, of course.
Yeah, that's what I thought, because I usually like to keep my radar silent sometimes.
No, for the beginning part of the stay, I would only run 2 magics, and I loved it.
Because I'm in, I've got the 530 selected,
Not a bad idea.
and when you're in combat modes, it turns into a range indicator.
Yeah, I'm just running the 530.
So if I deselect that, it'll turn back to my actual heading.
I just keep it 2 magics.
I just like using it because it's fun.
Yeah.
For now.
Is that my
It
actual...
does make you super heavy.
It's not my altitude, I don't think.
So I like to
Not
fire
sure what
them
that
as
scale on the
fast as
right-hand
possible
side
to
is.
Get to my magics, because, well, all my guns, I just love dogfighting duels.
Something.
A pretty challenging thing to fight in, you know.
Yeah. The thing's interesting to fight in. It definitely feels heavy.
Yeah, but then you have like these insane pulls where you can just pull like, 30 AOA for a second, and it feels insane.
Once I get to use where the guns actually fire higher up than I thought they would.
Yes, yeah, feeling the same shit. Wow, one of our Mirages just got gunned, I feel bad.
I just got shot by my own team.
Oh, nice.
That happens. Especially on days like this.
Yeah, people are way too comfortable not IFFing. Like, I don't think a lot of people know that the Mirage would even have IFF in the first place.
Well, we didn't realize it for a long time. There was a big debate like a couple months ago. We were trying to get Airgus to like, hey, does it actually have an IFF interrogator? Eventually they came back with no.
IFF interrogators are a skill issue.
I mean, probably not this version, but the later version, they had to have IFF, right? There's no way.
The F1M gets it.
It's surprising, like, aside from the States, IFF was kind of like, and the UFSR, IFF was kind of like, later on, usually the ground just did that for you.
No, they're not devs.
The ground, like,
it's Zach and G-Man.
Like,
right.
Some of the Cold War regulars from Alpenserver.
Even with the US, when they had the IFF, it's like, they didn't trust it enough that, like, you had to get, like, a second source confirmed.
I'd like him to commit, but they're sitting kind of under the air defense shield at Damascus. So I can't really press on them without getting shot by SAMs. But at the same time, every time they leave their SAM coverage, they fucking overfly one of our airfields and eat shit to ours. So... I just want to torpedo someone again. Oh, here we go. 151. 10 at 5,000. I got a guy hot on me. 6,000. 185 is going to be on my right side. I don't see him. There he is. He's behind me. I got an F-5 on my tail. I'm like north of Damascus, kind of. And I just ate shit. It's probably the A-10. He's baiting me. Yep, it's the A-10.
Let me check.
Yep.
Nope, that's not friendly. I don't believe that's friendly.
Fucking A-10s.
Actually, no, it is friendly. We're in a red sector, and that's friendly. You're right.
Well, I think we're going to call it there, because I have been streaming for nearly 10 hours and I need a break, guys. So, bear with me. We'll find someone to raid. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. And for those of you who have been playing the Mirage or are thinking of picking it up, I hope you enjoy it. It's been a lot of fun. See guy, thanks for the follow. Thanks everybody else who followed today and subbed and gave bits. Really appreciate it. Bit of a bigger viewership than we usually get around here today. I guess everyone's excited for the new plane, so hopefully we put on a reasonably good enough show. Who have we got? Haven't rated Conti for a while. I might send you guys his way. He's flying a 146. Next stream when? There'll be an armor stream on Monday for a couple of hours, maybe a little bit of DCS after, I'm not sure yet. It'll be a short stream, but not like short. So next stream will be Monday, my time, so Sunday for you guys in the western part of the world. And then after that, it'll be sometime next week, towards the end of the week, most likely.
I think they're up ahead over here.
It feels kind of like the F-5 to me, so air brakes out, power on, just kind of gently nurse it down and watch the AOA indicator. Try and keep it in the green. Alright guys, once again, thanks everyone for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful, safe rest of your day. I will catch you guys in a couple days for some Armor 3. In the meantime, enjoy Conti. Catch you on the next one.